Aspects of the theory of syntax. Aspects of the theory of syntax. Noam Chomsky, the MIT Press, Cambridge, Massachusetts, London, England. Copyright 1965, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. Copyright 2015, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form by any electronic or mechanical means, including photocopying, recording, or information storage and retrieval, without permission in writing from the publisher. MIT Press books may be purchased at special quantity discounts for business or sales promotional use. For information, please email special_sales@mitpress.mit.edu. This book was set in Times Ltd 10/13, Pint by Top and Best Set Pre-Media Limited, Hong Kong. Printed and bound in the United States of America. Library of Congress Cataloging and Publication Date. Chomsky, Noam. Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, 50th Anniversary Edition, Noam Chomsky. 50th Anniversary Edition. Pages. C.M., Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Research Laboratory of Electronics. Special Technical Report Number 11. Originally published as a Special Technical Report Number 11 in 1965. Includes bibliographical references and index. ISBN 978-260-250-2748, PBK, Alc. Paper 1. Grammar, Comparative and General Syntax. I. Title. 2. Title, Theory of Syntax. 3. Series, Special Technical Report, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Research Laboratory of Electronics, Number 11. P291.C4 2014 415, DC 23. 2,014,031,349. 10-9876-54321. Acknowledgement. This is Special Technical Report Number 11 of the Research Laboratory of Electronics of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The Research Laboratory of Electronics is an interdepartmental laboratory in which faculty members and graduate students from numerous academic departments conduct research. The research reported in this document was made possible in part by support extended the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Research Laboratory of Electronics, by the Joint Services Electronics Programs, U.S. Army, U.S. Navy, and U.S. Air Force, under contract No. DA 36039 AMC 03200E. Additional support was received from the U.S. Air Force Electronic Systems Division under contract AF 19628-2487, the National Science Foundation, Grant GP 2495, the National Institutes of Health, Grant TEM HO 473704, and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Grant NSG 496. Reproduction in whole or in part is permitted for any purpose of the United States government. Contents. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition 9. Preface 21. 1. Methodological Preliminaries. 1. Section 1. Generative Grammars as Theories of Linguistic Competence. 1. Section 2. Toward a Theory of Performance. 8. Section 3. The Organization of a Generative Grammar. 14. Section 4. Justification of Grammars. 17. Section 5. Formal and Substantive Universals. 27. Section 6. Further remarks on descriptive and explanatory theories. 30. Section 7. On evaluation procedures. 37. Section 8. Linguistic theory and language learning. 48. Section 9. Generative capacity and its linguistic relevance. 62. Two categories and relations in syntactic theory. 67. Section 1. The scope of the base. 67. Section 2. Aspects of Deep Structure 69 Section 2.1. Categorization 69 Section 2.2. Functional Notions 73 Section 2.3. Syntactic Features 80 Section 2.3.1. The Problem 80 Section 2.3.2. Some formal similarities between syntax and phonology 85. 8. Contents. Section 2.3.3. General structure of the base component 90 Section 2.3.4. Context-sensitive subcategorization rules 97 Section 3. An illustrative fragment of the base component 115 Section 4. Types of base rules 119 Section 4.1. Summary 119 Section 4.2. Selection rules and grammatical relations 121 Section 4.3. Further remarks on subcategorization rules 128 Section 4.4. The role of categorical rules 132. 3 deep structures and grammatical transformations 137. 4. Some residual problems 159 Section 1. The boundaries of syntax and semantics 159 Section 1.1. Degrees of grammaticalness 159 Section 1.2. Further remarks on selectional rules 165 Section 1.3. Some additional problems of semantic theory 171 Section 2. The structure of the lexicon 176 Section 2.1. Redundancy 176 Section 2.2. Inflectional processes 183 Section 2.3. Derivational processes 197. Notes 207 Bibliography 253 Index 265. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. The most elementary fact about each individual's language is that it generates a pair of interpretations, sensory motor, SM, conceptual intentional, CI, for each of infinitely many hierarchically structured expressions, where SM is the link to organs of externalization, typically articulatory, auditory, and CI is the link to the systems of thought and action. We can refer to this virtual truism as the basic principle of human language, instantiated in one or another form in the brain of each language user. Understood in this sense, language as what has been called I-language, where I signifies internal to an individual and intentional, in that we are interested in the actual nature of the generative process, not some set of entities that it determines. For many years, this general perspective has been labeled the biolinguistic program, a term suggested by Massimo Piattelli Palmarin, who organized one of the first international scientific conferences in the linked fields of cognitive science and biology, with language as a central element. See Piattelli Palmarini 1974. 1. The term I-language was proposed in Chomsky 1986 to replace one of the senses of the term grammar, which had been used with systematic ambiguity to refer both to the I-language that is acquired and to the theory of that I-language. The suggestion was that the term grammar should be restricted to the latter sense, which X. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. Conforms pretty well to traditional usage. The same ambiguity holds for the technical term universal grammar, UG, which in modern work has come to be used both for the human capacity for language, an internal property of an individual, which makes possible the acquisition of language, and for the theory of that capacity. Here I will retain the ambiguity. In the 1960s, several publications appeared that developed these ideas from closely related points of view, Katz and Postles, 1964. Formulation of what came to be called the standard theory, aspects of the theory of syntax, reprinted here, Lennebergs, 1967, fundamental work, which laid the foundations for the modern field of biology of language, and the sound pattern of English, Chomsky and Halley 1968, developing a similar program for the mapping of narrow syntax to the SML level. Generative grammar in the modern sense, adopting the basic principle, dates from the late 1940s. By the time Aspects appeared, it was being extensively pursued in a variety of typologically different languages too, and with many theoretical innovations. Aspects was the first attempt to outline a general framework for the study of language, adopting the basic principle within the biolinguistic program. It also attempted to develop particular components of the basic principle, to at least sketch, if not answer, many questions that lie at the periphery of the more technical inquiry, and to bring out some important antecedents in early modern philosophy and linguistics that had been almost entirely forgotten or misrepresented. 3. Looking back after 50 years, the general framework still seems to me to be basically accurate, though the specific technical proposals have to be substantially modified in the light of an enormous amount of empirical research of a variety and depth that could not even be imagined at the time, accompanied by many important theoretical insights and discoveries. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. 11. The general framework adopts the point of view that has been standard in the sciences for centuries. An analyzed data, say, a linguistic corpus for, results from the interaction of many variables, most of them filtered out for the purposes of the inquiry at hand. The researcher thus seeks to abstract the object of inquiry, in this case, the instantiation of the basic principle in a particular language, from the welter of interacting factors. A scientific experiment is a radical idealization, governed by these familiar principles. The work of linguists with informants, perhaps the researchers themselves, consists of informal experiments that could be made more precise if necessary, just as all experiments can, but have been shown to be remarkably successful. See Sprouse and Amida 2012, 2013. In brief, linguistic theory is concerned primarily with an ideal speaker era, as defined in Aspects, p. 1. And it distinguishes competence, informally, what the language user knows, from performance, what the language user does, typically influenced by many factors. To illustrate with a familiar example, consider the ubiquitous phenomenon of embedding in natural language, say, embedding of "it's hot" in the sentences. Either "it's hot" or "it's cold," and if it's hot, then "I'll take a swim," but if "it's hot" or "I'll take a swim" is ungrammatical. It is evident that embedding goes on indefinitely, producing unbounded depth of embedding. Thus, however complex P may be, the expression "if P then Q" is grammatical in the language, but if P or Q is not. That establishes the conclusion that depth of embedding is unlimited, though performance of course is limited by independent factors. With no memory aids, time, paper and pencil, etc., embedding is fairly easily interpreted up to depth of about 7, but not beyond. 5. That has nothing to do with language and the competence of its user. Rather, it derives from general facts about. 12. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. Short-term memory, discussed by George Miller, 1956, in a famous paper. Inquiry into language therefore abstracts away from this extraneous factor. In actual texts, embedding is rarely used beyond a shallow depth, again for reasons such as memory load. And again, this is irrelevant to the study of language. 6. To take an uncontroversial analogy, consider elementary arithmetical operations, part of the competence of every normal person. Arithmetical competence yields the correct number z for every pair, x, y, under addition or multiplication. But only a small finite subpart of arithmetical competence can be exhibited without external aids, by calculating in one's head. Obviously, that fact does not imply that arithmetical competence is correspondingly limited. 7. Since Aspects appeared, there has been much controversy in the literature about the legitimacy of such notions as the ideal speaker, the competence-performance distinction, and other features of the general framework. There shouldn't be. These notions are not controversial and are adopted at least tacitly in some form in all linguistic inquiry, even when it is denied. There were, however, properties of the general framework that were highly questionable. One concerns the specific approach to acquisition of language. A central question, discussed extensively from the earliest days of modern generative grammar, 8 has to do with what is called in aspects explanatory adequacy. Given data, how do we determine which of the possible grammars, languages, is the right one? Within the biolinguistic program, the relevant data are those available to the language learner, the primary linguistic data in the terminology of aspects. As noted there, p. 27, the problem of explanatory adequacy is essentially the problem of constructing a theory of language acquisition, an account of the specific innate abilities that make this achievement possible. In later years, this came to be called the logical problem of language acquisition, an idealization that abstracts away from the temporal. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. 13. Process of acquisition. How significant an abstraction this is depends on the facts about the process, questions of path dependency, and others. To date, the abstraction appears to be a fairly reasonable one, introducing little distortion. Ug, then, can be taken to be the genetically determined initial state of the language faculty, shared among humans to a very close approximation. Viewed from another perspective, Ug, so understood, is a language acquisition device. Adopting proposals from the late 1940s, the approach to explanatory adequacy and the language acquisition device in aspects took linguistic theory to provide a format for permissible grammars and an evaluation measure for choosing among candidate grammars consistent with the primary linguistic data. The evaluation selects the shortest grammar, the one with the fewest symbols. Of course, such a measure is meaningless unless notations are fixed. Otherwise, an arbitrary grammar G can be expressed in a single symbol, defined as G. Therefore, the measure formulates notational transformations that convert a candidate grammar G into a shorter form G, hence mapping G into the number of symbols in G. These notational devices incorporate what are postulated to be principles of Ug. While this approach in principle selects the highest valued grammar, or possibly more than one, the computational burden is far too great for the procedure to be implemented. It lacks feasibility. In the terminology of aspects. 9 A solution to the problem was offered with the emergence of the principles and parameters framework in the early 1980s. Then. There have been other approaches, of course, but they have failed to address the most basic questions. When aspects appeared, it was almost universally assumed that language is acquired by such general mechanisms as induction, analogy, training, and reinforcement. These proposals could not be seriously investigated, not only because the mechanisms were left unspecified but also because not even the central problem was faced: what is acquired? What is language? 14. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. In recent years, great enthusiasm has been aroused by the prospects of statistical methods and the analysis of big data, and many strong claims have been made about what these methods have achieved. Though widely accepted, the claims are unsubstantiated. The few attempts to deal with non-trivial properties of language have completely failed, and the core components of language remain completely out of reach. Given the prevalence of such beliefs, it may be useful to take a brief look at their status. The excitement took off with the appearance of an interesting paper by Safran, Aslin, and Newport, 1996, showing that with very little experience, 8-month-old infants are able to use simple statistics to identify 3 simple sequences that appear as units in artificial symbol sequences. This is commonly regarded as the discovery that launched the statistical learning theory of language. In a typical reaction in the journal Science, the paper was greeted with great enthusiasm by 2 prominent researchers in language acquisition and machine language, Bates and Ellman 1996. According to them, the result refutes the famous poverty of stimulus argument and contradicts the widespread belief, for which they cite works of mine and others, that humans cannot and do not use generalized statistical procedures to acquire language. The study, they assert, shows that learning is much more powerful than previously believed, and arguments about the innateness of language and other forms of cognition need to take that undeniable fact into account. p. 1849. There are, however, a few problems. One is that the cited works say nothing of the sort. 11. Furthermore, what I had actually written was the precise opposite of what Bates and Ellman claim, namely, that word boundaries might be determined from connected text by statistical analysis alone. Chomsky 1955, p. 195. No widespread belief was contradicted, or even affected. Rather, the results discussed by Bates and Ellman provide, at most. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. 15. Some very limited empirical support for what had been proposed within generative grammar. A second problem is that even if Safran, Aslin, and Newport's results had provided some significant support for the much earlier proposals about word boundaries within generative grammar, they would have told us virtually nothing about whether humans use generalized statistical procedures to acquire language, as was made quite explicit 40 years earlier when the proposal was advanced, and is immediately evident. Detection of words from connected text is an extremely marginal aspect of language acquisition. The sole undeniable fact is that the famous poverty of stimulus argument remained untouched and that nothing was shown about the power of learning that had not been assumed long before. A third problem is that there is little reason to believe that such methods are actually used by children acquiring language. A final problem is that the methods do not work with actual texts. See Yang 2004, contrary to what I supposed in 1955. Though they can be improved if Fugue principles and syntactic and phonological information are added. Pierre Humber 2003, Yang 2004, Shuckler, White, and Aslin 2011. There is one significant question to which extensive work has been devoted with statistical methods, the old and important problem of structure dependence of rules. Every proposal that is clear enough to examine fails completely and irremediably. See Berwick et al. 2011. Furthermore, as has repeatedly been pointed out, these proposals fail to address the only serious question, namely, why the property is ubiquitous in language. There is a simple and well-confirmed answer, but it is never considered in this general literature. There have, however, been some substantive results in work integrating UC with statistical learning theory. 12 That such work might have considerable promise has never been questioned. 16. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. With some qualifications, the conclusion about these matters in aspects seems to me to remain valid. There is surely no reason today for taking seriously a position that attributes a complex human achievement entirely to months, or at most years, of experience rather than to millions of years of evolution or to principles of neural organization that may be even more deeply grounded in physical law. p. 61. The same holds if we replace entirely by mostly. The major qualifications have to do with the length of the relevant evolutionary process. More recent work in evolutionary theory and paleoanthropology suggests that the relevant time frame may be very brief, terminating roughly 50,000 years ago, after which there has been no detectable evolutionary change, and initiating not long before. 13 And there is increasing evidence that general principles of computational complexity, perhaps grounded in physical law, are of fundamental significance in selection of our language from primary linguistic data. The principles and parameters framework, offering a solution to the feasibility problem, had many other consequences. It revitalized the study of language acquisition, which has made impressive progress since. It opened the way to a vast explosion in range and depth of descriptive work on languages of great typological variety. There has also been very illuminating work on the structure and variety of parameters, with consequences for comparative and historical linguistics. Progress in this framework also made it possible to formulate much more clearly a problem that had always been not far in the background of the study of language within the biolinguistic program. How closely does language, so construed, approximate a perfect solution to the boundary conditions set by SM and CI? Investigation of this topic has come to be called the minimalist program, which is, in fact, a seamless continuation of efforts from the earliest days of generative grammar to address the problem of explanatory adequacy. 14. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. 17. A fair conclusion today, I think, is that the general framework outlined in aspects remains appropriate, while the specific proposals have to be substantially modified and also extended to new domains of inquiry that have emerged in the years since. Noam Chomsky, Cambridge, Massachusetts, August 2014. Notes. 1. The I-language conception of language is largely foreign to the prevailing structuralist, behavioral science conceptions of the mid-20th century, though something similar occasionally appears in earlier work. For example, Antoine Millet stated, La langue n'existe donc que dans les centres nerveux, moteurs et sensitifs, de chaque individu. Language exists only in neural centers, motor and receptive, of each individual. 1903, cited in Lunabody 2003. Note the restriction to performance, input and output. 2. In chronological order, Hebrew, English, Russian, Hidatsa, Turkish, Mohawk, and Japanese, among some others. 3. For more on these matters, see Chomsky 1964, 1966, 1968, and Bracken 1984. 4. Which, of course, is already idealized and partially analyzed, even if given only in narrow phonetic transcription. 5. See aspects, chap. 1, seconds 2, and note 6, Miller and Chomsky 1963. 6. These elementary points are still occasionally misunderstood. See, for example, Levinson 2013, which is also mistaken about the early history of generative grammar. On other errors in the article, see Leggett, Pisetsky, and Young 2014. 7. Note that the underlying and presumably universal competence may not be exhibited in every cultural setting. See Hale 1975 for a classic discussion. 8. See Chomsky 1951, revision of a 1949 undergraduate thesis. 18. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. 9. For that reason, the earliest and in some respects most detailed proposal, in Chomsky 1951, sought only relative or not maximal optimality. 10. For an early formulation, see Chomsky 1981. 11. The fact is obscured by Bates and Delman's failure to comprehend the discussion of learning in the sources to which they refer. 12. One important result was to provide the first convincing explanation for early acquisition of irregular verbs, a topic that had been intensively investigated in machine learning, connectionist efforts and others. 13. For some comments and sources, see Chomsky 2015. 14. For a brief review of these developments and their background, see Chomsky 2015. References. Bates, E., and J. Elman. 2006. Learning Rediscovered. Science 274, 1849-1850. Berwick, R. P. Piotrowski, B. Youngama, and N. Chomsky. 2011. Poverty of the Stimulus Revisited. Cognitive Science 35, 1207-1242. Bracken, H. 1984. Mind and Language, Essays on Descartes and Chomsky. Dordrecht, Forest. Chomsky, N. 1951. The Morphophonemics of Modern Hebrew. Master's Thesis, University of Pennsylvania. Published, New York, Garland, 1979. Reprinted, New York, Routledge, 2011. Chomsky, N. 1955. The Logical Structure of Linguistic Theory. Miss, Harvard University and MIT. Excerpt from a 1956 revision published New York, Plenum, 1975. Reprinted Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1985. Chomsky, N. 1964. Current Issues in Linguistic Theory. The Hague, Mouton. Chomsky, N. 1966. Cartesian Linguistics, a Chapter in the History of Rationalist Thought. New York, Harper and Row. Chomsky, N. 1968. Language and Mind. New York, Harcourt, Brace and World. Chomsky, N. 1981. Lectures on Government Unbinding, Dordrecht, Forest. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. 19. Chomsky, N. 2015. Preface to the 20th Anniversary Edition. In the Minimalist Program. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press. Chomsky, N. and M. Halley. 1968. The Sound Pattern of English. New York, Harper and Row. Hale, K. 1975. Gaps in Grammar and Culture. In M. D. Kincaid, K. L. Hale, and O. Werner, eds. Linguistics and Anthropology, in honor of C. F. Vogelin, 295-315. Lis, Netherlands, Peter de Ridder Press. Katz, J. J. and P. M. Postal. 1964. An Integrated Theory of Linguistic Descriptions. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press. Leggett, J. A. D. Pisetsky, and C. Young. 2014. Recursive Misrepresentations, Reply to Levinson, 2013. Language 90, 515-528. Lenneberg, E. 1967. Biological Foundations of Language. New York, Wiley. Levinson, S. C. 2013. Recursion in Pragmatics. Language 89, 149-162. Lunabody, G. 2003. Methods in Parametric Linguistics and Cognitive History. Linguistic Variation Yearbook 3, 101-138. Miller, G. A. 1956. The Magical Number 7, plus or minus 2, Some Limits on Our Capacity for Processing Information. Psychological Review 63, 81-97. Miller, G. A., and N. Chomsky. 1963. Finitary Models of Language Uses. In R. Duncan Luce, Robert R. Bush, and Eugene Galante, eds. Handbook of Mathematical Psychology, Volume 2, 419-492. New York, Wiley. Piatelli Palmerini, M. ed. 1974. A Debate on Biolinguistics. Endicott House, Didam, M.A., May 20th-21. Miss. Pierre Humbert, J. 2003. Phonetic Diversity, Statistical Learning, and Acquisition of Phonology. Language and Speech 46 2-3, 115-154. Suffren, J. R. R. N. Aslin, and E. L. Newport. 1996. Statistical Learning by 8-month-old Infants. Science 274, 1926-1928. Shuckler, M. K. S. White, and R. N. Aslin. 2011. Prosody guides the rapid mapping of auditory word forms onto visual objects in 6-month infants. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America 108, 6038 to 6043. Sprouse, J. and D. Amida. 2012. Assessing the reliability of textbook data in syntax, AJA's Core Syntax. Journal of Linguistics 48, 609 to 652. 20. Preface to the 50th Anniversary Edition. Sprouse, J. and D. Amida. 2013. The Empirical Status of Data in Syntax, a reply to Gibson and Fedrenko. Language and Cognitive Processes 28, 222 to 228. Young, C. 2002. Knowledge and Learning in Natural Language. Oxford, Oxford University Press. Young, C. 2004. Universal Grammar, Statistics, or both. Trends in Cognitive Sciences 8, 451 to 456. Preface. The idea that a language is based on a system of rules determining the interpretation of its infinitely many sentences is by no means novel. Well over a century ago, it was expressed with reasonable clarity by Wilhelm von Humboldt in his famous but rarely studied Introduction to General Linguistics, Humboldt, 1836. His view that a language makes infinite use of finite means and that its grammar must describe the processes that make this possible is, furthermore, an outgrowth of a persistent concern within rationalistic philosophy of language and mind, with this creative aspect of language use, for discussion, see Chomsky, 1964, forthcoming. What is more, it seems that even Painini's grammar can be interpreted as a fragment of such a generative grammar, in essentially the contemporary sense of this term. Nevertheless, within modern linguistics, it is chiefly within the last few years that fairly substantial attempts have been made to construct explicit generative grammars for particular languages and to explore their consequences. No great surprise should be occasioned by the extensive discussion and debate concerning the proper formulation of the theory of generative grammar and the correct description of the languages that have been most intensively studied. The tentative character of any conclusions that can now be advanced concerning linguistic theory, or, for that matter, English. 22. Preface. Grammar should certainly be obvious to anyone working in this area. It is sufficient to consider the vast range of linguistic phenomena that have resisted insight for formulation in any terms. Still, it seems that certain fairly substantial conclusions are emerging and receiving continually increased support. In particular, the central role of grammatical transformations in any empirically adequate generative grammar seems to me to be established quite firmly. Through there remain many questions as to the proper form of the theory of transformational grammar. This monograph is an exploratory study of various problems that have arisen in the course of work on transformational grammar, which is presupposed throughout as a general framework for the discussion. What is at issue here is precisely how this theory should be formulated. This study deals, then, with questions that are at the border of research in transformational grammar. For some, definite answers will be proposed, but more often the discussion will merely raise issues and consider possible approaches to them without reaching any definite conclusion. In Chapter 3, I shall sketch briefly what seems to me, in the light of this discussion, the most promising direction for the theory of generative grammar to take. But I should like to reiterate that this can be only a highly tentative proposal. The monograph is organized in the following way. Chapter 1 sketches background assumptions. It contains little that is new, but aims only to summarize and to clarify certain points that are essential and that in some instances have been repeatedly misunderstood. Chapters 2 and 3 deal with a variety of defects in earlier versions of the theory of transformational grammar. The position discussed is that of Chomsky, 1957, Lees, 1960a, and many others. These writers take the syntactic component of a transformational grammar to consist of a phrase structure grammar as its base, and a system of transformations that map structures generated by the base into actual sentences. This position is restated briefly at the beginning. Preface 23. Of Chapter 3. Chapter 2 is concerned with the base of the syntactic component, and with difficulties that arise from the assumption that it is, strictly speaking, a phrase structural grammar. Chapter 3 suggests a revision of the transformational component and its relation to base structures. The notion of grammatical transformation itself is taken over without change, though with some simplifications. In Chapter 4, various residual problems are raised, and discussed briefly and quite inconclusively. I should like to acknowledge with gratitude the very helpful comments of many friends and colleagues who have taken the trouble to read earlier versions of this manuscript. In particular, I am indebted to Maurice Halley and Paul Postel, who have suggested many valuable improvements, as well as to Gerald Katz, James Macaulay, George Miller, and G. H. Matthews, and to many students whose reactions and ideas when this material has been presented have led to quite substantial modifications. The writing of this book was completed while I was at Harvard University, Center for Cognitive Studies, supported in part by grant number Marshall Islands 0512-004 and 05 from the National Institutes of Health to Harvard University, and in part by a fellowship of the American Council of Learned Societies. Noam Chomsky, Cambridge, Massachusetts, October 1964. 1. Methodological Preliminaries. Section 1. Generative Grammars as Theories of Linguistic Competence. This study will touch on a variety of topics in syntactic theory and English syntax, a few in some detail, several quite superficially, and none exhaustively. It will be concerned with the syntactic component of a generative grammar, that is, with the rules that specify the well-formed strings of minimal syntactically functioning units, formatives, and assign structural information of various kinds both to these strings and to strings that deviate from well-formedness in certain respects. The general framework within which this investigation will proceed has been presented in many places, and some familiarity with the theoretical and descriptive studies listed in the bibliography is presupposed. In this chapter, I shall survey briefly some of the main background assumptions, making no serious attempt here to justify them but only to sketch them clearly. Linguistic theory is concerned primarily with an ideal speaker-listener, in a completely homogeneous speech community, who knows its language perfectly and is unaffected by such grammatically irrelevant conditions as memory limitations, distractions, shifts of attention and interest, and errors, random or characteristic, in applying his knowledge of the language in actual performance. 2. Chapter 1. This seems to me to have been the position of the founders of modern general linguistics, and no cogent reason for modifying it has been offered. To study actual linguistic performance, we must consider the interaction of a variety of factors, of which the underlying competence of the speaker-hearer is only one. In this respect, study of language is no different from empirical investigation of other complex phenomena. We thus make a fundamental distinction between competence, the speaker-hearer's knowledge of his language, and performance, the actual use of language in concrete situations. Only under the idealization set forth in the preceding paragraph is performance a direct reflection of the competence. In actual fact, it obviously could not directly reflect competence. A record of natural speech will show numerous false starts, deviations from rules, changes of plan in mid-course, and so on. The problem for the linguist, as well as for the child learning the language, is to determine from the data of performance the underlying system of rules that has been mastered by the speaker-hearer and that he puts to use in actual performance. Hence, in the technical sense, linguistic theory is mentalistic, since it is concerned with discovering a mental reality underlying actual behavior. 1. Observed use of language or hypothesized dispositions to respond, habits, and so on, may provide evidence as to the nature of this mental reality, but surely cannot constitute the actual subject matter of linguistics, if this is to be a serious discipline. The distinction I am noting here is related to the long parole distinction of Saussure, but it is necessary to reject his concept of long as merely a systematic inventory of items and to return rather to the Humboldtian conception of underlying competence as a system of generative processes. For discussion, see Chomsky, 1964. A grammar of a language purports to be a description of the ideal speaker-hearer's intrinsic competence. If the grammar is, furthermore, perfectly explicit, in other words, if it does not rely on their methodological preliminaries. 3. Intelligence of the understanding reader but rather provides an explicit analysis of his contribution, we may, somewhat redundantly, call it a generative grammar. A fully adequate grammar must assign to each of an infinite range of sentences a structural description indicating how this sentence is understood by the ideal speaker-hearer. This is the traditional problem of a descriptive linguistics, and traditional grammars give a wealth of information concerning structural descriptions of sentences. However, valuable as they obviously are, traditional grammars are deficient in that they leave unexpressed many of the basic regularities of the language with which they are concerned. This fact is particularly clear on the level of syntax, where no traditional or structuralized grammar goes beyond classification of particular examples to the stage of formulation of generative rules on any significant scale. An analysis of the best existing grammars will quickly reveal that this is a defect of principle, not just a matter of empirical detail or logical preciseness. Nevertheless, it seems obvious that the attempt to explore this largely uncharted territory can most profitably begin with a study of the kind of structural information presented by traditional grammars and the kind of linguistic processes that have been exhibited, however informally, in these grammars. 2. The limitations of traditional and structuralist grammars should be clearly appreciated. Although such grammars may contain full and explicit lists of exceptions and irregularities, they provide only examples and hints concerning the regular and productive syntactic processes. Traditional linguistic theory was not unaware of this fact. For example, James Beattie, 1788, remarks that languages, therefore, resemble men in this respect, that, though each has peculiarities, whereby it is distinguished from every other, yet all have certain qualities in common. The peculiarities of individual tongues are explained in their respective grammars and dictionaries. Those things that all languages have in common, or that are necessary to every language. 4. Chapter 1 are treated of in a science, which some have called universal or philosophical grammar. Somewhat earlier, Dumas defines universal and particular grammar in the following way, 1729, quoted in Salin, 1928, pages 29 to 30. Il y a dans la grammaire des observations qui conviennent à toutes les langues, ces observations formant qu'on appelle la grammaire générale, telles sont les remarques qu'elles ont faites sur les sons articules, sur les lettres qui sont les signes de ces sons, sur la nature des mots, et puis sur les différentes manières dont ils doivent être ou arrangés ou termines pour faire un sens. Outre ces observations générales, il y en a qui ne sont proposées qu'en langue particulière, et que est qui forment les grammaires particulières de chaque langue. Within traditional linguistic theory, furthermore, it was clearly understood that one of the qualities that all languages have in common is their creative aspect. Thus, an essential property of language is that it provides the means for expressing indefinitely many thoughts and for reacting appropriately in an indefinite range of new situations. For references, cf. Chomsky, 1964, forthcoming. The grammar of a particular language, then, is to be supplemented by a universal grammar that accommodates the creative aspect of language use and expresses the deep-seated regularities which, being universal, are omitted from the grammar itself. Therefore, it is quite proper for a grammar to discuss only exceptions and irregularities in any detail. It is only when supplemented by a universal grammar that the grammar of a language provides a full account of the speaker-hearer's competence. Modern linguistics, however, has not explicitly recognized the necessity for supplementing a particular grammar of a language by a universal grammar if it is to achieve descriptive adequacy. It has, in fact, characteristically rejected the study of universal grammar as misguided, and, as noted before, it has not attempted to deal with the creative aspect of language use. It thus suggests methodological preliminaries. 5. No way to overcome the fundamental descriptive inadequacy of structuralist grammars. Another reason for the failure of traditional grammars, particular or universal, to attempt a precise statement of regular processes of sentence formation and sentence interpretation lay in the widely held belief that there is a natural order of thoughts that is mirrored by the order of words. Hence, the rules of sentence formation do not really belong to grammar but to some other subject in which the order of thoughts is studied. Thus, in the Grammaire Générale Étrusque, Lancelot et al., 1660, it is asserted that, aside from figurative speech, the sequence of words follows an ordre naturel, which conforms l'expression naturelle to nos pensées. Consequently, few grammatical rules need be formulated beyond the rules of ellipsis, inversion, and so on, which determine the figurative use of language. The same view appears in many forms and variants. To mention just one additional example, in an interesting essay devoted largely to the question of how the simultaneous and sequential array of ideas has reflected in the order of words, Diderot concludes that French is unique among languages in the degree to which the order of words corresponds to the natural order of thoughts and ideas. Diderot, 1751. Thus quelque soit l'ordre des termes dans un langage moderne, l'esprit de l'écrivain suivi l'ordre didactique de la syntaxe française, p. 390, nous disons les choses en français, comme l'esprit est force de les considérer en quelque langue qu'on écrive, p. 371. With admirable consistency he goes on to conclude that notre langue peut être sur les hautes l'avantage de l'utile ou l'agréable, p. 372. Thus, French is appropriate for the sciences, whereas Greek, Latin, Italian, and English sont plus avantageous pour les lettres. Moreover, le bon sens choisit la langue française, mais l'imagination et les passions donneront la préférence aux langues anciennes et celles de nos voisins. Il faut parler français dans la société et dans les écoles. 6. Chapter 1. Philosophy, et grec, Latin, anglais, dans les chairs et sous les theatres. Notre langue sera celle de la vérité, si jamais elle revient sur la terre, et la grecque, la latine et les autres seront les langues de la fable et du mensonge. Le français est fait pour instruire, éclairer et convaincre, le grec, le latin, l'italien, l'anglais, pour persuader, émouvoir et tromper. Parlez grec, Latin, Italian au peuple, mais parlez français au sage. Pages 371 to 372. In any event, insofar as the order of words is determined by factors independent of language, it is not necessary to describe it in a particular or universal grammar, and we therefore have principled grounds for excluding an explicit formulation of syntactic processes from grammar. It is worth noting that this naive view of language structure persists to modern times in various forms, for example, in Sausch's image of a sequence of expressions corresponding to an amorphous sequence of concepts, or in the common characterization of language use as merely a matter of use of words and phrases, for example, Ryle, 1953. that the fundamental reason for this inadequacy of traditional grammars is a more technical one. Although it was well understood that linguistic processes are in some sense creative, the technical devices for expressing a system of recursive processes were simply not available until much more recently. In fact, a real understanding of how a language can, in Humboldt's words, make infinite use of finite means has developed only within the last 30 years, in the course of studies in the foundations of mathematics. Now that these insights are readily available, it is possible to return to the problems that were raised, but not solved, in traditional linguistic theory, and to attempt an explicit formulation of the creative processes of language. There is, in short, no longer a technical barrier to the full-scale study of generative grammars. Returning to the main theme, by a generative grammar I mean simply a system of rules that in some explicit and well-defined way assigns structural descriptions to sentences. Obviously, every speaker of a language has mastered and internalized the generative. Methodological preliminaries. 7. Grammar that expresses his knowledge of his language. This is not to say that he is aware of the rules of the grammar or even that he can become aware of them, or that his statements about his intuitive knowledge of the language are necessarily accurate. Any interest in generative grammar will be dealing, for the most part, with mental processes that are far beyond the level of actual or even potential consciousness. Furthermore, it is quite apparent that a speaker's reports and viewpoints about his behavior and his competence may be in error. Thus a generative grammar attempts to specify what the speaker actually knows, not what he may report about his knowledge. Similarly, a theory of visual perception would attempt to account for what a person actually sees and the mechanisms that determine this rather than his statements about what he sees and why, though these statements may provide useful, in fact, compelling evidence for such a theory. To avoid what has been a continuing misunderstanding, it is perhaps worthwhile to reiterate that a generative grammar is not a model for a speaker or a hearer. It attempts to characterize in the most neutral possible terms the knowledge of the language that provides the basis for actual use of language by a speaker-hearer. When we speak of a grammar as generating a sentence with a certain structural description, we mean simply that the grammar assigns this structural description to the sentence. When we say that a sentence has a certain derivation with respect to a particular generative grammar, we say nothing about how the speaker or hearer might proceed, in some practical or efficient way, to construct such a derivation. These questions belong to the theory of language use, the theory of performance. No doubt, a reasonable model of language use will incorporate, as a basic component, the generative grammar that expresses the speaker-hearer's knowledge of the language, but this generative grammar does not, in itself, prescribe the character or functioning of a perceptual model or a model of speech production. For various attempts to clarify this. 8. Chapter 1. Point. C. Chomsky, 1957, Gleason, 1961, Miller and Chomsky, 1963. And many other publications. Confusion over this matter has been sufficiently persistent to suggest that a terminological change might be in order. Nevertheless, I think that the term generative grammar is completely appropriate, and have therefore continued to use it. The term generate is familiar in the sense intended here in logic, particularly in Post's theory of combinatorial systems. Furthermore, generate seems to be the most appropriate translation for Humboldt's term illusion, which he frequently uses, it seems, in essentially the sense here intended. Since this use of the term generate is well established both in logic and in the tradition of linguistic theory, I can see no reason for a revision of terminology. Section 2. Toward a theory of performance. There seems to be little reason to question the traditional view that investigation of performance will proceed only so far as understanding of underlying competence permits. Furthermore, recent work on performance seems to give new support to this assumption. To my knowledge, The only concrete results that have been achieved and the only clear suggestions that have been put forth concerning the theory of performance, outside of phonetics, have come from studies of performance models that incorporate generative grammars of specific kinds, that is, from studies that have been based on assumptions about underlying competence. 3. In particular, there are some suggestive observations concerning limitations on performance imposed by organization of memory and bounds on memory, and concerning the exploitation of grammatical devices to form deviant sentences of various types. The latter question is one to which we shall return in chapters 2 and 4. To clarify further the distinction between competence and performance, it may be useful to summarize briefly some of the suggestions and results that have methodological preliminaries 9. Appeared in the last few years in the study of performance models with limitations of memory, time, and access. For the purposes of this discussion, let us use the term acceptable to refer to utterances that are perfectly natural and immediately comprehensible without paper and pencil analysis, and in no way bizarre or outlandish. Obviously, acceptability will be a matter of degree, along various dimensions. One could go on to propose various operational tests to specify the notion more precisely, for example, rapidity, correctness, and uniformity of recall and recognition, normalcy of intonation. For present purposes, it is unnecessary to delimit it more carefully. To illustrate, the sentences of 1 are somewhat more acceptable, in the intended sense, than those of 2. 1. I called up the man who wrote the book that you told me about. 2. Quite a few of the students who you met who come from New York are friends of mine. 3. John, Bill, Tom, and several of their friends visited us last night. 2. I called the man who wrote the book that you told me about up. 2. The man who the boy who the students recognized pointed out is a friend of mine. The more acceptable sentences are those that are more likely to be produced, more easily understood, less clumsy, and in some sense more natural. 5. The unacceptable sentences one would tend to avoid and replace by more acceptable variants, wherever possible, in actual discourse. The notion acceptable is not to be confused with grammatical. Acceptability is a concept that belongs to the study of performance, whereas grammaticalness belongs to the study of competence. The sentences of 2 are low on the scale. 10. Chapter 1. Of acceptability but high on the scale of grammaticalness, in the technical sense of this term. That is, the generative rules of the language assign an interpretation to them in exactly the way in which they assign an interpretation to the somewhat more acceptable sentences of 1. Like acceptability, grammaticalness is, no doubt, a matter of degree. Cf. Chomsky, 1955, 1957, 1961, but the scales of grammaticalness and acceptability do not coincide. Grammaticalness is only one of many factors that interact to determine acceptability. Correspondingly, although one might propose various operational tests for acceptability, it is unlikely that a necessary and sufficient operational criterion might be invented for the much more abstract and far more important notion of grammaticalness. The unacceptable grammatical sentences often cannot be used, for reasons having to do, not with grammar, but rather with memory limitations, intonational and stylistic factors, iconic elements of discourse, for example, a tendency to place logical subject and object early rather than late, cf. Note 32, Chapter 2, and Note 9, Chapter 3, and so on. Note that it would be quite impossible to characterize the unacceptable sentences in grammatical terms. For example, we cannot formulate particular rules of the grammar in such a way as to exclude them. Nor, obviously, can we exclude them by limiting the number of reapplications of grammatical rules in the generation of a sentence, since unacceptability can just as well arise from application of distinct rules, each being applied only once. In fact, it is clear that we can characterize unacceptable sentences only in terms of some global property of derivations and the structures they define, a property that is attributable, not to a particular rule, but rather to the way in which the rules interrelate in a derivation. This observation suggests that the study of performance could profitably begin with an investigation of the acceptability of the simplest formal structures in grammatical sentences. The most obvious formal property of utterances is their bracketing into. Methodological preliminaries. 11. Constituents of various types, that is, the tree structure associated with them. Among such structures we can distinguish various kinds, for example, those to which we give the following conventional technical names, for the purposes of this discussion. 3. Nested constructions. 2. Self-embedded constructions. 3. Multiple branching constructions. 4. Left branching constructions. V. Right branching constructions. The phrases A and B form a nested construction if A falls totally within B, with some non-null element to its left within B and some non-null element to its right within B. Thus, the phrase "the man who wrote the book that you told me about" is nested in the phrase called "the man who wrote the book that you told me about up" in 2i. The phrase A is self-embedded in B if A is nested in B, and, furthermore, A is a phrase of the same type as B. Thus, who the students recognized is self-embedded in who the boy who the students recognized pointed out in 2, since both are relative clauses. Thus nesting has to do with bracketing, and self-embedding with labeling of brackets as well. A multiple branching construction is one with no internal structure. In 1, the subject noun phrase is multiple branching, since John, Bill, Tom, and several of their friends are its immediate constituents, and have no further association among themselves. In terms of bracketing, a multiple branching construction has the form a B, M. A left branching structure is of the form. For example, in English, such indefinitely iterable structures as John S. brother S. father S. uncle, or the man who you met from Boston, who was on the train, or one which combines several kinds of left branching. Right branching structures are those with the opposite property, for example, the direct object of 1i, or this is the cat that caught the rat that stole the cheese. 12. Chapter 1. The effect of these superficial aspects of sentence structure on performance has been a topic of study since almost the very inception of recent work on generative grammar, and there are some suggestive observations concerning their role in determining acceptability, that is, their role in limiting performance. Summarizing this work briefly, the following observations seem plausible. 4. Repeated nesting contributes to unacceptability. 2. Self-embedding contributes still more radically to unacceptability. 3. Multiple branching constructions are optimal in acceptability. 4. Nesting of a long and complex element reduces acceptability. V. There are no clear examples of unacceptability involving only left branching or only right branching, although these constructions are unnatural in other ways. Thus, for example, in reading the right branching construction, "This is the cat that caught the rat that stole the cheese," the intonation breaks are ordinarily inserted in the wrong places, that is, after cat and rat, instead of where the main brackets appear. In some measure, these phenomena are easily explained. Thus it is known, cf. Chomsky, 1959a, and for discussion, Chomsky, 1961, and Miller and Chomsky, 1963, that an optimal perceptual device, even with a bounded memory, can accept unbounded left branching and right branching structures, though nested, hence ultimately self-embedded, structures go beyond its memory capacity. Thus case 4i is simply a consequence of finiteness of memory, and the unacceptability of such examples as 2 raises no problem. If 4 is correct, 6, then we have evidence for a conclusion about organization of memory that goes beyond the triviality that it must. Methodological preliminaries. 13. Be finite in size. An optimal finite perceptual device of the type discussed in Chomsky 1959a need have no more difficulty with self-embedding than with other kinds of nesting. See Bar-Hillel, Kisher, and Shamir, 1963, for a discussion of this point. To account for the greater unacceptability of self-embedding, assuming this to be a fact, we must add other conditions on the perceptual device beyond mere limitation of memory. We might assume, for example, that the perceptual device has a stock of analytic procedures available to it, one corresponding to each kind of phrase, and that it is organized in such a way that it is unable, or finds it difficult, to utilize a procedure while it is in the course of executing. This is not a necessary feature of a perceptual model, but it is a rather plausible one, and it would account for 4. See, in this connection, Miller and Izard, 1964. The high acceptability of multiple branching, as in case 4, is easily explained on the rather plausible assumption that the ratio of number of the phrases to number of formatives, the node-determinal node ratio, in a tree diagram of a sentence, is a rough measure of the amount of computation that has to be performed in analysis. Thus multiple coordination would be the simplest kind of construction for an analytic device. It would impose the least strain on memory. 7 for discussion, see Miller and Chomsky, 1963. Case 4 Iv suggests decay of memory, perhaps, but raises unsolved problems, see Chomsky, 1961, note 19. Case 4V follows from the result about optimal perceptual models mentioned earlier. But it is unclear why left and right branching structures should become unnatural after a certain point, if they actually do. 8. One might ask whether attention to less superficial aspects of grammatical structure than those of 3 could lead to somewhat deeper conclusions about performance models. This seems entirely possible. For example, in Miller and Chomsky, 1963, some syntactic and perceptual considerations are reduced in support of A. 14. Chapter 1. Suggestion, which is, to be sure, highly speculative, as to the somewhat more detailed organization of a perceptual device. In general, it seems that the study of performance models incorporating generative grammars may be a fruitful study. Furthermore, it is difficult to imagine any other basis on which a theory of performance might develop. There has been a fair amount of criticism of work in generative grammar on the grounds that it slights study of performance in favor of study of underlying competence. The facts, however, seem to be that the only studies of performance, outside of phonetics, but see note 3, are those carried out as a byproduct of work in generative grammar. In particular, the study of memory limitations just summarized and the study of deviation from rules, as a stylistic device, to which we return in chapters 2 and 4, have developed in this way. Furthermore, it seems that these lines of investigation can provide some insight into performance. Consequently, this criticism is unwarranted, and, furthermore, completely misdirected. It is the descriptivist limitation in principle to classification and organization of data, to extracting patterns from a corpus of observed speech, to describing speech habits or habit structures, insofar as these may exist, etc., that precludes the development of a theory of actual performance. Section 3. The organization of a generative grammar. Returning now to the question of competence and the generative grammars that purport to describe it, we stress again that knowledge of a language involves the implicit ability to understand indefinitely many sentences. 9 Hence, a generative grammar must be a system of rules that can iterate to generate an indefinitely large number of structures. This system of rules can be analyzed into the 3 major components of a generative grammar: the syntactic, phonological, and semantic components. 10. Methodological preliminaries. 15. The syntactic component specifies an infinite set of abstract formal objects, each of which incorporates all information relevant to a single interpretation of a particular sentence. 11. Since I shall be concerned here only with the syntactic component, I shall use the term sentence to refer to strings of formatives rather than to strings of phones. It will be recalled that a string of formatives specifies a string of phones uniquely, up to free variation, but not conversely. The phonological component of a grammar determines the phonetic form of a sentence generated by the syntactic rules. That is, it relates a structure generated by the syntactic component to a phonetically represented signal. The semantic component determines the semantic interpretation of a sentence. That is, it relates a structure generated by the syntactic component to a certain semantic representation. Both the phonological and semantic components are therefore purely interpretive. Each utilizes information provided by the syntactic component concerning formatives, their inherent properties, and their interrelations in a given sentence. Consequently, the syntactic component of a grammar must specify, for each sentence, a deep structure that determines its semantic interpretation and a surface structure that determines its phonetic interpretation. The first of these is interpreted by the semantic component, the second, by the phonological component. 12. It might be supposed that surface structure and deep structure will always be identical. In fact, one might briefly characterize the syntactic theories that have arisen in modern structural, taxonomic, linguistics as based on the assumption that deep and surface structures are actually the same. Cf. Postal 1964a, Chomsky, 1964. The central idea of transformational grammar is that they are, in general, distinct and that the surface structure is determined by repeated application of certain formal operations called grammatical transformations to objects of a more elementary sort. If this is true, as I assume, henceforth, then the syntactic component must generate. 16. Chapter 1. Deep and surface structures, for each sentence, and must interrelate them. This idea has been clarified substantially in recent work, in ways that will be described later. In Chapter 3, I shall present a specific and, in part, new proposal as to precisely how it should be formulated. For the moment, it is sufficient to observe that although the immediate constituent analysis, labeled bracketing, of an actual string of formatives may be adequate as an account of surface structure, it is certainly not adequate as an account of deep structure. My concern in this book is primarily with deep structure and, in particular, with the elementary objects of which deep structure is constituted. To clarify exposition, I shall use the following terminology, with occasional revisions as the discussion proceeds. The base of the syntactic component is a system of rules that generate a highly restricted, perhaps finite, set of basic strings, each with an associated structural description called a base phrase marker. These base phrase markers are the elementary units of which deep structures are constituted. I shall assume that no ambiguity is introduced by rules of the base. This assumption seems to me correct, but has no important consequences for what follows here, though it simplifies exposition. Underlying each sentence of the language there is a sequence of base phrase markers, each generated by the base of the syntactic component. I shall refer to this sequence as the basis of the sentence that it underlies. In addition to its base, the syntactic component of a generative grammar contains a transformational subcomponent. This is concerned with generating a sentence, with its surface structure, from its basis. Some familiarity with the operation and effects of transformational rules is henceforth presupposed. Since the base generates only a restricted set of base phrase markers, most sentences will have a sequence of such objects as an underlying basis. Among the sentences with a single base phrase marker as basis, we can delimit two proper subsets called Methodological preliminaries. 17. Kernel sentences. These are sentences of a particularly simple sort that involve a minimum of transformational apparatus in their generation. The notion kernel sentence has, I think, an important intuitive significance, but since kernel sentences play no distinctive role in generation or interpretation of sentences, I shall say nothing more about them here. One must be careful not to confuse kernel sentences with the basic strings that underlie them. The basic strings and base phrase markers do, it seems, play a distinctive and crucial role in language use. Since transformations will not be considered here in detail, no careful distinction will be made, in the case of a sentence with a single element in its basis, between the basic string underlying this sentence and the sentence itself. In other words, at many points in the exposition I shall make the tacit, simplifying, and contrary to fact, assumption that the underlying basic string is the sentence, in this case, and that the base phrase marker is the surface structure as well as the deep structure. I shall try to select examples in such a way as to minimize possible confusion, but the simplifying assumption should be borne in mind throughout. Section 4. Justification of grammars. Before entering directly into an investigation of the syntactic component of a generative grammar, it is important to give some thought to several methodological questions of justification and adequacy. There is, first of all, the question of how one is to obtain information about the speaker-hearer's competence, about his knowledge of the language. Like most facts of interest and importance, this is neither presented for direct observation nor extractable from data by inductive procedures of any known sort. Clearly, the actual data of linguistic performance will provide much evidence for determining the correctness of hypotheses about underlying. 18. Chapter 1. Linguistic structure, along with introspective reports by the native speaker, or the linguist who has learned the language. This is the position that is universally adopted in practice, although there are methodological discussions that seem to imply a reluctance to use observed performance or introspective reports as evidence for some underlying reality. In brief, it is unfortunately the case that no adequate formalizable techniques are known for obtaining reliable information concerning the facts of linguistic structure, nor is this particularly surprising. There are, in other words, very few reliable experimental or data processing procedures for obtaining significant information concerning the linguistic intuition of the native speaker. It is important to bear in mind that when an operational procedure is proposed, it must be tested for adequacy, exactly as a theory of linguistic intuition, a grammar, must be tested for adequacy by measuring it against the standard provided by the tacit knowledge that it attempts to specify and describe. Thus, a proposed operational test for, say, segmentation into words, must meet the empirical condition of conforming, in a mass of crucial and clear cases, to the linguistic intuition of the native speaker concerning such elements. Otherwise, it is without value. The same, obviously, is true in the case of any proposed operational procedure or any proposed grammatical description. If operational procedures were available that met this test, we might be justified in relying on their results in unclear and difficult cases. This remains a hope for the future rather than a present reality, however. This is the objective situation of present-day linguistic work. Allusions to presumably well-known procedures of elicitation or objective methods simply obscure the actual situation in which linguistic work must, for the present, proceed. Furthermore, there is no reason to expect that reliable operational criteria for the deeper and more important theoretical notions of linguistics, such as grammaticalness and paraphrase, will ever be forthcoming. Methodological preliminaries. 19. Even though few reliable operational procedures have been developed, the theoretical, that is, grammatical, investigation of the knowledge of the native speaker can proceed perfectly well. The critical problem for grammatical theory today is not a paucity of evidence but rather the inadequacy of present theories of language to account for masses of evidence that are hardly open to serious question. The problem for the grammarian is to construct a description and, where possible, an explanation for the enormous mass of unquestionable data concerning the linguistic intuition of the native speaker, often himself. The problem for one concerned with operational procedures is to develop tests that give the correct results and make relevant distinctions. Neither the study of grammar nor the attempt to develop useful tests is hampered by lack of evidence with which to check results. For the present, we may hope that these efforts will converge, but they must obviously converge on the tacit knowledge of the native speaker if they are to be of any significance. One may ask whether the necessity for present-day linguistics to give such priority to introspective evidence and to the linguistic intuition of the native speaker excludes it from the domain of science. The answer to this essentially terminological question seems to have no bearing at all on any serious issue. At most, it determines how we shall denote the kind of research that can be effectively carried out in the present state of our technique and understanding. However, this terminological question actually does relate to the different issue of some interest, namely the question whether the important feature of the successful sciences has been their search for insight or their concern for objectivity. The social and behavioral sciences provide ample evidence that objectivity can be pursued with little consequent gain in insight and understanding. On the other hand, a good case can be made for the view that the natural sciences have, by and large, sought objectivity primarily insofar as it is a tool for gaining insight. 4.20. Chapter 1. Providing phenomena that can suggest or test deeper explanatory hypotheses. In any event, at a given stage of investigation, one whose concern is for insight and understanding, rather than for objectivity as a goal in itself, must ask whether or to what extent a wider range and more exact description of phenomena is relevant to solving the problems that he faces. In linguistics, it seems to me that sharpening of the data by more objective tests is a matter of small importance for the problems at hand. One who disagrees with this estimate of the present situation in linguistics can justify his belief in the current importance of more objective operational tests by showing how they can lead to new and deeper understanding of linguistic structure. Perhaps the day will come when the kinds of data that we now can obtain in abundance will be insufficient to resolve deeper questions concerning the structure of language. However, many questions that can realistically and significantly be formulated today do not demand evidence of a kind that is unavailable or unattainable without significant improvements in objectivity of experimental technique. Although there is no way to avoid the traditional assumption that the speaker-hearer's linguistic intuition is the ultimate standard that determines the accuracy of any proposed grammar, linguistic theory, or operational test, it must be emphasized, once again, that this tacit knowledge may very well not be immediately available to the user of the language. To eliminate what has seemed to some an air of paradox in this remark, let me illustrate with a few examples. If a sentence such as flying planes can be dangerous is presented in an appropriately constructed context, the listener will interpret it immediately in a unique way, and will fail to detect the ambiguity. In fact, he may reject the second interpretation, when this is pointed out to him, as forced or unnatural, independently of which interpretation he originally selected under contextual. Methodological preliminaries. 21. Pressure. Nevertheless, his intuitive knowledge of the language is clearly such that both of the interpretations, corresponding to flying planes are dangerous and flying planes is dangerous, are assigned to the sentence by the grammar he has internalized in some form. In the case just mentioned, the ambiguity may be fairly transparent. But consider such a sentence as 5. I had a book stolen. Few hearers may be aware of the fact that their internalized grammar in fact provides at least 3 structural descriptions for this sentence. Nevertheless, This fact can be brought to consciousness by consideration of slight elaborations of sentence 5. For example, I had a book stolen from my car when I stupidly left the window open. That is, someone stole a book from my car. 2. I had a book stolen from his library by a professional thief who I hired to do the job. That is, I had someone steal a book. 3. I almost had a book stolen, but they caught me leaving the library with it. That is, I had almost succeeded in stealing a book. In bringing to consciousness the triple ambiguity of 5, in this way, we present no new information to the hearer and teach him nothing new about his language, but simply arrange matters in such a way that his linguistic intuition, previously obscured, becomes evident to him. As a final illustration, consider the sentences. 6. I persuaded John to leave. 7. I expected John to leave. The first impression of the hearer may be that these sentences receive the same structural analysis. Even fairly careful thought may fail to show him that his internalized grammar assigns very different syntactic descriptions to these sentences. In fact, so far as I have been able to discover, no English grammar has pointed out. 22. Chapter 1. The fundamental distinction between these two constructions, in particular, my own sketches of English grammar in Chomsky, 1955, 1962a, failed to note this. However, it is clear that the sentences 6 and 7 are not parallel in structure. The difference can be brought out by consideration of the sentences. 8. I persuaded a specialist to examine John. 2. I persuaded John to be examined by a specialist. 9. I expected a specialist to examine John. 2. I expected John to be examined by a specialist. The sentences 9I and 9 were cognitively synonymous. One is true if and only if the other is true. But no variety of even weak paraphrase holds between 8I and 8. Thus, 8I can be true or false quite independently of the truth or falsity of 8. Whatever difference of connotation or topic or emphasis one may find between 9I and 9 is just the difference that exists between the active sentence a specialist will examine John and its passive counterpart John will be examined by a specialist. This is not at all the case with respect to 8, however. In fact, the underlying deep structure for 6 and 8 must show that John is the direct object of the verb phrase as well as the grammatical subject of the embedded sentence. Furthermore, in 8, John is the logical direct object of the embedded sentence, whereas in 8I, the phrase a specialist is the direct object of the verb phrase and the logical subject of the embedded sentence. In 7, 9I, and 9, however, the noun phrases John, a specialist, and John, respectively, have no grammatical functions other than those that are internal to the embedded sentence. In particular, John is the logical direct object and a specialist the logical subject in the embedded sentences of 9. Thus, the underlying deep structures for 8I, 8, 9I, and 9 are, respectively, the following: 13. Methodological preliminaries. 23. 10I. Noun phrase, verb, noun phrase, sentence. I persuaded a specialist. A specialist will examine John. 2. Noun phrase, verb, noun phrase, sentence. I persuaded John. A specialist will examine John. 11. I, noun phrase, verb, sentence. I expected. A specialist will examine John. 2. Noun phrase, verb, sentence. I expected. A specialist will examine John. In the case of 10 and 11, the passive transformation will apply to the embedded sentence, and in all 4 cases other operations will give the final surface forms of 8 and 9. The important point in the present connection is that 8I differs from 8 in underlying structure, although 9I and 9 are essentially the same in underlying structure. This accounts for the difference in meaning. Notice, in support of this difference in analysis, that we can have I persuaded John that, of the fact that, sentence, but not I expected John that, of the fact that, sentence. The example, 6-7, serves to illustrate two important points. First, it shows how unrevealing surface structure may be as to underlying deep structure. Thus, 6 and 7 are the same in surface structure, but very different in the deep structure that underlies them and determines their semantic interpretations. Second, it illustrates the elusiveness of the speaker's tacit knowledge. Until such examples as 8 and 9 are adduced, it may not be in the least clear to a speaker of English that the grammar that he has internalized in fact assigns very different syntactic analyses to the superficially analogous sentences 6 and 7. In short, we must be careful not to overlook the fact that surface similarities may hide underlying distinctions of a fundamental nature, and that it may be necessary to guide and draw out the speaker's intuition in perhaps fairly subtle ways before we can. 24. Chapter 1. Determine what is the actual character of his knowledge of his language or of anything else. Neither point is new. The former is a commonplace of traditional linguistic theory and analytic philosophy. The latter is as old as Plato's Meno. Both are too often overlooked. A grammar can be regarded as a theory of a language. It is descriptively adequate to the extent that it correctly describes the intrinsic competence of the idealized native speaker. The structural descriptions assigned to sentences by the grammar, the distinctions that it makes between well-formed and deviant, and so on, must, for descriptive adequacy, correspond to the linguistic intuition of the native speaker, whether or not he may be immediately aware of this, in a substantial and significant class of crucial cases. A linguistic theory must contain a definition of grammar, that is, a specification of the class of potential grammars. We may, correspondingly, say that a linguistic theory is descriptively adequate if it makes a descriptively adequate grammar available for each natural language. Although even descriptive adequacy on a large scale is by no means easy to approach, it is crucial for the productive development of linguistic theory that much higher goals than this be pursued. To facilitate the clear formulation of deeper questions, it is useful to consider the abstract problem of constructing an acquisition model for language, that is, a theory of language learning or grammar construction. Clearly, a child who has learned a language has developed an internal representation of a system of rules that determine how sentences are to be formed, used, and understood. Using the term grammar with a systematic ambiguity, to refer, first, to the native speaker's internally represented theory of his language and, second, to the linguist's account of this, we can say that the child has developed an internally represented generative grammar, in the sense described. He has done this on the basis of observation of what we may call primary linguistic data. Methodological preliminaries. 25. This must include examples of linguistic performance that are taken to be well-formed sentences, and may include also examples designated as non-sentences, and no doubt much other information of the sort that is required for language learning, whatever this may be. See pages 31 to 32. On the basis of such data, the child constructs a grammar, that is, a theory of the language of which the well-formed sentences of the primary linguistic data constitute a small sample. 14. To learn a language, then, the child must have a method for devising an appropriate grammar, given primary linguistic data. As a precondition for language learning, he must possess, first, a linguistic theory that specifies the form of the grammar of a possible human language, and, second, a strategy for selecting a grammar of the appropriate form that is compatible with the primary linguistic data. As a long-range task for general linguistics, we might set the problem of developing an account of this innate linguistic theory that provides the basis for language learning. Note that we are again using the term theory, in this case theory of language rather than theory of a particular language, with a systematic ambiguity, to refer both to the child's innate predisposition to learn a language of a certain type and to the linguist's account of this. To the extent that a linguistic theory succeeds in selecting a descriptively adequate grammar on the basis of primary linguistic data, we can say that it meets the condition of explanatory adequacy. That is, to this extent, it offers an explanation for the intuition of the native speaker on the basis of an empirical hypothesis concerning the innate predisposition of the child to develop a certain kind of theory to deal with the evidence presented to him. Any such hypothesis can be falsified, all too easily, in actual fact, by showing that it fails to provide a descriptively adequate grammar for primary linguistic data from some other language. Evidently the child is not predisposed to learn one language rather than another. It is supported when it does provide an adequate. 26. Chapter 1. Explanation for some aspect of linguistic structure, an account of the way in which such knowledge might have been obtained. Clearly, it would be utopian to expect to achieve explanatory adequacy on a large scale in the present state of linguistics. Nevertheless, considerations of explanatory adequacy are often critical for advancing linguistic theory. Gross coverage of a large mass of data can often be attained by conflicting theories. For precisely this reason it is not, in itself, an achievement of any particular theoretical interest or importance. As in any other field, the important problem in linguistics is to discover a complex of data that differentiates between conflicting conceptions of linguistic structure, in that one of these conflicting theories can describe these data only by ad hoc means, whereas the other can explain it on the basis of some empirical assumption about the form of language. Such small-scale studies of explanatory adequacy have, in fact, provided most of the evidence that has any serious bearing on the nature of linguistic structure. Thus, whether we are comparing radically different theories of grammar or trying to determine the correctness of some particular aspect of one such theory, it is questions of explanatory adequacy that must, quite often, bear the burden of justification. This remark is in no way inconsistent with the fact that explanatory adequacy on a large scale is out of reach, for the present. It simply brings out the highly tentative character of any attempt to justify an empirical claim about linguistic structure. To summarize briefly, there are two respects in which one can speak of justifying a generative grammar. On one level, that of a descriptive adequacy, the grammar is justified to the extent that it correctly describes its object, namely the linguistic intuition, the tacit competence, of the native speaker. In this sense, the grammar is justified on external grounds, on grounds of correspondence to linguistic fact. On a much deeper and hence much more readily attainable level, that of explanatory adequacy, a grammar is justified to the extent that it is a principle descriptively adequate. Methodological preliminaries. 27. System, in that the linguistic theory with which it is associated selects this grammar over others, given primary linguistic data with which all are compatible. In this sense, the grammar is justified on internal grounds, on grounds of its relation to a linguistic theory that constitutes an explanatory hypothesis about the form of language as such. The problem of internal justification of explanatory adequacy is essentially the problem of constructing a theory of language acquisition, an account of the specific innate abilities that make this achievement possible. Section 5. Formal and substantive universals. A theory of linguistic structure that aims for explanatory adequacy incorporates an account of linguistic universals, and it attributes tacit knowledge of these universals to the child. It proposes, then, that the child approaches the data with the presumption that they are drawn from a language of a certain antecedently well-defined type, his problem being to determine which of the humanly possible languages is that of the community in which he is placed. Language learning would be impossible unless this were the case. The important question is, What are the initial assumptions concerning the nature of language that the child brings to language learning, and how detailed and specific is the innate schema, the general definition of grammar, that gradually becomes more explicit and differentiated as the child learns the language? For the present we cannot come at all close to making a hypothesis about innate schemata that is rich, detailed, and specific enough to account for the fact of language acquisition. Consequently, the main task of linguistic theory must be to develop an account of linguistic universals that, on the one hand, will not be falsified by the actual diversity of languages and, on the other, will be sufficiently rich and explicit to account for the rapidity and uniformity of language learning, and the remarkable complexity and range. 28. Chapter 1. Of the generative grammars that are the product of language learning. The study of linguistic universals is the study of the properties of any generative grammar for a natural language. Particular assumptions about linguistic universals may pertain to either the syntactic, semantic, or phonological component, or to interrelations among the three components. It is useful to classify linguistic universals as formal or substantive. A theory of substantive universals claims that items of a particular kind in any language must be drawn from a fixed class of items. For example, Jacobson's theory of distinctive features can be interpreted as making an assertion about substantive universals with respect to the phonological component of a generative grammar. It asserts that each output of this component consists of elements that are characterized in terms of some small number of the fixed universal phonetic features, perhaps on the order of 15 or 20, each of which has a substantive acoustic articulatory characterization independent of any particular language. Traditional universal grammar was also a theory of substantive universals. In this sense, it not only put forth interesting views as to the nature of universal phonetics, but also advanced the position that certain fixed syntactic categories, noun, verb, etc., can be found in the syntactic representations of the sentences of any language, and that these provide the general underlying syntactic structure of each language. A theory of substantive semantic universals might hold, for example, that certain designative functions must be carried out in a specified way in each language. Thus, it might assert that each language will contain terms that designate persons or lexical items referring to certain specific kinds of objects, feelings, behavior, and so on. It is also possible, however, to search for universal properties of a more abstract sort. Consider a claim that the grammar of every language meets certain specified formal conditions. The truth of methodological preliminaries. 29. This hypothesis would not in itself imply that any particular rule must appear in all or even in any two grammars. The property of having a grammar meeting a certain abstract condition might be called a formal linguistic universal, if shown to be a general property of natural languages. Recent attempts to specify the abstract conditions that a generative grammar must meet have produced a variety of proposals concerning formal universals, in this sense. For example, consider the proposal that the syntactic component of grammar must contain transformational rules, these being operations of a highly special kind, mapping semantically interpreted deep structures into phonetically interpreted surface structures, or the proposal that the phonological component of a grammar consists of a sequence of rules, a subset of which may apply cyclically to successively more dominant constituents of the surface structure, a transformational cycle, in the sense of much recent work on phonology. Such proposals make claims of a quite different sort from the claim that certain substantive phonetic elements are available for phonetic representation in all languages, or that certain specific categories must be central to the syntax of all languages, or that certain semantic features or categories provide a universal framework for semantic description. Substantive universals such as these concern the vocabulary for the description of language. Formal universals involve rather the character of the rules that appear in grammars and the ways in which they can be interconnected. On the semantic level, too, it is possible to search for what might be called formal universals, in essentially the sense just described. Consider, for example, the assumption that proper names, in any language, must designate objects meeting a condition of spatio-temporal contiguity, 15, and that the same is true of other terms designating objects, or the condition that the color words of any language must subdivide the color spectrum into continuous segments, or the condition that artifacts are defined in terms of certain human goals. 30. Chapter 1. Needs and functions instead of solely in terms of physical qualities. 16 Formal constraints of this sort on a system of concepts may severely limit the choice, by the child, or the linguist, of a descriptive grammar, given primary linguistic data. The existence of a deep-seated formal universals, in the sense suggested by such examples as these, implies that all languages are cut to the same pattern, but does not imply that there is any point-by-point correspondence between particular languages. It does not, for example, imply that there must be some reasonable procedure for translating between languages. 17. In general, there is no doubt that a theory of language, regarded as a hypothesis about the innate language-forming capacity of humans, should concern itself with both substantive and formal universals. But whereas substantive universals have been the traditional concern of general linguistic theory, investigations of the abstract conditions that must be satisfied by any generative grammar have been undertaken only quite recently. They seem to offer extremely rich and varied possibilities for study in all aspects of grammar. Section 6. Further remarks on descriptive and explanatory theories. Let us consider with somewhat greater care just what is involved in the construction of an acquisition model for language. A child who is capable of language learning must have 12i. A technique for representing input signals. 2. A way of representing structural information about these signals. 3. Some initial delimitation of a class of possible hypotheses about language structure. 4. A method for determining what each such hypothesis implies with respect to each sentence. Methodological preliminaries. 31. V. A method for selecting one of the, presumably, infinitely many, hypotheses that are allowed by 3, and are compatible with the given primary linguistic data. Correspondingly, a theory of linguistic structure that aims for explanatory adequacy must contain 13. A universal phonetic theory that defines the notion possible sentence. 2. A definition of structural description. 3. A definition of generative grammar. 4. A method for determining structural description of a sentence, given a grammar. V. A way of evaluating alternative proposed grammars. Putting the same requirements in somewhat different terms, we must require of such a linguistic theory that it provide for 14. An enumeration of the class S1, S2 of possible sentences. 2. An enumeration of the class SD1, SD2 of possible structural descriptions. 3. An enumeration of the class G1, G2 of possible generative grammars. 4. Specification of a function f such that SDFI, J, is the structural description assigned to sentence C by grammar GJ, for arbitrary I, J18. V. Specification of a function M such that Mi is an integer associated with the grammar Gi as its value, with, let us say, lower value indicated by higher number. Conditions of at least this strength are entailed by the decision to aim for explanatory adequacy. A theory meeting these conditions would attempt to account for language learning in the following way. Consider first the nature of primary linguistic data. This consists of a finite amount of 32. Chapter 1. Information about sentences, which, furthermore, must be rather restricted in scope, considering the time limitations that are in effect, and fairly degenerate in quality, cf. Note 14. For example, certain signals might be accepted as properly formed sentences, while others are classed as non-sentences, as a result of correction of the learner's attempts on the part of the linguistic community. Furthermore, the conditions of use might be such as to require that structural descriptions be assigned to these objects in certain ways. That the latter is a prerequisite for language acquisition seems to follow from the widely accepted, but, for the moment, quite unsupported, view that there must be a partially semantic basis for the acquisition of syntax or for the justification of hypotheses about the syntactic component of a grammar. Incidentally, it is often not realized how strong a claim this is about the innate concept-forming abilities of the child and the system of linguistic universals that these abilities imply. Thus what is maintained, presumably, is that the child has an innate theory of potential structural descriptions that is sufficiently rich and fully developed so that he is able to determine, from a real situation in which a signal occurs, which structural descriptions may be appropriate to this signal, and also that he is able to do this in part in advance of any assumption as to the linguistic structure of this signal. To say that the assumption about innate capacity is extremely strong is, of course, not to say that it is incorrect. Let us, in any event, assume tentatively that the primary linguistic data consist of signals classified as sentences and non-sentences, and a partial and tentative pairing of signals with structural descriptions. The language acquisition device that meets conditions I-4 is capable of utilizing such primary linguistic data as the empirical basis for language learning. This device must search through the set of possible hypotheses G1, G2, which are available to it by virtue of condition 3, and must select grammars that are compatible with the primary linguistic data, represented in terms of I and methodological preliminaries. 33. 2. It is possible to test compatibility by virtue of the fact that the device meets condition 4. The device would then select one of these potential grammars by the evaluation measure guaranteed by V19. The selected grammar now provides the device with a method for interpreting an arbitrary sentence, by virtue of 2 and 4. That is to say, the device has now constructed a theory of the language of which the primary linguistic data are a sample. The theory that the device has now selected and internally represented specifies its tacit competence, its knowledge of the language. The child who acquires a language in this way of course knows a great deal more than he has learned. His knowledge of the language, as this is determined by his internalized grammar, goes far beyond the presented primary linguistic data and is in no sense an inductive generalization from these data. This account of language learning can, obviously, be paraphrased directly as a description of how the linguist whose work is guided by a linguistic theory meeting conditions I-V would justify a grammar that he constructs for a language on the basis of given primary linguistic data. 20. Notice, incidentally, that care must be taken to distinguish several different ways in which primary linguistic data may be necessary for language learning. In part, such data determine to which of the possible languages, that is, the languages provided with grammars in accordance with the a priori constraint 3, the language learner is being exposed, and it is this function of the primary linguistic data that we are considering here. But such data may play an entirely different role as well, namely, certain kinds of data and experience may be required in order to set the language acquisition device into operation, although they may not affect the manner of its functioning in the least. Thus, it has been found that semantic reference may greatly facilitate performance in a syntax learning experiment, even though it does not, apparently, affect the manner in which acquisition of syntax proceeds, that is, it plays no role in. 34. Chapter 1. Determining which hypotheses are selected by the learner, Miller and Norman, 1964. Similarly, it would not be at all surprising to find that normal language learning requires use of language in real-life situations, in some way. But this, if true, would not be sufficient to show that information regarding situational context, in particular, a pairing of signals with structural descriptions that is at least in part prior to assumptions about syntactic structure, plays any role in determining how language is acquired, once the mechanism is put to work and the task of language learning is undertaken by the child. This distinction is quite familiar outside of the domain of language acquisition. For example, Richard Held has shown in numerous experiments that under certain circumstances reafferent stimulation, that is, stimulation resulting from voluntary activity, is a prerequisite to the development of a concept of visual space, although it may not determine the character of this concept. Cf. Held and Hein, 1963, Held and Friedman, 1963, and references cited there. Or, to take one of innumerable examples from studies of animal learning, it has been observed, Lemon and Patterson, 1964, that depth perception in lambs has considerably facilitated by mother-neonate contact, although again there is no reason to suppose that the nature of the lamb's theory of visual space depends on this contact. In studying the actual character of learning, linguistic or otherwise, it is of course necessary to distinguish carefully between these two functions of external data, the function of initiating or facilitating the operation of innate mechanisms and the function of determining in part the direction that learning will take. 21. Returning now to the main theme, we shall call a theory of linguistic structure that meets conditions, I-V, an explanatory theory, and a theory that meets conditions, I-4, a descriptive theory. In fact, a linguistic theory that is concerned only with descriptive adequacy will limit its attention to topics, I-4. Such a theory must, in other words, make available a class of generative methodological preliminaries. 35. Grammars containing, for each language, a descriptively adequate grammar of this language, a grammar that, by means of 4. Assigns structural descriptions to sentences in accordance with the linguistic competence of the native speaker. A theory of language is empirically significant only to the extent that it meets conditions, I-4. The further question of explanatory adequacy arises only in connection with a theory that also meets condition, V, but see pages 36 to 37. In other words, it arises only to the extent that the theory provides a principled basis for selecting a descriptively adequate grammar on the basis of primary linguistic data by the use of a well-defined evaluation measure. This account is misleading in one important respect. It suggests that to raise a descriptively adequate theory to the level of explanatory adequacy one needs only to define an appropriate evaluation measure. This is incorrect, however. A theory may be descriptively adequate, in the sense just defined, and yet provide such a wide range of potential grammars that there is no possibility of discovering a formal property distinguishing the descriptively adequate grammars, in general, from among the mass of grammars compatible with whatever data are available. In fact, the real problem is almost always to restrict the range of possible hypotheses by adding additional structure to the notion generative grammar. For the construction of a reasonable acquisition model, it is necessary to reduce the class of attainable 22 grammars compatible with given primary linguistic data to the point where selection among them can be made by a formal evaluation measure. This requires a precise and narrow delimitation of the notion generative grammar, a restrictive and rich hypothesis concerning the universal properties that determine the form of language, in the traditional sense of this term. The same point can be put in a somewhat different way. Given a variety of descriptively adequate grammars for natural languages, we are interested in determining to what extent they are unique and 36. Chapter 1. To what extent there are deep underlying similarities among them that are attributable to the form of language as such. Real progress in linguistics consists in the discovery that certain features of given languages can be reduced to universal properties of language, and explained in terms of these deeper aspects of linguistic form. Thus, the major endeavor of the linguist must be to enrich the theory of linguistic form by formulating more specific constraints and conditions on the notion generative grammar. Where this can be done, particular grammars can be simplified by eliminating from them descriptive statements that are attributable to the general theory of grammar, cf. Section 5. For example, if we conclude that the transformational cycle 23 is a universal feature of the phonological component, it is unnecessary, in the grammar of English, to describe the manner of functioning of those phonological rules that involve syntactic structure. This description will now have been abstracted from the grammar of English and stated as a formal linguistic universal, as part of the theory of generative grammar. Obviously, this conclusion, if justified, would represent an important advance in the theory of language, since it would then have been shown that what appears to be a peculiarity of English is actually explicable in terms of a general and deep empirical assumption about the nature of language, an assumption that can be refuted, if false, by study of descriptively adequate grammars of other languages. In short, the most serious problem that arises in the attempt to achieve explanatory adequacy is that of characterizing the notion generative grammar in a sufficiently rich, detailed, and highly structured way. A theory of grammar may be descriptively adequate and yet leave unexpressed major features that are defining properties of natural language and that distinguish natural languages from arbitrary symbolic systems. It is for just this reason that the attempt to achieve explanatory adequacy, the attempt to discover linguistic universals, is so crucial at every stage of understanding of linguistic structure, despite the fact that even descriptive adequacy. Methodological preliminaries. 37. On a broad scale may be an unrealized goal. It is not necessary to achieve descriptive adequacy before raising questions of explanatory adequacy. On the contrary, the crucial questions, the questions that have the greatest bearing on our concept of language and on descriptive practice as well, are almost always those involving explanatory adequacy with respect to particular aspects of language structure. To acquire language, a child must devise a hypothesis compatible with presented data. He must select from the store of potential grammars a specific one that is appropriate to the data available to him. It is logically possible that the data might be sufficiently rich and the class of potential grammars sufficiently limited so that no more than a single permitted grammar will be compatible with the available data at the moment of successful language acquisition, in our idealized instantaneous model, cf. Notes 19 and 22. In this case, no evaluation procedure will be necessary as a part of linguistic theory, that is, as an innate property of an organism or a device capable of language acquisition. It is rather difficult to imagine how in detail this logical possibility might be realized, and all concrete attempts to formulate an empirically adequate linguistic theory certainly leave ample room for mutually inconsistent grammars, all compatible with primary data of any conceivable sort. All such theories therefore require supplementation by an evaluation measure if language acquisition is to be accounted for and selection of specific grammars is to be justified, and I shall continue to assume tentatively, as heretofore, that this is an empirical fact about the innate human faculty to language and consequently about general linguistic theory as well. Section 7. On evaluation procedures. The status of an evaluation procedure for grammars, see condition V of 12-14, has often been misconstrued. It must first of all 38. Chapter 1. Be kept clearly in mind that such a measure is not given a priori, in some manner. Rather, any proposal concerning such a measure is an empirical hypothesis about the nature of language. This is evident from the preceding discussion. Suppose that we have a descriptive theory, meeting conditions, I-4, of 12-14, in some fixed way. Given primarily linguistic data D, different choices of an evaluation measure will assign quite different ranks to alternative hypotheses, alternative grammars, as to the language of which D is a sample, and will therefore lead to entirely different predictions as to how a person who learns a language on the basis of D will interpret new sentences not in D. Consequently, choice of an evaluation measure is an empirical matter, and particular proposals are correct or incorrect. Perhaps confusion about this matter can be traced to the use of the term simplicity measure for particular proposed evaluation measures, it being assumed that simplicity is a general notion somehow understood in advance outside of linguistic theory. This is a misconception, however. In the context of this discussion, simplicity, that is, the evaluation measure M of V, is a notion to be defined within linguistic theory along with grammar, phoneme, etc. Choice of a simplicity measure is rather like determination of the value of a physical constant. We are given, in part, an empirical pairing of certain kinds of primary linguistic data with certain grammars that are in fact constructed by people presented with such data. A proposed simplicity measure constitutes part of the attempt to determine precisely the nature of this association. If a particular formulation of I-4 is assumed, and if pairs D1, GL, D2, G2 of primary linguistic data and descriptively adequate grammars are given, the problem of defining simplicity is just the problem of discovering how GI is determined by D for each I. Suppose, in other words, that we regard an acquisition model for language as an input-output device that determines a particular generative grammar as output, given certain primary linguistic methodological preliminaries. 39. Data as input. A proposed simplicity measure, taken together with a specification of I-4, constitutes a hypothesis concerning the nature of such a device. Choice of a simplicity measure is therefore an empirical matter with empirical consequences. All of this has been said before. I repeat it at such length because it has been so grossly misunderstood. It is also apparent that evaluation measures of the kinds that have been discussed in the literature on generative grammar cannot be used to compare different theories of grammar. Comparison of a grammar from one class of proposed grammars with a grammar from another class, by such a measure, is utterly without sense. Rather, an evaluation measure of this kind is an essential part of a particular theory of grammar that aims at explanatory adequacy. It is true that there is a sense in which alternative theories of language, or alternative theories in other domains, can be compared as to simplicity and elegance. What we have been discussing here, however, is not this general question but rather the problem of comparing two theories of a language, two grammars of this language, in terms of a particular general linguistic theory. This is, then, a matter of formulating an explanatory theory of language. It is not to be confused with the problem of choosing among competing theories of language. Choice among competing theories of language is of course a fundamental question and should also be settled, insofar as possible, on empirical grounds of descriptive and explanatory adequacy. But it is not the question involved in the use of an evaluation measure in the attempt to achieve explanatory adequacy. As a concrete illustration, consider the question of whether the rules of a grammar should be unordered. Let us call this the linguistic theory 2, or ordered in some specific way, the theory 2. A priori, there is no way to decide which of the two is correct. There is no known absolute sense of simplicity or elegance, developed within linguistic theory or general epistemology, in 40. Chapter 1. Accordance with which two and can be compared. It is quite meaningless, therefore, to maintain that in some absolute sense two is simpler than two or conversely. One can easily invent a general concept of simplicity that will prefer to two, or to two. In neither case will this concept have any known justification. Certain measures of evaluation have been proposed and in part empirically justified within linguistics. For example, minimization of feature specification, as discussed in Halley, 1959a, 1961, 1962a, 1964, or the measure based on abbreviatory notations, discussed on pp. 42f. These measures do not apply, because they are internal to a specific linguistic theory and their empirical justification relies essentially on this fact. To choose between 2 and 2, we must proceed in an entirely different way. We must ask whether 2 author provides descriptively adequate grammars for natural languages, or leads to explanatory adequacy. This is a perfectly meaningful empirical question if the theories in question are stated with sufficient care. For example, if this is the familiar theory of phrase structure, grammar, and the dose is the same theory, with the further condition that the rules are linearly ordered and apply cyclically, with at least one rule AX being obligatory for each category A, so as to guarantee that each cycle is non-vacuous, then it can be shown that this and those are incomparable in descriptive power, in strong generative capacity. See Section 9, see Chomsky, 1955, Chapters 6 and 7, and Chomsky, 1956, for some discussion of such systems. Consequently, we might ask whether natural languages in fact fall under this or those, these being non-equivalent and empirically distinguishable theories. Or, supposing TUP and TOP to be theories of the phonological component, where TUP holds phonological rules to be unordered and TOP holds them to be partially ordered, it is easy to invent hypothetical languages for which significant generalizations are expressible in terms of TOP but not TUP, or conversely. We can therefore try to determine whether there are significant generalizations that are expressible in terms of one. Methodological preliminaries. 41. But not the other theory in the case of empirically given languages. In principle, either result is possible. It is an entirely factual question, having to do with the properties of natural languages. We shall see later that those is rather well motivated as a theory of the base, and strong arguments have been offered to show that TOP is correct and TUP is wrong, as a theory of phonological processes. Cf. Chomsky, 1951. 1964, Halley, 1959A, 1959B, 1962A, 1964. In both cases, the argument turns on the factual question of expressibility of linguistically significant generalizations in terms of one or the other theory, not on any presumed absolute sense of simplicity that might rank two into relative to one another. Failure to appreciate this fact has led to a great deal of vacuous and pointless discussion. Confusion about these questions may also have been engendered by the fact that there are several different senses in which one can talk of justifying a grammar, as noted on pages 26 to 27. To repeat the major point, on the one hand, the grammar can be justified on external grounds of descriptive adequacy. We may ask whether it states the facts about the language correctly, whether it predicts correctly how the idealized native speaker would understand arbitrary sentences and gives a correct account of the basis for this achievement. On the other hand, a grammar can be justified on internal grounds if, given an explanatory linguistic theory, it can be shown that this grammar is the highest valued grammar permitted by the theory and compatible with given primary linguistic data. In the latter case, a principled basis is presented for the construction of this grammar, and it is therefore justified on much deeper empirical grounds. Both kinds of justification are of the course necessary. It is important, however, not to confuse them. In the case of linguistic theory that is merely descriptive, only one kind of justification can be given, namely, we can show that it permits grammars that meet the external condition of descriptive adequacy. 24. It is only when all of their 42. Chapter 1. Conditions, I-V, of 12-14, are met that the deeper question of internal justification can be raised. It is also apparent that the discussion as to whether an evaluation measure is a necessary part of linguistic theory is quite without substance. See, however, p. 37. if the linguist is content to formulate descriptions one way or another with little concern for justification, and if he does not intend to proceed from the study of facts about particular languages to an investigation of the characteristic properties of natural language as such, then construction of an evaluation procedure and the associated concerns that relate to explanatory adequacy need not concern him. In this case, since interest in justification has been abandoned, neither evidence nor argument, beyond minimal requirements of consistency, has any bearing on what the linguist presents as a linguistic description. On the other hand, if he wishes to achieve descriptive adequacy in his account of language structure, he must concern himself with the problem of developing an explanatory theory of the form of grammar, since this provides one of the main tools for arriving at a descriptively adequate grammar in any particular case. In other words, choice of a grammar for a particular language L will always be much underdetermined by the data drawn from L alone. Moreover, other relevant data, namely, successful grammars for other languages or successful fragments for other subparts of L, will be available to the linguist only if he possesses an explanatory theory. Such a theory limits the choice of grammar by the dual method of imposing formal conditions on grammar and providing an evaluation procedure to be applied for the language L with which he is now concerned. Both the formal conditions and the evaluation procedure can be empirically justified by their success in other cases. Hence, any far-reaching concern for descriptive adequacy must lead to an attempt to develop an explanatory theory that fulfills these dual functions, and concern with explanatory adequacy surely requires an investigation of evaluation procedures. Methodological preliminaries. 43. The major problem in constructing an evaluation measure for grammars is that of determining which generalizations about a language are significant ones. An evaluation measure must be selected in such a way as to favor these. We have a generalization when a set of rules about distinct items can be replaced by a single rule, or, more generally, partially identical rules about the whole set, or when it can be shown that a natural class of items undergoes a certain process or set of similar processes. Thus, choice of an evaluation measure constitutes a decision as to what are similar processes and natural classes. In short, what are significant generalizations? The problem is to devise a procedure that will assign a numerical measure of valuation to a grammar in terms of the degree of linguistically significant generalization that this grammar achieves. The obvious numerical measure to be applied to a grammar is length, in terms of number of symbols. But if this is to be a meaningful measure, it is necessary to devise notations and to restrict the form of rules in such a way that significant considerations of complexity and generality are converted into considerations of length, so that real generalizations shorten the grammar and spurious ones do not. Thus it is the notational conventions used in presenting a grammar that define significant generalization, if the evaluation measure is taken as length. This is, in fact, the rationale behind the conventions for use of parentheses, brackets, etc., that have been adopted in explicit, that is, generative, grammars. For a detailed discussion of these, see Chomsky, 1951, 1955, Postal, 1962a, and Matthews, 1964. To take just one example, consider the analysis of the English verbal auxiliary. The facts are that such a phrase must contain tense, which is, furthermore, past or present, and then may or may not contain the modal and either the perfect or progressive aspect, or both, where the elements must appear in the order just given. Using familiar notational conventions, we can state this rule in the following form. 44. Chapter 1. 15. O tense, modal, perfect, progressive. Omitting details that are not relevant here. Rule 15 is an abbreviation for 8 rules that analyze the element O into its 8 possible forms. Stated in full, these 8 rules would involve 20 symbols, whereas Rule 15 involves 4, not counting O, in both cases. The parenthesis notation, in this case, has the following meaning. It asserts that the difference between 4 and 20 symbols is a measure of the degree of linguistically significant generalization achieved in a language that has the forms given in list 16 for the auxiliary phrase, as compared with a language that has, for example, the forms given in list 17 as the representatives of this category. 16. Tense, tense modal, tense perfect, tense progressive, tense modal perfect, tense modal progressive, tense perfect progressive, tense modal perfect progressive. 17. Tense modal perfect progressive, modal perfect progressive tense, perfect progressive tense modal, progressive tense modal perfect, tense perfect, modal progressive. In the case of both list 16 and list 17, 20 symbols are involved. List 16 abbreviates to Rule 15 by the notational convention. List 17 cannot be abbreviated by this convention. Hence, adoption of the familiar notational conventions involving the use of parentheses amounts to a claim that there is a linguistically significant generalization underlying the set of forms in list 16, but not the set of forms in list 17. It amounts to the empirical hypothesis that regularities of the type exemplified in 16 are those found in natural languages, and are of the type that children learning a language will expect, whereas cyclic regularities of the type exemplified in 17, though perfectly genuine, abstractly, are not characteristic of natural language, and not of the type for which. Methodological preliminaries. 45. Children will intuitively search in language materials, and are much more difficult for the language learner to construct on the basis of scattered data or truths. What is claimed, then, is that when given scattered examples from 16, the language learner will construct the rule 15, generating the full set with their semantic interpretations, whereas when given scattered examples that could be subsumed under a cyclic rule, he will not incorporate this generalization in his grammar. He will not, for example, conclude from the existence of yesterday John arrived and John arrived yesterday that there is a third form arrived yesterday John, or from the existence of is John here and here is John that there is a third form John here is, etc. One might easily propose a different notational convention that would abbreviate list 17 to a shorter rule than list 16, thus making a different empirical assumption about what constitutes linguistically significant generalization. There is no a priori reason for preferring the usual convention. It simply embodies a factual claim about the structure of natural language and the predisposition of the child to search for certain types of regularity in natural language. The illustrative examples of the preceding paragraph must be regarded with some caution. It is the full set of notational conventions that constitute an evaluation procedure, in the manner outlined earlier. The factual content of an explanatory theory lies in its claim that the most highly valued grammar of the permitted form will be selected, on the basis of given data. Hence, descriptions of particular subsystems of the grammar must be evaluated in terms of their effect on the entire system of rules. The extent to which particular parts of the grammar can be selected independently of others is an empirical matter about which very little is known at present. Although alternatives can be clearly formulated, deeper studies of particular languages than are presently available are needed to settle the questions that immediately arise when these extremely important issues are raised. To my knowledge, the only 46. Chapter 1. Attempt to evaluate a fairly full and complex subsystem of a grammar is in Chomsky, 1951, but even here all that is shown is that the value of the system is a local maximum in the sense that interchange of adjacent rules decreases value. The effect of modifications on a larger scale is not investigated. Certain aspects of the general question, relating to lexical and phonological structure, are discussed in Halley and Chomsky. Forthcoming. One special case of this general approach to evaluation that has been worked out in a particularly convincing way is the condition of minimization of distinctive feature specifications in the phonological component of the grammar. A very plausible argument can be given to the effect that this convention defines the notions of natural class and significant generalization that have been relied on implicitly in descriptive and comparative historical phonological investigations, and that determine the intuitively given distinction between phonologically possible and phonologically impossible nonsense forms. For discussion, see Halley, 1959a, 1959b, 1961, 1962a, 1964, Halley and Chomsky, forthcoming. It is important to observe that the effectiveness of this particular evaluation measure is completely dependent on a strong assumption about the form of grammar, namely, the assumption that only feature notation is permitted. If phonemic notation is allowed in addition to feature notation, the measure gives absurd consequences, as Halley shows. It is clear, then, that choice of notations and other conventions is not an arbitrary or merely technical matter, if length is to be taken as the measure of valuation for a grammar. It is, rather, a matter that has immediate and perhaps quite drastic empirical consequences. When particular notational devices are incorporated into a linguistic theory of the sort we are discussing, a certain empirical claim is made, implicitly, concerning natural language. It is implied that a person learning a language will attempt to formulate generalizations that can easily be expressed, that is, with methodological preliminaries. 47. Few symbols, in terms of the notations available in this theory, and that he will select grammars containing these generalizations over other grammars that are also compatible with the given data but that contain different sorts of generalization, different concepts of natural class, and so on. These may be very strong claims, and need by no means be true on any a priori grounds. To avoid any possible lingering confusion on this matter, let me repeat once more that this discussion of language learning in terms of formulation of rules, hypotheses, etc., does not refer to conscious formulation and expression of these but rather to the process of arriving at an internal representation of a generative system, which can be appropriately described in these terms. In brief, it is clear that no present-day theory of language can hope to attain explanatory adequacy beyond very restricted domains. In other words, we are very far from being able to present a system of formal and substantive linguistic universals that will be sufficiently rich and detailed to account for the facts of language learning. To advance linguistic theory in the direction of explanatory adequacy, we can attempt to refine the evaluation measure for grammars or to tighten the formal constraints on grammars so that it becomes more difficult to find a highly valued hypothesis compatible with primary linguistic data. There can be no doubt that present theories of grammar require modification in both of these ways, the latter, in general, being the more promising. Thus the most crucial problem for linguistic theory seems to be to abstract statements and generalizations from particular descriptively adequate grammars and, wherever possible, to attribute them to the general theory of linguistic structure, thus enriching this theory and imposing more structure on the schema for grammatical description. Whenever this is done, an assertion about a particular language is replaced by a corresponding assertion, from which the first follows, about language in general. If this formulation of a deeper hypothesis is incorrect, this fact should become evident when it's 48. Chapter 1. Effect on the description of other aspects of a language or the description of other languages is ascertained. In short, I am making the obvious comment that, wherever possible, general assumptions about the nature of language should be formulated from which particular features of the grammars of individual languages can be deduced. In this way, linguistic theory may move toward explanatory adequacy and contribute to the study of human mental processes and intellectual capacity, more specifically, to the determination of the abilities that make language learning possible under the empirically given limitations of time and data. Section 8. Linguistic Theory and Language Learning. In the preceding discussion, certain problems of linguistic theory have been formulated as questions about the construction of a hypothetical language acquisition device. This seems a useful and suggestive framework within which to pose and consider these problems. We may think of the theorist as given an empirical pairing of collections of primary linguistic data associated with grammars that are constructed by the device on the basis of such data. Much information can be obtained about both the primary data that constitute the input and the grammar that is the output of such a device, and the theorist has the problem of determining the intrinsic properties of a device capable of mediating this input-output relation. It may be of some interest to set this discussion in a somewhat more general and traditional framework. Historically, we can distinguish two general lines of approach to the problem of acquisition of knowledge, of which the problem of acquisition of language is a special and particularly informative case. The empiricist approach has assumed that the structure of the acquisition device is limited to certain elementary peripheral processing mechanisms, for example, in recent versions, an innate quality space within. Methodological preliminaries. 49. Innate distance defined on net. Gwyn, 1960, pp. 83 f. 25. A set of primitive unconditioned reflexes. Hall, 1943, or, in the case of language, the set of all orally distinguishable components of the full auditory impression. Block, 1950. Beyond this, it assumes that the device has certain analytical data processing mechanisms or inductive principles of a very elementary sort, for example, certain principles of association, weak principles of generalization involving gradients along the dimensions of the given quality space, or, in our case, taxonomic principles of segmentation and classification such as those that have been developed with some care in modern linguistics, in accordance with the Saussurean emphasis on the fundamental character of such principles. It is then assumed that a preliminary analysis of experience is provided by the peripheral processing mechanisms, and that one's concepts and knowledge, beyond this, are acquired by application of the available inductive principles to this initially analyzed experience. 26. Such views can be formulated clearly in one way or another as empirical hypotheses about the nature of mind. A rather different approach to the problem of acquisition of knowledge has been characteristic of rationalist speculation about mental processes. The rationalist approach holds that beyond the peripheral processing mechanisms, 27, there are innate ideas and principles of various kinds that determine the form of the acquired knowledge in what may be a rather restricted and highly organized way. A condition for innate mechanisms to become activated is that appropriate stimulation be presented. Thus for Descartes, 1647, the innate ideas are those arising from the faculty of thinking rather than from external objects. Nothing reaches our mind from external objects through the organs of sense beyond certain corporeal movements. But even these movements, and the figures which arise from them, are not conceived by us in the shape they assume in the organs of sense. Hence it follows that the ideas of the movements and figures are themselves innate in us. So much the more. 50. Chapter 1. Must the ideas of pain, colour, sound and the like be innate, that our mind may, on occasion of certain corporeal movements, envisage these ideas, for they have no likeness to the corporeal movements. p. 443. Similarly, such notions as that things equal to the same thing are equal to each other are innate, since they cannot arise as necessary principles from particular movements. In general, sight presents nothing beyond pictures, and hearing nothing beyond voices or sounds, so that all these things that we think of, beyond these voices or pictures, as being symbolized by them, are presented to us by means of ideas which come from no other source than our faculty of thinking, and are accordingly together with that faculty innate in us, that is, always existing in us potentially, for existence in any faculty is not actual but merely potential existence, since the very word faculty designates nothing more or less than a potentiality. Thus ideas are innate in the sense that, in some families generosity is innate, in others certain diseases like gout or gravel, not that on this account the babes of these families suffer from these diseases in their mother's womb, but because they are born with a certain disposition or propensity for contracting them. p. 442. Still earlier, Lord Herbert, 1624, maintains that innate ideas and principles remain latent when their corresponding objects are not present, and even disappear and give no sign of their existence. They must be deemed not so much the outcome of experience as principles without which we should have no experience at all. p. 132. Without these principles, we could have no experience at all nor be capable of observations. We should never come to distinguish between things, or to grasp any general nature. p. 105. These notions are extensively developed throughout 17th century rationalist philosophy. To mention just one example, Cudworth, 1731, gives an extensive argument in support of his view that there are many ideas of the mind, which though the cogitations of them be often occasionally invited from the motion or appulse of sensible objects without made upon our methodological preliminaries. 51. Bodies, yet notwithstanding the ideas themselves could not possibly be stamped or impressed upon the soul from them, because sense takes no cognizance at all of any such things in those corporeal objects, and therefore they must needs arise from the innate vigour and activity of the mind itself. Book 4. Even in Locke one finds essentially the same conception, as was pointed out by Leibniz and many commentators since. In the Port-Royal Logic, an old 1662, the same point of view is expressed in the following way. It is false, therefore, that all our ideas come through sense. On the contrary, it may be affirmed that no idea which we have in our minds has taken its rise from sense, except on occasion of those movements which are made in the brain through sense, the impulse from sense giving occasion to the mind to form different ideas which it would not have formed without it, though these ideas have very rarely any resemblance to what takes place in the sense and in the brain, and there are at least a very great number of ideas which, having no connection with any bodily image, cannot, without manifest absurdity, be referred to sense. Chapter 1. In the same vein, Leibniz refuses to accept a sharp distinction between innate and learned. I agree that we learn ideas and innate truths either in considering their source or in verifying them through experience. And I cannot admit this proposition. All that one learns is not innate. The truths of numbers are in us, yet nonetheless one learns them, 28 either by drawing them from their source when we learn them through demonstrative proof, which shows that they are innate, or by testing them in examples, as do ordinary arithmeticians. New Essays, p. 75. Thus, all arithmetic and all geometry are in us virtually, so that we can find them there if we consider attentively and set in order what we already have in the mind. p. 78. In general, we have an infinite amount of knowledge of which we are not always conscious, not even when we need it. p. 77. The senses, although necessary for all our actual knowledge, are not sufficient to give it all to us, since the senses never give anything but examples, that is, particular or individual truths. Now all the examples which confirm a general truth, whatever their number, do not suffice to establish the universal necessity. 52. Chapter 1. Of that same truth. Pages 42 to 43. Necessary truths must have principles whose proof does not depend on examples, nor consequently upon the testimony of the senses, although without the senses it would never have occurred to us to think of them. It is true that we must not imagine that these eternal laws of the reason can be read in the soul as in an open book. But it is sufficient that they can be discovered in us by dint of attention, for which the senses furnish occasions, and successful experience serves to confirm reason. p. 44. There are innate general principles that enter into our thoughts, of which they form the soul and the connection. They are as necessary thereto as the muscles and sinews after walking, although we do not at all think of them. The mind leans upon these principles every moment, but it does not come so easily to distinguish them and to represent them distinctly and separately, because that demands great attention to its acts. Thus it is that one possesses many things without knowing it. p. 74. As, for example, the Chinese possess articulate sounds, and therefore the basis for alphabetic writing, although they have not invented this. Notice, incidentally, that throughout these classical discussions of the interplay between sense and mind in the formation of ideas, no sharp distinction is made between perception and acquisition, although there would be no inconsistency in the assumption that latent innate mental structures, once activated, are then available for interpretation of the data of sense in a way in which they were not previously. Applying this rationalist view to the special case of language learning, Humboldt, 1836, concludes that one cannot really teach language but can only present the conditions under which it will develop spontaneously in the mind in its own way. Thus, the form of a language, the schema for its grammar, is to a large extent given, though it will not be available for use without appropriate experience to set the language-forming processes into operation. Like Leibniz, he reiterates the Platonistic view that, for the individual, learning is largely a matter of Wiedererzugang, that is, of drawing out what is innate in the mind. 29. Methodological preliminaries. 53. This view contrasts sharply with the empiricist notion, the prevailing modern view, that language is essentially an adventitious construct, taught by conditioning, as would be maintained, for example, by Skinner or Quine, or by drill and explicit explanation, as was claimed by Wittgenstein, or built up by elementary data processing procedures, as modern linguistics typically maintains, but, in any event, relatively independent in its structure of any innate mental faculties. In short, empiricist speculation has characteristically assumed that only the procedures and mechanisms for the acquisition of knowledge constitute an innate property of the mind. Thus, for Hume, the method of experimental reasoning is a basic instinct in animals and humans, on a par with the instinct which teaches a bird, with such exactness, the art of incubation, and the whole economy and order of its nursery. It is derived from the original hand of nature. Hume, 1748, section 9. The form of knowledge, however, is otherwise quite free. On the other hand, rationalist speculation has assumed that the general form of a system of knowledge is fixed in advance as a disposition of the mind, and the function of experience is to cause this general schematic structure to be realized and more fully differentiated. To follow Leibniz's enlightening analogy, we may make the comparison of a block of marble which has veins, rather than a block of marble wholly even, or of blank tablets, that is, of what is called among philosophers a tabula rasa. For if the soul resembled these blank tablets, truths would be in us as the figure of Hercules is in the marble, when the marble is wholly indifferent to the reception of this figure or some other. But if there were veins in the block which should indicate the figure of Hercules rather than other figures, this block would be more determined thereto, and Hercules would be in it as in some sense innate, although it would be needful to labor to discover these veins, to clear them by polishing, and by cutting away what prevents them from appearing. Thus it is that ideas and truths are for us innate, as inclinations, dispositions, habits, or natural potentialities, and not as actions, although these. 54. Chapter 1. Potentialities are always accompanied by some actions, often insensible, which correspond to them. Leibniz, New Essays, pages 45 to 46. It is not, of course, necessary to assume that empiricist and rationalist views can always be sharply distinguished and that these currents cannot cross. Nevertheless, it is historically accurate as well as heuristically valuable to distinguish these two very different approaches to the problem of acquisition of knowledge. Particular empiricist and rationalist views can be made quite precise and can then be presented as explicit hypotheses about acquisition of knowledge, in particular, about the innate structure of a language acquisition device. In fact, it would not be inaccurate to describe the taxonomic data processing approach of modern linguistics as an empiricist view that contrasts with the essentially rationalist alternative proposed in recent theories of transformational grammar. Taxonomic linguistics is empiricist in its assumption that general linguistic theory consists only of a body of procedures for determining the grammar of a language from a corpus of data, the form of language being unspecified except insofar as restrictions on possible grammars are determined by this set of procedures. If we interpret taxonomic linguistics as making an empirical claim, 30, this claim must be that the grammars that result from application of the postulated procedures to a sufficiently rich selection of data will be descriptively adequate. In other words, that the set of procedures can be regarded as constituting a hypothesis about the innate language acquisition system. In contrast, the discussion of language acquisition in preceding sections was rationalistic in its assumption that various formal and substantive universals are intrinsic properties of the language acquisition system, these providing a schema that is applied to data and that determines in a highly restricted way the general form and, in part, even the substantive features of the grammar that may emerge upon presentation of appropriate data. A general linguistic theory of the sort roughly described earlier, and elaborated in more detail in the Methodological Preliminaries. 55. Following chapters and in other studies of transformational grammar, must therefore be regarded as a specific hypothesis, of an essentially rationalist cast, as to the nature of mental structures and processes. See Chomsky, 1959b, 1962b, 1964, and Katz, forthcoming, for some further discussion of this point. When such contrasting views are clearly formulated, we may ask, as an empirical question, which, if either, is correct. There is no a priori way to settle this issue. Where empiricist and rationalist views have been presented with sufficient care so that the question of correctness can be seriously raised, it cannot, for example, be maintained that in any clear sense one is simpler than the other in terms of its potential physical realization, 31, and even if this could be shown, one way or the other, it would have no bearing on what is completely a factual issue. This factual question can be approached in several ways. In particular, restricting ourselves now to the question of language acquisition, we must bear in mind that any concrete empiricist proposal does impose certain conditions on the form of the grammars that can result from application of its inductive principles to primary data. We may therefore ask whether the grammars that these principles can provide, in principle, are at all close to those which we in fact discover when we investigate real languages. The same question can be asked about a concrete rationalist proposal. This has, in the past, proved to be a useful way to subject such hypotheses to one sort of empirical test. If the answer to this question of adequacy in principle is positive, in either case, we can then turn to the question of feasibility. Can the inductive procedures, in the empiricist case, or the mechanisms of elaboration and realization of innate schemata, in the rationalist case, succeed in producing grammars within the given constraints of time and access, and within the range of observed uniformity of output? In fact, the second question has rarely been raised in any serious way in connection with empiricist views, but 56. Chapter 1. C.F. Miller, Galanter, and Pribram, 1960, pages 145 to 148, and Miller and Chomsky, 1963, p. 430, for some comments. Since study of the first question has been sufficient to rule out whatever explicit proposals of an essentially empiricist character have emerged in modern discussions of language acquisition. The only proposals that are explicit enough to support serious study are those that have been developed within taxonomic linguistics. It seems to have been demonstrated beyond any reasonable doubt that, quite apart from any question of feasibility, methods of the sort that have been studied in taxonomic linguistics are intrinsically incapable of yielding the systems of grammatical knowledge that must be attributed to the speaker of a language. Cf. Chomsky, 1956, 1957, 1964, Postal, 1962b, 1964a, 1964c, Katz and Postal, 1964, Section 5.5, and many other publications for discussion of these questions that seems unanswerable and is, for the moment, not challenged. In general, then, it seems to me correct to say that empiricist theories about language acquisition are irrefutable wherever they are clear, and that further empiricist speculations have been quite empty and uninformative. On the other hand, the rationalist approach exemplified by recent work in the theory of transformational grammar seems to have proved fairly productive, to be fully in accord with what is known about language, and to offer at least some hope of providing a hypothesis about the intrinsic structure of a language acquisitioning system that will meet the condition of adequacy in principle and do so in a sufficiently narrow and interesting way so that the question of feasibility can, for the first time, be seriously raised. One might seek other ways of testing particular hypotheses about a language acquisition device. A theory that attributes possession of certain linguistic universals to a language acquisition system, as a property to be realized under appropriate external conditions, implies that only certain kinds of symbolic systems can be acquired. Methodological preliminaries. 57. And used as languages by this device. Others should be beyond its language acquisition capacity. Systems can certainly be invented that fail the conditions, formal and substantive, that have been proposed as tentative linguistic universals in, for example, Jacobsonian distinctive feature theory or the theory of transformational grammar. In principle, one might try to determine whether invented systems that fail these conditions do pose inordinately difficult problems for language learning, and do fall beyond the domain for which the language acquisitioning system is designed. As a concrete example, consider the fact that, according to the theory of transformational grammar, only certain kinds of formal operations on strings can appear in grammars, operations that, furthermore, have no a priori justification. For example, the permitted operations cannot be shown in any sense to be the most simple or elementary ones that might be invented. In fact, what might in general be considered elementary operations on strings do not qualify as grammatical transformations at all, while many of the operations that do qualify are far from elementary, in any general sense. Specifically, grammatical transformations are necessarily structure-dependent in that they manipulate substrings only in terms of their assignment to categories. Thus it is possible to formulate a transformation that can insert all or part of the auxiliary verb to the left of a noun phrase that precedes it, independently of what the length or internal complexity of the strings belonging to these categories may be. It is impossible, however, to formulate as a transformation such a simple operation as reflection of an arbitrary string, that is, replacement of any string A1, an, where each AI is a single symbol, by an A1, or interchange of the 2n-1th word with a 2nth word throughout a string of arbitrary length, or insertion of a symbol in the middle of a string of even length. Similarly, if the structural analyses that define transformations are restricted to Boolean conditions on analyzability, As suggested later, it will be 58. Chapter 1. Impossible to formulate many structure-dependent operations as transformations, for example, an operation that will iterate a symbol that is the leftmost member of a category, impossible, short of listing all categories of the grammar in the structural analysis, or an operation that will iterate a symbol that belongs to as many rightmost as leftmost categories. Hence, one who proposes this theory would have to predict that although a language might form interrogatives, for example, by interchanging the order of certain categories, as in English, it could not form interrogatives by reflection, or interchange of odd and even words, or insertion of a marker in the middle of the sentence. Many other such predictions, none of them at all obvious in any a priori sense, can be deduced from any sufficiently explicit theory of linguistic universals that is attributed to a language acquisition device as an intrinsic property. For some initial approaches to the very difficult but tantalizing problem of investigating questions of this sort, see Miller and Stein, 1963, Miller and Norman, 1964. Notice that when we maintain that a system is not learnable by a language acquisition device that mirrors human capacities, we do not imply that this system cannot be mastered by a human in some other way, if treated as a puzzle or intellectual exercise of some sort. The language acquisition device is only one component of the total system of intellectual structures that can be applied to problem solving and concept formation. In other words, the faculty de language is only one of the faculties of the mind. What one would expect, however, is that there should be a qualitative difference in the way in which an organism with a functional language acquisition system 32 will approach and deal with systems that are language-like and others that are not. The problem of mapping the intrinsic cognitive capacities of an organism and identifying the systems of belief and the organization of behavior that it can readily attain should be central to experimental psychology. However, the field has not developed in this. Methodological preliminaries. 59. Way. Learning theory has, for the most part, concentrated on what seems a much more marginal topic, namely the question of species-independent regularities in acquisition of items of a behavioral repertoire under experimentally manipulable conditions. Consequently, it has necessarily directed its attention to tasks that are extrinsic to an organism's cognitive capacities, tasks that must be approached in a devious, indirect, and piecemeal fashion. In the course of this work, some incidental information has been obtained about the effect of intrinsic cognitive structure and intrinsic organization of behavior on what is learned, but this has rarely been the focus of serious attention, outside of ethology. The sporadic exceptions to this observation, see, for example, the discussion of instinctual drift in Brilland and Brilland, 1961, are quite suggestive, as are many ethological studies of lower organisms. The general question and its many ramifications, however, remain in a primitive state. In brief, it seems clear that the present situation with regard to the study of language learning is essentially as follows. We have a certain amount of evidence about the character of the generative grammars that must be the output of an acquisition model for language. This evidence shows clearly that taxonomic views of linguistic structure are inadequate and that knowledge of grammatical structure cannot arise by application of step-by-step inductive operations, segmentation, classification, substitution procedures, filling of slots in frames, association, etc., of any sort that have yet been developed within linguistics, psychology, or philosophy. Further empiricist speculations contribute nothing that even faintly suggests a way of overcoming the intrinsic limitations of the methods that have so far been proposed and elaborated. In particular, such speculations have not provided any way to account for or even to express the fundamental fact about the normal use of language, namely the speaker's ability to produce and understand instantly new sentences that are not similar to those previously. 60. Chapter 1. heard in any physically defined sense or in terms of any notion of the frames or classes of elements, nor associated with those previously heard by conditioning, nor obtainable from them by any sort of generalization known to psychology or philosophy. It seems plain that language acquisition is based on the child's discovery of what from a formal point of view is a deep and abstract theory, a generative grammar of his language, many of the concepts and principles of which are only remotely related to experience by long and intricate chains of unconscious quasi-inferential steps. A consideration of the character of the grammar that is acquired, the degenerate quality and narrowly limited extent of the available data, the striking uniformity of the resulting grammars, and their independence of intelligence, motivation, and emotional state, over wide ranges of variation, leave little hope that much of the structure of the language can be learned by an organism initially uninformed as to its general character. It is, for the present, impossible to formulate an assumption about initial, innate structure rich enough to account for the fact that grammatical knowledge is attained on the basis of the evidence available to the learner. Consequently, the empiricist effort to show how the assumptions about a language acquisition device can be reduced to a conceptual minimum 33 is quite misplaced. The real problem is that of developing a hypothesis about initial structure that is sufficiently rich to account for acquisition of language, yet not so rich as to be inconsistent with a known diversity of language. It is a matter of no concern and of only historical interest that such a hypothesis will evidently not satisfy the preconceptions about learning that derive from centuries of empiricist doctrine. These preconceptions are not only quite implausible, to begin with, but are without factual support and are hardly consistent with what little is known about how animals or humans construct a theory of the external world. Methodological preliminaries. 61. It is clear why the view that all knowledge derives solely from the senses by elementary operations of association and generalization should have had much appeal in the context of 18th century struggles for scientific naturalism. However, there is surely no reason today for taking seriously a position that attributes a complex human achievement entirely to months, or at most years, of experience, rather than to millions of years of evolution or to principles of neural organization that may be even more deeply grounded in physical law, a position that would, furthermore, yield the conclusion that man is, apparently, unique among animals in the way in which he acquires knowledge. Such a position is particularly implausible with regard to language, an aspect of the child's world that is a human creation and would naturally be expected to reflect intrinsic human capacity in its internal organization. In short, the structure of particular languages may very well be largely determined by factors over which the individual has no conscious control and concerning which society may have little choice or freedom. On the basis of the best information now available, it seems reasonable to suppose that a child cannot help constructing a particular sort of transformational grammar to account for the data presented to him, any more than he can control his perception of solid objects or his attention to line and angle. Thus it may well be that the general features of language structure reflect, not so much the course of one's experience, but rather the general character of one's capacity to acquire knowledge, in the traditional sense, one's innate ideas and innate principles. It seems to me that the problem of clarifying this issue and sharpening our understanding of its many facets provides the most interesting and important reason for the study of descriptively adequate grammars and, beyond this, the formulation and justification of a general linguistic theory that meets the condition of explanatory adequacy. 62. Chapter 1. By pursuing this investigation, one may hope to give some real substance to the traditional belief that the principles of grammar form an important, and very curious, part of the philosophy of the human mind. B.T. 1788. Section 9. Generative capacity and its linguistic relevance. it may be useful to make one additional methodological observation in connection with the topics discussed in the last few sections. Given the descriptive theory of language structure, 34, we can distinguish its weak generative capacity from its strong generative capacity in the following way. Let us say that a grammar weakly generates a set of sentences and that it strongly generates a set of structural descriptions. Recall that each structural description uniquely specifies a sentence, but not necessarily conversely, where both weak and strong generation are determined by the procedure f of 12 if equals 13 if equals 14 if. Suppose that the linguistic theory T provides the class of grammars G1, G2, where Gi weakly generates the language Li and strongly generates the system of structural descriptions I. Then the class L1, L2 constitutes the weak generative capacity of T, and the class 1, 2 constitutes the strong generative capacity of T. 35. The study of strong generative capacity is related to the study of descriptive adequacy, in the sense defined. A grammar is descriptively adequate if it strongly generates the correct set of structural descriptions. A theory is descriptively adequate if its strong generative capacity includes the system of structural descriptions for each natural language. Otherwise, it is descriptively inadequate. Thus, inadequacy of strong generative capacity, on empirical grounds, shows that a theory of language is seriously defective. As we have observed, however, a theory of language that appears to be empirically adequate in terms of strong generative capacity is not necessarily of any particular theoretical interest, since the crucial question. Methodological preliminaries. 63. Of explanatory adequacy goes beyond any consideration of strong generative capacity. The study of weak generative capacity is of rather marginal linguistic interest. It is important only in those cases where some proposed theory fails even in so weak generative capacity, that is, where there is some natural language even the sentences of which cannot be enumerated by any grammar permitted by this theory. In fact, it has been shown that certain fairly elementary theories, in particular, the theory of context-free phrase structure grammar and the even weaker theory of finite state grammar, do not have the weak generative capacity required for the description of natural language, and thus fail empirical tests of adequacy in a particularly surprising way. 36. From this observation we must conclude that as linguistic theory progresses to a more adequate conception of grammatical structure, it will have to permit devices with a weak generative capacity that differs, in certain respects, from that of these severely defective systems. It is important to note, however, that the fundamental defect of these systems is not their limitation in weak generative capacity but rather their many inadequacies in strong generative capacity. Postl's demonstration that the theory of context-free grammar, simple phrase structure grammar, fails in weak generative capacity was preceded by over a half-dozen years of a discussion of the strong generative capacity of this theory, which showed conclusively that it cannot achieve descriptive adequacy. Furthermore, these limitations in strong generative capacity carry over to the theory of context-sensitive phrase structure grammar, which probably does not fail in so weak generative capacity. Presumably, discussion of weak generative capacity marks only a very early and primitive stage of the study of generative grammar. Questions of real linguistic interest arise only when strong generative capacity, descriptive adequacy, and, more important, explanatory adequacy become the focus of a discussion. 64. Chapter 1. As observed earlier, the critical factor in the development of a fully adequate theory is the limitation of the class of possible grammars. Clearly, this limitation must be such as to meet empirical conditions on strong, and, a fortiori, weak, generative capacity, and, furthermore, such as to permit the condition of explanatory adequacy to be met when an appropriate evaluation measure is developed. But beyond this, The problem is to impose sufficient structure on the schema that defines generative grammar so that relatively few hypotheses will have to be tested by the evaluation measure, given primary linguistic data. We want the hypotheses compatible with fixed data to be scattered in value, so that choice among them can be made relatively easily. This requirement of feasibility is the major empirical constraint on a theory, once the conditions of descriptive and explanatory adequacy are met. It is important to keep the requirements of explanatory adequacy and feasibility in mind when weak and strong generative capacities of theories are studied as mathematical questions. Thus, one can construct hierarchies of grammatical theories in terms of weak and strong generative capacity, but it is important to bear in mind that these hierarchies do not necessarily correspond to what is probably the empirically most significant dimension of increasing power of linguistic theory. This dimension is presumably to be defined in terms of the scattering in value of grammars compatible with fixed data. Along this empirically significant dimension, we should like to accept the least powerful theory that is empirically adequate. It might conceivably turn out that this theory is extremely powerful, perhaps even universal, that is, equivalent in generative capacity to the theory of Turing machines 37 along the dimension of weak generative capacity, and even along the dimension of strong generative capacity. It will not necessarily follow that it is very powerful, and hence to be discounted, in the dimension which is ultimately of real empirical significance. Methodological preliminaries. 65. In brief, mathematical study of formal properties of grammars is, very likely, an area of linguistics of great potential. It has already provided some insight into questions of empirical interest and will perhaps someday provide much deeper insights. But it is important to realize that the questions presently being studied are primarily determined by feasibility of mathematical study, and it is important not to confuse this with the question of empirical significance. 2 categories and relations in syntactic theory. Section 1. The scope of the base. We now return to the problem of refining and elaborating the sketch, in Chapter 1, Section 3. Of how a generative grammar is organized. Putting off to the next chapter any question as to the adequacy of earlier accounts of grammatical transformations, we shall consider here only the formal properties of the base of the syntactic component. We are therefore concerned primarily with extremely simple sentences. The investigation of generative grammar can profitably begin with a careful analysis of the kind of information presented in traditional grammars. Adopting this as a heuristic procedure, let us consider what a traditional grammar has to say about a simple English sentence such as the following. 1. Sincerity may frighten the boy. Concerning this sentence, a traditional grammar might provide information of the following sort. 2. The string 1 is a sentence. Frighten the boy is a verb. Phrase VP consisting of the verb V, frighten, and the noun phrase, NP, the boy. Sincerity is also an NP, the. 68. Chapter 2. NP the boy consists of the determiner, d, the, followed by a noun, n. The NP sincerity consists of just an n. The is, furthermore, an article, art, may is verbal auxiliary, o, and, furthermore, a modal, m. 2. The NP sincerity functions as the subject of the sentence, 1, whereas the VP frightened the boy functions as the predicate of this sentence. The NP the boy functions as the object of the VP, and the V frighten as its main verb. The grammatical relation subject-verb holds of the pair, sincerity, frighten, and the grammatical relation verb-object holds of the pair, frighten, the boy. 1. 3. The N-boy is a count noun, as distinct from the mass noun butter and the abstract noun sincerity, and a common noun, as distinct from the proper noun John and the pronoun it. It is, furthermore, an animate noun, as distinct from book, and a human noun, as distinct from be. Frighten is a transitive verb, as distinct from occur, and one that does not freely permit object deletion, as distinct from read, eat. It takes progressive aspect freely, as distinct from know, own. It allows abstract subjects, as distinct from eat, admire, and human objects, as distinct from read, wear. It seems to me that the information presented in 2 is, without question, substantially correct and is essential to any account of how the language is used or acquired. The main topic I should like to consider is how information of this sort can be formally presented in a structural description, and how such structural descriptions can be generated by a system of explicit rules. The next 3 subsections, sections 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, discuss these questions in connection with 2i, 2 and 2 respectively. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 69. Section 2. Aspects of deep structure. Section 2.1. Categorization. The remarks given in 2i concern the subdivision of the string 1 into continuous substrings, each of which is assigned to a certain category. Information of this sort can be represented by a labeled bracketing of 1, or, equivalently, by a tree diagram such as 3. The interpretation of such a diagram is transparent. 3. S. NP. O. VP. N. M. V. NP. Sincerity. May frighten 10. The boy. And has been discussed frequently elsewhere. If one assumes now that 1 is a basic string, the structure represented as 3 can be taken as a first approximation to its base phrase marker. A grammar that generates simple phrase markers such as 3 may be based on a vocabulary of symbols that includes both formatives, the, boy, etc., and category symbols, s, np, v, etc. The formatives, furthermore, can be subdivided into lexical items, sincerity, boy, and grammatical items, perfect, possessive, etc., except possibly for the. None of these are represented in the simplified example given. A question arises at once as to the choice of symbols in phrase markers. That is, we must ask whether the formatives and category symbols used in phrase markers have some language independent. 70. Chapter 2. Characterization, or whether they are just convenient mnemonic tags, specific to a particular grammar. In the case of the lexical formatives, the theory of phonetic distinctive features taken together with a full set of conditions on phonological representation does, in fact, give a language-independent significance to the choice of symbols, though it is by no means a trivial problem to establish this fact, or to select the proper universal set of substantive phonetic features. I shall assume, henceforth, that an appropriate phonological theory of this sort is established and that, consequently, the lexical formatives are selected in a well-defined way from a fixed universal set. The question of substantive representation in the case of the grammatical formatives and the category symbols is, in effect, the traditional question of universal grammar. I shall assume that these elements too are selected from a fixed, universal vocabulary, although this assumption will actually have no significant effect on any of the descriptive material to be presented. There is no reason to doubt the importance or reasonableness of the study of this question. It is generally held to involve extra-syntactic considerations of a sort that are at present only dimly perceived. This may very well be true. However, I shall later suggest several general definitions that appear to be correct for English and for other cases with which I am acquainted. 2. The natural mechanism for generating phrase markers such as 3 is a system of rewriting rules. A rewriting rule is a rule of the form 4, a z/x, y, where x and y are, possibly null, strings of symbols, O is a single category symbol, and z is a non-null string of symbols. This rule is interpreted as asserting that the category is realized as the string z when it is in the environment consisting of x2. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 71. The left and y to the right. Application of the rewriting rule. 4. To a string middle dot say middle dot converts this to the string middle dot x z y middle dot. Given a grammar, we say that a sequence of strings is a W derivation of V if W is the first and V the last string in the sentence, and each string of the sequence is derived from the one preceding it by application of one of the rewriting rules, with an ordering condition to be added later. Where V is a string of formatives, we say that O W derived on of V is terminated. We call V a terminal string if there is an #s# derivation of #v#, where S is the designated initial symbol of the grammar, representing the category sentence, and # is the boundary symbol, regarded as a grammatical formative. Thus we construct a derivation of a terminal string by successively applying the rewriting rules of the grammar, beginning with the string #s#, until the final string of the derivation consists only of formatives and therefore no further rewriting is possible. If several other conditions are imposed on the system of rewriting rules, 3, it is easy to provide a simple method for assigning a unique and appropriate phrase marker to a terminal string, given its derivation. Thus, a system of rewriting rules, appropriately constrained, can serve as a part of a generative grammar. An unordered set of rewriting rules, applied in the manner described loosely here, and precisely elsewhere, is called a constituent structure grammar, or phrase structure grammar. The grammar is, furthermore, called context-free, or simple, if in each rule of the form 4, x and y are null, so that the rules apply independently of context. As noted earlier, pp. 62f. 208. The formal properties of constituent structure grammars have been studied fairly intensively during the past few years, and it has also been shown that almost all of the non-transformational syntactic theories that have been developed within modern linguistics, pure or applied, fall within this framework. In fact, such a system is apparently what 72. Chapter 2 is implicit in modern taxonomic, structuralist grammars, if these are reformulated as explicit systems for presenting grammatical information, but see Note 30, Chapter 1. The inadequacy of such systems as grammars for natural languages seems to me to have been established beyond any reasonable doubt, and I shall not discuss the issue here. It seems clear that certain kinds of grammatical information are presented in the most natural way by a system of rewriting rules, and we may therefore conclude that rewriting rules constitute part of the base of the syntactic component. Furthermore, we shall assume that these rules are arranged in a linear sequence, and shall define a sequential derivation as a derivation formed by a series of rule applications that preserves this ordering. Thus, suppose that the grammar consists of the sequence of rules RL, rn, and that the sequence #s#, #x1#, #xm# is a derivation of the terminal string xm. For this to be a sequential derivation, it must be the case that if rule r was used to form line #xj# from the line that precedes it, then no rule rk, for k greater than I, can have been used to form a line #xi# for lj, from #xi-1#. We stipulate now that only sequential derivations are generated by the sequence of rules constituting this part of the base. 5. To provide a phrase marker such as 3, the base component might contain the following sequence of rewriting rules. 5, I. SNP OVP VP VNP NP 10 NP N the OM 2. M may end sincerity. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 73. N boy v frighten. Notice that the rules 5, although they do suffice to generate 3, will also generate such deviant strings as boy may frighten the sincerity. This is a problem to which we shall turn in section 2.3. There is a natural distinction in 5 between rules that introduce lexical formatives, class 2, and the others. In fact, we shall see in section 2.3 that it is necessary to distinguish these sets and to assign the lexical rules to a distinct subpart of the base of the syntactic component. In the case of the information in 2i, then, we see quite clearly how it is to be formally represented, and what sorts of rules are required to generate these representations. Section 2.2. Functional notions. Turning now to 2, we can immediately see that the notions in question have an entirely different status. The notioning subject, as distinct from the notion NP, designates a grammatical function rather than a grammatical category. It is, in other words, an inherently relational notion. We say, in traditional terms, that in 1, sincerity is an NP, not that it is the NP of the sentence, and that it is, functions as, the subject of the sentence, not that it is a subject. Functional notions like subject, predicate are to be sharply distinguished from categorial notions such as noun phrase, verb, a distinction that is not to be obscured by the occasional use of the same term for notions of both kinds. Thus it would merely confuse the issue to attempt to represent the information presented in 2 formally by extending their 74. Chapter 2. 6. Subject. S. O. Predicate. NP. M. VP. N. Main verb. Object. Sincerity. V. NP. Frightened. N. The. Boy. Phrase marker 3, 2, 6, adding the necessary rewriting rules to 5i. This approach is mistaken in 2 ways. For one thing, it confuses categorial and functional notions by assigning categorial status to both, and thus fails to express the relational character of the functional notions. For another, it fails to observe that both 6 and the grammar on which it is based are redundant, since the notions subject, predicate, main verb, and object, being relational, are already represented in the phrase marker 3, and no new rewriting rules are required to introduce them. It is necessary only to make explicit the relational character of these notions by defining subject, for English, as the relation holding between the NP of a sentence of the form NP OVP and the whole sentence, 6 objective as the relation between the NP of a VP of the form VNP and the whole VP, etc. More generally, we can regard any rewriting rule as defining a set of grammatical functions, in this way, only some of which, namely, those that involve the high-level, more abstract grammatical categories, have been provided, traditionally, with explicit names. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 75. The fundamental error of regarding functional notions as categorial is somewhat masked in such examples as 6, in which there is only a single subject, a single object, and a single main verb. In this case, the relational information can be supplied intuitively by the reader. But consider such sentences as 7, in which many grammatical functions are realized, several by the same phrase. 7. A. John was persuaded by Bill to leave. B. John was persuaded by Bill to be examined. C. What disturbed John was being regarded as incompetent. In 7a, John is simultaneously object of persuade, to leave, and subject of leave. In 7b, John is simultaneously object of persuade, to be examined, and object of examine. In 7c, John is simultaneously object of disturb, object of regard, as incompetent, and subject of the predication as incompetent. In both 7a and 7b, Bill is the logical subject of the sentence, rather than John, which is the so-called grammatical subject of the sentence, that is, the subject with respect to the surface structure, cf. Note 32. In such cases as these, the impossibility of a categorical interpretation of functional notions becomes at once apparent. Correspondingly, the deep structure in which the significant grammatical functions are represented will be very different from the surface structure. Examples of this sort, of course, provide the primary motivation and empirical justification for the theory of transformational grammar. That is, each sentence of 7 will have a basis consisting of a sequence of base phrase markers, each of which represents some of the semantically relevant information concerning grammatical function. Returning now to the main question, let us consider the problem of presenting information about grammatical function in an explicit and adequate way, restricting ourselves now to base phrase markers. To develop a uniform approach to this question, we may 76. Chapter 2. Proceed as follows. Suppose that we have a sequence of rewriting rules, such as 5, including in particular the rule 8, x. Associated with this rule is each grammatical function 9, b, a, where b is a category and x equals y, b, z, for some y, z, possibly null. 7. Given the phrase marker of the terminal string w, we say that the substring u of w bears the grammatical relation b, a, to the substring v of w if v is dominated by a node labeled a which directly dominates y, b, z, and u is dominated by this occurrence of b dot 8. Thus, the phrase marker in question contains the subconfiguration 10. In particular, given the phrase marker 3, generated by the rules 5, we should have the result that sincerity bears the relation NP-S. To sincerity may frighten the boy bears the relation VP-S. To sincerity may frighten the boy bears the relation NP-VP. To frighten the boy, and frighten bears the relation VP. To frighten the boy. 10. A, Y, B, Z, W equals U, V. Suppose further that we propose the following general definitions. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 77. 11. I, subjective, NP, S2, predicative, VP, S3, direct objective, NP, VP4, main verb of VP. In this case, we can now say that with respect to the phrase marker 3, generated by the rules 5, sincerity is the subject of the sentence. Sincerity may frighten the boy, and frighten the boy is its predicate, and the boy is the direct object of the verb phrase frighten the boy, and frighten is its main verb. With these definitions, the information presented in the redundant representation 6 is derivable directly from 3, that is, from the grammar 5 itself. These definitions must be thought of as belonging to general linguistic theory. In other words, they form part of the general procedure for assigning a full structural description to a sentence, given a grammar, the procedure F of 12 if, 13 if, 14 if, in section 6, chapter 1. In such examples as 7, the grammatical functions will also be given directly by the system of rewriting rules that generate the base phrase markers that underlie these sentences. Through these grammatical functions are not represented in the configurations of the surface structures in these cases. For example, details aside, the basis for 7e will contain base phrase markers for the strings Bill persuaded John sentence, John left, and these base phrase markers present the semantically relevant functional information exactly as in the case of 3. Notice that the same grammatical function may be defined by several different rewriting rules of the base. Thus suppose that a grammar were to contain the rewriting rules 12. I, S adverbial NP OVP 2. S and P OVP. Naturally, John will leave, John will leave. 78. Chapter 2. 3. VPV NP. Examine Bill. 4. VPV. Leave. VPV NP sentence, Persuade Bill that John left. VP copula predicate, be president. 7. Predicate 10. President. Then subjective is defined by both I and 2, so that John is subject of the sentences accompanying both I and 2. Objective is defined by both 3 and V, so that Bill is the object of the verb phrases given as examples to both 3 and V. Main verb of is defined by 3, 4, and V, so that examine, leave, persuade are the main verbs of the accompanying examples. But notice that president is not the object of John is president, if the rules are as in 12. It is definitions of this sort that were presupposed in the discussion of persuade and expect in Chapter 1, Section 4. Notice that the general significance of the definitions, 11, depends on the assumption that the symbols S, NP, VP, N, and V have been characterized as grammatical universals. We shall return to this question later. Quite apart from this, it is likely that these definitions are too restricted to serve as general explications for the traditionally designated grammatical functions, in that they assume too narrow a substantive specification of the form of grammar. They can be generalized in various ways, but I do not, at the moment, see any strong empirical motivation for one or another specific extension or refinement, but see Section 2.3.4. In any event, these questions aside, it is clear that information concerning grammatical functions of the sort exemplified in 2 can be extracted directly from the rewriting rules of the base, without any necessity for ad hoc extensions and elaborations of these rules to provide specific mention of grammatical function. Such extensions, aside from their redundancy, have the defect of failing to express properly the relational character of the functional notions and are thus useless in all but the simplest cases. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 79. However, we have not yet exhausted the information presented in 2. Thus it is still necessary to define grammatical relations of the sort that hold between sincerity and frighten, subject-verb, and between frighten and the boy, verb-object, in 1. Such relations can be defined derivatively in terms of the functional notions suggested earlier. Thus subject-verb can be defined as the relation between the subject of a sentence and main verb, the predicate of the sentence, where subjective, main verb, and predicative are the notions of 11, and verb-object can be defined as the relation between the main verb of and the direct object of a VP. However, there is still something missing in this account. Thus we have no basis, as yet, for distinguishing the legitimate and traditionally recognized grammatical relation subject-verb, as just defined, from the irrelevant pseudo-relation subject-object, which is definable just as easily in the same terms. Traditional grammar seems to define such relations where there are selectional restrictions governing the paired categories. Thus the choice of main verb is determined by the choice of subject and object, though subject and object are in general chosen independently of one another and, correspondingly, have no grammatical relation of the sort in question holding between them. I shall defer the discussion of selectional relations until section 4.2, and at that point we can return to the question of grammatical relations. But in any event, it is fairly clear that nothing essentially new is involved here beyond the rules that generate strings and phrase markers. In summary, then, it seems unnecessary to extend the system of rewriting rules in order to accommodate information of the sort presented in 2, with appropriate general definitions of the relational notions involved. This information can be extracted directly from phrase markers that are generated by simple rewriting rules such as 5 and 12. This information is already contained, implicitly, in the system of elementary rewriting rules. Representations. 80. Chapter 2. Such as 6. And new or elaborated rewriting rules to generate them are unnecessary, as well as misleading and inappropriate. Finally, I should like to call attention, once again, to the fact that various modifications and extensions of these functional notions are possible, and that it is important to find empirical motivation for such improvements. For example, the characterization might be sharpened somewhat in terms of several notions that will be useful later on. Suppose again that we have a base grammar consisting of a sequence of rewriting rules, and that, as in 5, we have distinguished lexical rules, such as 5, which introduce lexical formatives, from the others. We shall see later that this distinction is formally quite clearly marked. A category that appears on the left in a lexical rule we shall call a lexical category. A lexical category, or a category that dominates a string x or x is a lexical category we shall call a major category. Thus in the grammar 5, the categories n, v, and m are lexical categories, 9, and all categories except, and possibly m and o, see note 9, are major categories. It would, then, be in accord with traditional usage to limit the functional notions to major categories. We shall consider a further refinement in the final paragraph of section 2.3.4. Section 2.3. Syntactic features. Section 2.3.1. The problem information of the sort presented in 2 raises several difficult and rather vexing questions. First, it is not obvious to what extent this information should be provided by the syntactic component at all. Second, it is an interesting question whether or to what extent semantic considerations are relevant in determining such subcategorizations as those involved in 2. These are distinct questions, though they are often confused. They are connected only in that if the basis for making the distinctions is purely syntactic, then surely the information must be presented in the syntactic component of the grammar. We might call these the questions of presentation and justification, respectively. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 81. As far as the question of justification is concerned, a linguist with a serious interest in semantics will presumably attempt to deepen and extend syntactic analysis to the point where it can provide the information concerning subcategorization, instead of relegating this to an analyzed semantic intuition, there being, for the moment, no other available proposal as to a semantic basis for making the necessary distinctions. Of course, it is an open question whether this attempt can succeed, even in part. I shall be concerned here only with the question of presentation of information of the sort given in 2. I am assuming throughout that the semantic component of a generative grammar, like the phonological component, is purely interpretive. It follows that all information utilized in semantic interpretation must be presented in the syntactic component of the grammar, but cf. Chapter 4, Section 1.2. Some of the problems involved in presenting this information will be explored later. Although the question of justification of subcategorizations such as those of 2 is beyond the scope of the present discussion, it may nevertheless be useful to touch on it briefly. What is at stake, essentially, is the status of such expressions as 13. The boy may frighten sincerity. 2. Sincerity may admire the boy. 3. John amazed the injustice of that decision. 4. The boy elapsed. V. The boy was abundant. Vi. The harvest was clever to agree. 7. John is owning a house. 8. The dog looks barking. 9. John solved the pipe. X. The book dispersed. It is obvious to anyone who knows English that these expressions have an entirely different status from such sentences as 82. Chapter 2. 14. Sincerity may frighten the boy, equals 1. 2. The boy may admire sincerity. 3. The injustice of that decision amazed John. 4. A week elapsed. V. The harvest was abundant. Vi. The boy was clever to agree. 7. John owns a house. 8. The dog looks terrifying. 9. John solved the problem. X. The boys dispersed. The distinction between 13 and 14 is not at issue, and clearly must be accounted for somehow by an adequate theory of sentence interpretation, a descriptively adequate grammar. The expressions of 13 deviate in some manner, not necessarily all in the same manner, from the rules of English. 10 If interpretable at all, they are surely not interpretable in the manner of the corresponding sentences of 14. Rather, it seems that interpretations are imposed on them by virtue of analogies that they bear to non-deviant sentences. There are fairly clear-cut cases of violation of purely syntactic rules, for example. 15. Sincerity frighten may boy there, 2. Boy the frighten may sincerity. And standard examples of purely semantic or pragmatic incongruity, for example. 16. Oculists are generally better trained than eye doctors. 2. Both of John's parents are married to aunts of mine. 3. I'm memorizing the score of the sonata I hope to compose someday. 4. That ice cube that you finally managed to melt just shattered. I knew you would come, but I was wrong. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 83. The examples of 13, however, have a borderline character, and it is much less clear how their aberrant status is to be explained. In other words, we must face the problem of determining to what extent the results and methods of syntactic or of semantic analysis can be extended to account for the deviance and interpretation of these expressions. It goes without saying that the same answer may not be appropriate in all of these cases, and that purely semantic or purely syntactic considerations may not provide the answer in some particular case. In fact, it should not be taken for granted, necessarily, that syntactic and semantic considerations can be sharply distinguished. Several suggestions have been made as to how syntactic considerations can provide of subclassification of the appropriate sort. These involve the notion of degree of grammaticalness, along various dimensions, and concrete proposals involve techniques of subclassifying based on distributional similarities. Although these notions have been advanced only very tentatively, it seems to me that they have some plausibility. 11 The only suggestion as to possible semantic grounds for these distinctions has been that they are based on language-independent semantic absolutes, that in each case, the deviance is attributable to violation of some linguistic universal that constrains the form of the semantic component of any generative grammar. It is possible that this is the right answer. Furthermore, there is no reason why some combination of these two extreme approaches should not be attempted. In any case, what is needed is a systematic account of how application of the devices and methods appropriate to unequivocal cases can be extended and deepened to provide a basis for explaining the status of such expressions as those of 13, and an account of how an ideal listener might assign an interpretation to such sentences, where possible, presumably on the basis of analogy to non-deviant cases. These are real and important questions. A descriptively adequate grammar must account for such. 84. Chapter 2. Phenomena in terms of the structural descriptions provided by its syntactic and semantic components, and a general linguistic theory that aims for explanatory adequacy must show how such a grammar can develop on the basis of data available to the language learner. Vague and unsupported assertions about the semantic basis for syntax make no contribution to the understanding of these questions. Proceeding now from the question of justification to the question of presentation, we must determine how a grammar can provide structural descriptions that will account for such phenomena as those exemplified. A priori, there is no way to decide whether the burden of presentation should fall on the syntactic or semantic component of the generative grammar. If the former, we must design the syntactic component so that it does not provide for the sentences of 13 directly, but assigns them phrase markers only by virtue of their structural similarities to such perfectly well-formed sentences as those of 14. Perhaps in the manner described in the references in Note 11. Thus, the syntactic component will operate in terms of selectional restrictions involving such categories as animateness and abstractness, and will characterize 13i, for example, as a string generated only by relaxing certain of these restrictions. Alternatively, if we conclude that the semantic component should carry the burden of accounting for these facts, we can allow the syntactic component to generate the sentences of 14, as well as those of 13, with no distinction of grammaticalness, but with lexical items specified in such a way that rules of the semantic component will determine the incongruity of the sentences of 13, and the manner in which they can be interpreted, if at all. Either way, we face a well-defined problem, and it is reasonably clear how to proceed to examine it. I shall, for the present, accept the position of the references of Note 11, assuming that the notion scale of grammaticalness will be relevant to semantic interpretation, that a distinction should be made between 13 and 14 by rules of the categories and relations in syntactic theory. 85. Syntactic component, and that the sentences of 13 are assigned phrase markers only by relaxation of certain syntactic conditions. Later on, I shall try to indicate the precise point at which this decision affects the form of the syntactic component, and shall discuss briefly some possible alternatives. Section 2.3.2. Some formal similarities between syntax and phonology. Consider now how information of the sort given in 2 can be presented in explicit rules. Note that this information concerns subcategorization rather than branching, that is, analysis of a category into a sequence of categories, as when S is analyzed into MP or VP, or NP into N. Furthermore, it seems that the only categories involved are those containing lexical formatives as members. Hence, we are dealing with a rather restricted part of grammatical structure, and it is important to bear this in mind in exploring appropriate means for presenting these facts. The obvious suggestion is to deal with subcategorization by rewriting rules of the type described in section 2.2. And this was the assumption made in the first attempts to formalize generative grammars, cf. Chomsky, 1951, 12 1955, 1957. However, G. H. Matthews, in the course of his work on a generative grammar of German in 1957 to 1958, pointed out that this assumption was incorrect and that rewriting rules are not the appropriate device to effect subcategorization of lexical categories. 13. The difficulty is that this subcategorization is typically not strictly hierarchic, but involves rather cross-classification. Thus, for example, nouns in English are either proper, John, Egypt, or common, boy, book, and either human, John, boy, or non-human, Egypt, book. Certain rules, for example, some involving determiners, apply to the proper/common distinction, others, for example, rules involving choice of relative pronoun, to the human, non-human distinction. But if the subcategorization is given by rewriting rules, then one or the other of these distinctions will have to dominate, and the other will. 86. Chapter 2. Be unstatable in the natural way. Thus, if we decide to take proper/common as the major distinction, we have such rules as 17. N proper, N common proper, PR human proper, PRN human common, C human common, CN human. Where the symbols PR human, PRN human, C human, and CN human are entirely unrelated, as distinct from one another as the symbols noun, verb, adjective, and modal. In this system, although we can easily state a rule that applies only to proper nouns or only to common nouns, a rule that applies to human nouns must be stated in terms of the unrelated categories PR human and C human. This obviously indicates that a generalization is being missed, since this rule would now be no simpler or better motivated than, for example, a rule applying to the unrelated categories PR, human and abstract nouns. As the depth of the analysis increases, problems of this sort mount to the point where they indicate a serious inadequacy in a grammar that consists only of rewriting rules. Nor is this particular difficulty overcome, as many others are, when we add transformational rules to the grammar. Formally, this problem is identical to one that is familiar on the level of phonology. Thus, phonological units are also cross-classified with respect to phonological rules. There are, for example, rules that apply to voiced consonants, B, Z, but not to unvoiced consonants, P, S. And there are other rules that apply to continuants, S, Z, but not to stops, P, B, and so on. For this reason, it is necessary to regard each phonological unit as a set of features, and to design the phonological component in such a way that each rule applies to all segments containing a certain feature. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 87. Or constellation of features. The same solution suggests itself in the case of the syntactic problem that we are now facing, and it is this method of dealing with the problem that I shall elaborate here. Before we turn to the use of features on the syntactic level, let us review briefly the operation of the phonological component, cf. Halley, 1959a, 1959b, 1962a, 1964, for discussion of this question. Each lexical formative is represented as a sequence of segments, each segment being a set of features. In other words, each lexical formative is represented by a distinctive feature matrix in which the columns stand for successive segments, and the rows for particular features. An entry in the if column and JTH row of such a matrix indicates how the if segment is specified with respect to the JTH feature. A particular entry may indicate that the segment in question is unspecified with respect to the feature in question, or that it is positively specified with respect to this feature, or that it is negatively specified with respect to this feature. We say that two segments are distinct just in case one is positively specified with respect to a feature with respect to which the other is negatively specified, and, more generally, that two matrices with the same number of columns are distinct if the if segment of one is distinct in this sense from the if segment of the other, for semi. Suppose that 18, Z, X, Y is a phonological rule where A, Z, X, and Y are matrices, and A and Z are, furthermore, segments, matrices with just a single column. This is the typical form of a phonological rule. We shall say that the rule, 18, is applicable to any string WX or YV, where X, Y are matrices with the same number of columns as X, A, Y, respectively, and X or Y is not distinct from X. Actually, qualifications are necessary that do not concern us here, cf. Halley and Chomsky, forthcoming, for discussion. The rule, 18, converts the string WX or YV to the string WX ZYV, where Z is the segment. 88. Chapter 2. Consisting of the feature specifications of Z together with all feature specifications of A for features with respect to which Z is unspecified. As an illustration of some of these notions, consider this phonological rule. 19, plus continuant, plus voiced slash, plus voiced. This will convert SM into ZM, FD, into VD, SG, into ZG, etc., but it will not affect ST, or PD, for example. 14 These conventions, which can be simplified and generalized in ways that do not concern us here, allow us to apply rules to any class of segments specified by a given combination of features, and thus to make use of the cross-classification of segments provided by the feature representation. These notions can be adapted without essential change to the representation of lexical categories and their members, providing a very natural solution to the cross-classification problem and, at the same time, contributing to the general unity of grammatical theory. Each lexical formative will have associated with it a set of syntactic features. Thus boy will have the syntactic features, plus common, plus human, etc. Furthermore, the symbols representing lexical categories, N, V, etc., will be analyzed by the rules into complex symbols, each complex symbol being a set of specified syntactic features, just as each phonological segment is a set of specified phonological features. For example, we might have the following grammatical rules. 20, I, N, plus N, plus minus common 2, plus common, plus minus count 3, plus count, plus minus animate 4, minus common, plus minus animate, V, plus animate, plus minus human, Vi, minus count, plus minus abstract. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 89. We interpret rule 20I as asserting that the symbol N in a line of a derivation is to be replaced by one of the two complex symbols, plus N, plus common, or plus N, minus common. The rules 20I operate under the conventions of phonological rules. Thus rule 20 asserts that any complex symbol Q that is already specified as plus common is to be replaced by the complex symbol containing all of the features of Q along with either the feature specification, plus count, or minus count. The same is true of the other rules that operate on complex symbols. The total effect of the rules 20 can be represented by the branching diagram 21. In this representation, each node is labeled by a feature, and the lines are labeled plus or minus. Each maximal path corresponds to a category of lexical items. An element of this category has the feature f equals plus or minus, if and only if one of the lines constituting this path is labeled and descends from a node labeled f. Typical members of the categories defined by 20 are given at the terminal points of 21. 21. Common. Bless. Count. Bless. Animate. Bless. Animate. Bless. Human book. Bless. Boy dog. Abstract. Bless. Virtue dirt. Human. Bless. John Fido. Egypt. A system of complex symbol rules need not be representable by a branching diagram of this sort. For example, the empirically realized categories defined by the rules 20 are also defined by the 90. Chapter 2. Rules 22, but in this case there is no representing branching diagram. 22. I, N, plus N, plus minus animate, plus minus common. 2, plus common, plus minus count. 3. Minus count. Plus minus abstract minus animate. 4, plus animate, plus minus human. If we were to require representability in a branching diagram as the formal condition on these rules, then 22 would be excluded. In this case, the rules could just as well be presented in the form 21 as the form 20. In any event, with rules of this sort that introduce an elaborate complex symbols, we can develop the full set of lexical categories. Section 2.3.3. General structure of the base component. We now modify the description of the base subcomponent that was presented earlier, and exemplified by 5, in the following way. In addition to rewriting rules that apply to category symbols and that generally involve branching, there are rewriting rules such as 20 that apply to symbols for lexical categories and that introduce or operate on complex symbols, sets of specified syntactic features. The grammar will now contain no rules such as those of 5 that introduce the formatives belonging to lexical categories. Instead, the base of the grammar will contain a lexicon, which is simply an unordered list of all lexical formatives. More precisely, The lexicon is a set of lexical entries, each lexical entry being a pair, D, C, where D is a phonological distinctive feature matrix spelling a certain lexical formative and C is a collection of specified syntactic features, a complex symbol. 15. The system of rewriting rules will now generate derivations terminating with strings that consist of grammatical formatives and categories and relations in syntactic theory. 91. Complex symbols. Such a string we call a preterminal string. A terminal string is formed from a preterminal string by insertion of a lexical formative in accordance with the following lexical rule. If Q is a complex symbol of a preterminal string and D, C, is a lexical entry, where C is not distinct from Q, then Q can be replaced by D. We now extend the fundamental notion is that relates strings to categories. For example, the boy is an NP in 3, in the following way. We say that in the terminal string formed by replacing the complex symbol Q by the formative D of the lexical entry, D, C, the formative D is in F, equivalently, is dominated by F, if F is part of the complex symbol Q or the complex symbol C, where A is either plus or minus and F is a feature, but CF. Note 15. We also extend the general notion phrase marker in such a way that the phrase marker of a terminal string also contains the new information. With this extension, a phrase marker can naturally no longer be represented by a tree diagram, as before, since it has an additional dimension at the level of subcategorization. As a concrete example, consider again the sentence "Sincerity may frighten the boy" equals 1. Instead of the grammar 5, we now have a grammar containing the branching rules 51, which I repeat here as 23, along with the subcategorization rules 20, repeated as 24, and containing a lexicon with the entries 25. It is to be understood, here and later on, that the italicized items stand for phonological distinctive feature matrices, that is, spellings of the formatives. 23. SNP OVP VP VNP NP 10 the OM. 92. Chapter 2. 24. N plus N plus minus common 2 plus common plus minus count 3 plus count plus minus animate 4 minus common plus minus animate V plus animate plus minus human Vi minus count plus minus abstract. 25. Sincerity plus N minus count plus abstract boy plus N plus count plus common plus animate plus human may plus M. We shall have more to say about these rules and lexical entries later, and they will still undergo significant revision. These rules allow us to generate the preterminal string 26 plus N minus count plus abstract M Q the plus N plus count plus animate plus human, where Q is the complex symbol into which V is analyzed by rules that we shall discuss directly. The lexical rule, which, since it is perfectly general, need not be stated in any grammar. In other words, it constitutes part of the definition of derivation, now allows us to insert sincerity for the first complex symbol and boy for the last complex symbol of 26, and, as we shall see, to insert frighten for Q, and may for M, CF. Note 9. Except for the case of frighten, the information about the sentence 1, that is given in 2, is now explicitly provided in full by the phrase marker generated by the grammar consisting of the rules 23, 24, and the lexicon 25. We might represent this phrase marker in the form shown in 27. If the lexicon includes additional specific information about the lexical items that appear in 26, this information will also appear in the phrase marker, represented in terms of features that appear in the phrase marker in a position dominated by the lexical categories N and V and dominating the formative in question. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 93. 27. S. NP. O. VP. N. M. V. NP. Count plus common, may. Queued. N. Plus abstract. Frightened there, plus count plus common. Sincerity. Plus animate. Plus human. Boy. Given this phrase marker, we can derive all of the information, to I, and, to, which concerns assignment of substrings to categories, in terms of the relation is A, and the functional information, to, is derivable from the phrase marker in the manner described in section 2.2. We shall return in chapter 4, section 2 to questions concerning the proper formulation of lexical entries. However, we can see immediately that separating the lexicon from the system of rewriting rules has quite a number of advantages. For one thing, many of the grammatical properties of formatives can now be specified directly in the lexicon, by association of syntactic features with lexical formatives, and thus need not be represented in the rewriting rules at all. In particular, morphological properties of various kinds can be treated in this way. For example, membership of lexical items in derivational classes, declensional classes, strong or weak verbs, nominalizable adjectives, etc. Since many such properties are entirely irrelevant to the functioning of the rules of the base and are, furthermore, highly idiosyncratic, the grammar can be significantly simplified if they are excluded from the rewriting rules and listed in lexical entries, where they most naturally belong. Or, returning to, notice that it is now unnecessary to use rewriting rules to classify transitive verbs into those that do and those that. 94. Chapter 2. Do not normally permit object deletion. Instead, the lexical entries for read, eat, on the one hand, and frighten, keep, on the other, will differ in specification for the particular syntactic feature of object deletion, which is not mentioned in the rewriting rules at all. The transformational rule that deletes objects will now be applicable only to those words positively specified with respect to this feature, this information now being contained in the phrase marker of the strings in which these words appear. Any attempt to construct a careful grammar will quickly reveal that many formatives have unique or almost unique grammatical characteristics, so that the simplification of the grammar that can be effected in these ways will certainly be substantial. In general, all properties of a formative that are essentially idiosyncratic will be specified in the lexicon. 16 in particular, the lexical entry must specify a. Aspects of phonetic structure that are not predictable by general rule. For example, in the case of b, the phonological matrix of the lexical entry will specify that the first segment is a voiced labial stop and the second an acute vowel, but it will not specify the degree of aspiration of the stop or the fact that the vowel is voiced, tense, and unrounded. 17. B. Properties relevant to the functioning of transformational rules, as the example of the preceding paragraph, and many others. C. Properties of the formative that are relevant for semantic interpretation, that is, components of the dictionary definition. D. Lexical features indicating the positions in which a lexical formative can be inserted, by the lexical rule, in a preterminal string. In short, it contains information that is required by the phonological and semantic components of the grammar and by the transformational part of the syntactic component of the grammar, as well as information that determines the proper placement of lexical entries in sentences, and hence, by implication, the degree and manner of deviation of strings that are not directly generated. See section 2.3.1 and chapter 4, section 1.1. Notice, incidentally, that the purely semantic lexical features constitute a categories and relations in syntactic theory. 95. Well-defined set, in a given grammar. A feature belongs to this set just in case it is not referred to by any rule of the phonological or syntactic component. This may be important for the theory of semantic interpretation. See Katz, 1964b. It is important to observe that the base system no longer is, strictly speaking, a phrase structure, constituent structure, grammar, as described informally in section 2.3.1 and more carefully in the references cited there. A phrase structure grammar consists of an unordered set of rewriting rules, and assigns a structural description that can be represented as a tree diagram with nodes labeled by symbols of the vocabulary. This theory formalizes a conception of linguistic structure that is substantive and interesting, and that has been quite influential for at least half a century, namely the taxonomic view that syntactic structure is determined exclusively by operations of segmentations and classification. See section 2.3.1, Postal, 1964a, and Chomsky, 1964. Of course, we have already departed from this theory by assuming that the rewriting rules apply in a prescribed sequence to generate a restricted set of base strings, rather than freely to generate the full set of actual sentences. This modification restricted the role of the phrase structure grammar. But introduction of the complex symbols constitutes another radical departure from this theory, and the separate treatment of the lexicon just suggested is again an essential revision. These modifications affect the strong generative capacity of the theory. It is no longer true that a phrase marker can be represented as a labeled tree diagram, where each label stands for a category of strings. Furthermore, the conventions for the use of complex symbols in effect allow the use of quasi-transformational rules in the base component. To see why this is so, notice that a derivation involving only phrase structure rules, rewriting rules, has a strict Markovian character. That is, in a derivation consisting of the successive lines 1, n, 1 equals hash s hash, n equals hash a1 tag hash, where each ai is a terminal or non-terminal symbol of the vocabulary on which the grammar is. 96. Chapter 2. Based, the rules that can be applied to form the next line n plus 1 are independent of 1. n minus 1 and depend completely on the string n. A grammatical transformation, on the other hand, typically applies to a string with a particular structural description. Thus, application of such a rule to the last line of a derivation depends in part on earlier lines. A grammatical transformation is, in other words, a rule that applies to phrase markers rather than to strings in the terminal and non-terminal vocabulary of the grammar. Suppose, however, that we were to include labeled brackets in the strings that constitute a derivation and were to allow the rewriting rules to refer to these symbols. We should now have a kind of transformational grammar, and we should have entirely lost the intuition about language structure that motivated the development of phrase structure grammar. In fact, incorporation of brackets into strings provides the most appropriate notation for the transformational rules of the phonological component. See Halley and Chomsky, 1960, forthcoming, Chomsky and Miller, 1963, section 6, though not for the transformational rules of the syntactic component, which are not local transformations of the sort that appear, exclusively, in the transformational cycle in phonology. 18 But with the availability of complex symbols, aspects of the earlier steps of a derivation can also be carried along to later steps, just as in the case of the notation for transformational rules that involves carrying along labeled brackets in lines of a derivation, and, to some extent, global operations on strings can be coded into complex category symbols and carried along in derivations until the point of application of these operations. Consequently, rules applying to complex symbols are, in effect, transformational rules, and a grammar using complex symbols is a kind of transformational grammar rather than a phrase structure grammar. Notice, incidentally, that the conventions established for the use of complex symbols do not provide systems with greater weak generative capacity than phrase structure grammars. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 97. Even if appropriate conventions are established to permit complex symbols to appear at any point in a derivation, rather than only in lexical categories, see Note 4. This fact, of course, has no bearing on the observation that such a theory is no longer a version of the theory of phrase structure grammar. Section 2.3. Flower context-sensitive subcategorization rules. We have not yet considered how the category V is analyzed into a complex symbol. First, suppose that we have the grammar 23-25. We must still give rules to determine whether V may or may not be transitive, and so on, and must add to the lexicon appropriate entries for individual verbal formatives. It would not do simply to add to the grammar the rule 28, analogous to 24. 28. V plus minus progressive, plus minus transitive, plus minus abstract subject, plus minus animate object. The problem is that an occurrence of the category symbol V can be replaced by a complex symbol containing the feature plus transitive, just in case it is in the environment. NP. Similarly, the verb can be positively specified for the feature, abstract subject, just in case it is the environment, plus abstract middle dot, and it can be positively specified for the feature, animate object, just in case it is in the environment, middle dot, plus animate, and so on, in the case of all of those lexical features that are involved in the statement of contextual restrictions. Hence, the features, transitive, abstract subject, animate object, must be introduced by rewriting rules that are restricted with respect to context, as distinct from the context-free rules, 22, that subcategorize nouns. 19. As a first approximation, we might consider rules of the following sort, for the analysis of V. 29, I, V plus transitive slash, NP. 2. V minus transitive slash, hash. 98. Chapter 2. 30. I plus V plus abstract subject plus N plus abstract O plus V plus minus abstract subject plus N minus abstract O plus V plus animate object slash D plus N plus animate plus V plus minus animate object slash D plus N minus animate. We can now introduce the standard conventions for expressing generalizations in the case of context-sensitive rewriting rules such as 4, 29, 30, cf. For example, Chomsky, 1957, Appendix, cf. Section 7, Chapter 1, for discussion of the role of these conventions in linguistic theory, in particular, the convention that x1, y1, 31. A. Z. Slash. Dot. Xn. is an abbreviation for the sequence of rules. 32. I. A Z slash X1, Y1. N. A Z slash Xn. And other familiar related conventions. These allow us to restate 29 and 30 as 33 and 34. Respectively. 33. I, 2. V plus transitive minus transitive. NP hash. 34. I plus abstract subject plus N plus abstract O dash. II plus V plus minus abstract subject plus N minus abstract O plus animate object slash D plus N plus animate. 4. Plus minus animate object slash D plus N minus animate. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 99. It is immediately apparent that the rules 33 and 34, though formally adequate, are extremely clumsy and leave important generalizations unexpressed. This becomes still more obvious when we observe that alongside of 34, there are many other rules of the same kind, and that alongside of 33, there are rules specifying various other choices of subcategories of verbs, for example, in such environments as adjective, for example, grow, old, feel, sad, predicate nominal, become, president, like predicate nominal, look, like a nice person, act, like a foot, think, that he will come, believe, it to be unlikely, whereas is a variant of a sentence, NFS, persuade, John that it is unlikely, omitting certain refinements. In other words, the schema for grammatical description that we have so far developed still does not permit us to state the actual processes at work in determining the form of sentences. In the present case, there is a large set of rules, of which 34 mentions just 4, that, in effect, assign features of the subject and object to the verb, somewhat in the manner of ordinary rules of agreement in many languages, and there are also many rules, of which 33 present just 2, that impose a subclassification on the category verb in terms of the set of frames in which this category appears at the stage of a derivation where it is to be subcategorized. These generalizations are not expressible in terms of the schema for grammatical descriptions so far developed, an inadequacy that reveals itself in the redundancy and clumsiness of the systems of rules of which 33 and 34 are samples. Our present difficulty can be seen clearly by comparing the rules 34 with the hypothetical set 35. 35I plus F1 plus N plus abstract O II plus V plus F2 plus N minus abstract O F1 slash D plus N plus animate 4 minus F2 slash D plus N minus animate 100. Chapter 2, where F1 and F2 are certain syntactic features. Rules such as 34 systematically select the verb in terms of the choice of subject and object, whereas the rules 35 determine the subcategorization of verbs in some essentially haphazard way in terms of choice of subject and object. However, the system 34 is not, in our present terms, more highly valued than 35. In fact, the opposite would be true in this case if the familiar notational conventions are applied to evaluate these systems. In other words, the linguistically significant generalization underlying 34 is not expressible within our present framework, which is therefore shown to be inadequate, in this case, at the level of explanatory adequacy. Let us consider how a more natural and revealing expression of these processes can be developed. Observe that the feature specification, plus transitive, can be regarded as merely a notation indicating occurrence in the environment, NP. A more expressive notation would be simply the symbol, NP itself. 20 Generalizing, let us allow certain features to be designated in the form X, Y, where X and Y are strings, perhaps null, of symbols. We shall henceforth call these contextual features. Let us regard transitive verbs as positively specified for the contextual feature, NP, pre-adjectival verbs such as grow, feel, as positively specified for the contextual feature, adjective, and so on. We then have a general rule of subcategorization to the effect that a verb is positively specified with respect to the contextual feature associated with the context in which it occurs. We thus introduce the notation 36, X, C, S, Y, Z, W, as an abbreviation for the rewriting rule. 37, X plus A plus Z, W, Y, Z, W, where CS stands for complex symbol. Utilizing the bracket conventions, we can now have categories and relations in syntactic theory. 101. Z1, W1. 38, X, CS, Y, slash, dot, ZN, WN, as an abbreviation for the sequence of rules. 39, X, plus A, plus Z1, W1, Y slash Z1, W1, plus A, plus ZN, WN, Y slash ZN, WN. The notation introduced in 35 allows us to express the fact that a set of frames in which the symbol A occurs imposes a corresponding subclassification on A, with one subdivision corresponding to each listed context. Thus in the case of verb subclassification, we shall have, instead of 33, the rule 40 as a better approximation. NP. Hash. Adjective. 40, VCS slash, Cycridig part reading Nicumtayan Nalaminal 21. Prepositional phrase. That S. NP, of 10, S. etc. 102. Chapter 2. The lexicon might now contain the items. 41, eat, plus V, plus, NP, elapse, plus V, plus, hash, grow, plus V, plus, NP, plus, hash, plus, adjective, become, plus V, plus, adjective, plus, predicate nominal, seem, plus V, plus, adjective, plus, like predicate nominal, look, plus V, plus, prepositional phrase, hash, plus, adjective, plus, like predicate nominal, believe, plus V, plus, NP, plus, that S, persuade, plus V, plus, NP, of 10, S. And so on. 22. The rules, 40, supplemented by the lexicon, 41, will permit such expressions as John eats food, a week elapsed, John grew a beard, John grew sad, John became sad, John became president, John seems sad, John seems like a nice fellow, John looked at Bill, John looks sad, John looks like a nice fellow, John believes me, John believes that it is unlikely, John persuaded Bill that we should leave, John persuaded Bill of the necessity for us to leave. We see that with a slight extension of conventional notations, the systematic use of complex symbols permits a fairly simple and informative statement of one of the basic processes of subclassification. We can use the same notational device to express the kinds of selectional restriction expressed in such rules as 34, which assign features of the subject and object to the verb. Thus we can replace 34 by the rules 42, I plus abstract, O dash, II plus, V, CS slash, minus abstract, O, plus animate, 4, comment, minus animate. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 103. When now, plus abstract, O, is the feature denoted in 34, as, plus abstract subject, etc. The notational convention, 36-37, shows in what respect a system of rules such as 34, but not 35, expresses a linguistically significant generalization. The rules of 40 and 42 analyze a category into a complex symbol in terms of the frame in which this category appears. The rules differ in that in the case of 40, the frame is stated in terms of category symbols, whereas in the case of 42, the frame is stated in terms of syntactic features. Rules such as 40, which analyze a symbol in terms of its categorial context, I shall henceforth call strict subcategorization rules. Rules such as 42, which analyze a symbol, generally, a complex symbol, in terms of syntactic features of the frames in which it appears, I shall call selectional rules. The latter express what are usually called selectional restrictions or restrictions of concurrence. We shall see later that there are important syntactic and semantic differences between strict subcategorization rules and selectional rules with respect to both their form and function, and that consequently this distinction may be an important one. In the case of both the strict subcategorization rules, 40, and the selectional rules, 42, there are still deeper generalizations that are not yet expressed. Consider first the case of 40. This set of rules imposes a categorization on the symbol V in terms of a certain set of frames in which V occurs. It fails to express the fact that every frame in which V appears in the VP is relevant to the strict subcategorization of V, and the further fact that no frame which is not part of the VP is relevant to the strict subcategorization of V. Thus, the symbol VP will dominate such strings as the following, in derivations generated by rewriting rules of the base. 43, I, V, 2, V, and P. Elapse, bring the book. 104. Chapter 2. 3, V, and P that S. Persuade John that. 4, V prep phrase. There was no hope, decide on a new course. V prep phrase of action, argue with John about the plan. V adjective. Grow sad. 7, V like predicate nominal. Feel like a new man. 8, V NP prep phrase. Save the book for John. 9, V NP prep phrase. Trade the bicycle to John for a tennis racket, and so on. Corresponding to each such string dominated by VP, there is a strict subcategorization of verbs. On the other hand, verbs are not be strictly subcategorized in terms of types of subject NPs or type of auxiliary. Apparently. 23 This observation suggests that at a certain point in the sequence of base rewriting rules, we introduce the rule that strictly subcategorizes verbs in the following form. 44. VCS / comma where is a string such that V is a VP. The rule schema, 44, expresses the actual generalization that determines strict categorization of verbs in terms of the set of syntactic frames in which V appears. We have now discussed the problem of formulating the generalizations that actually underlie the strict subcategorization rules, 40, and have presented informally a device that would accomplish this result. It remains to consider the selectional rules, of which 42 presents a sample. Here too it is evident that there are linguistically significant generalizations that are not expressed in the rules as given in this form. Thus the rules, 42, do not make use of the fact that every syntactic feature of the subject and object imposes a corresponding classification on the verb, 24, not just certain arbitrarily chosen features. Once again, a certain extension of their categories and relations in syntactic theory. 105. Notational devices. The formulating rules is called for so that the evaluation measure will operate correctly. In this case, the most natural way to formulate the underlying generalization would be by such rule schemata as 45 plus V CS / O comma where is an n being a variable ranging over specified features. We interpret these schemata as abbreviating the sequence of all rules derived from 45 by replacing by a symbol meeting the stated condition, namely dominance by n, with some ordering that is apparently inconsequential. The rules abbreviated by the schemata 45 assert simply that each feature of the preceding and following noun is assigned to the verb and determines an appropriate selectional subclassification of it. Thus, if the rule 45 appears in the sequence of base rules after the rules 20, then each of the lexical features that was introduced by the rules of 20 would determine a corresponding subclassification of the complex symbol plus V. The rule schemata 44 and 45 deal with a situation in which an element, in this case, the verb, is subcategorized in terms of the contexts in which this element appears, where these contexts all meet some syntactic condition. In all cases, an important generalization would be missed if the relevant contexts were merely listed. The theory of grammar would fail to express the fact that grammar is obviously more highly valued if subcategorization is determined by a set of contexts that is syntactically definable. The appropriate sense of syntactically definable is suggested by the examples just given. A precise account of syntactically definable can be given quite readily within the framework of transformational grammar. At the conclusion of section 2.3.3 we pointed out that a system of rewriting rules that makes use of complex symbols is no longer. 106. Chapter 2. A phrase structural grammar, though it does not differ from such a grammar in weak generative capacity, but rather is more properly regarded as a kind of transformational grammar. The rule schemata, 44, and 45, take on the character of transformational rules even more clearly. Rules of this type are essentially of the form 46. A CS, X, Y, XA is analyzable as Z1, Zn. Where the expression X is analyzable as Y1, it means that X can be segmented into X equals X1 Xn in such a way that psi is dominated by E, in the phrase marker of the derivation under construction. Analyzability, in this sense, is the basic predicate in terms of which the theory of transformational grammar is developed. See Chomsky, 1955, 1956, and many other references. Thus, for example, we can often restate the rules in question with the use of labeled brackets, regarding these as carried along in the course of a derivation, or by allowing complex symbols to appear at arbitrary points of a derivation, with certain features being carried over to certain of the descendants of a particular category symbol in the manner of Matthews's system referred to in Note 13, or in various other similar ways. 25. Along with the lexicon, then, the base component of the grammar contains I. Rewriting rules that typically involve branching and that utilize only categorical, non-complex, symbols, and 2. Rule schemata that involve only lexical categories, except in the statement of context, and that utilize complex symbols. The rules, I, are ordinary phrase structure rules, but the rules, 2, are transformational rules of an elementary sort. One might, in fact, suggest that even the rules, I, must be replaced, in part, by rule schemata that go beyond the range of phrase structure rules in strong generative capacity. Cf. For example, Chomsky and Miller, 1963, p. 298, Chomsky and Schutzenberger, 1963, p. 133, where such operations and conjunction are discussed in terms of a framework. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 107. Of this sort, or by local transformations, cf. Note 18. In short, it has become clear that it was a mistake, in the first place, to suppose that the base component of a transformational grammar should be strictly limited to a system of phrase structure rules, although such a system does play a fundamental role as a subpart of the base component. In fact, its role is that of defining the grammatical relations that are expressed in the deep structure and that therefore determine the semantic interpretation of a sentence. The descriptive power of the base component is greatly enriched by permitting transformational rules. Consequently, it is important to see what limitations can be imposed and their use, that is, to see to what extent freedom to use such devices is actually empirically motivated. From the examples just given, it seems that there are indeed heavy restrictions. Thus, the strict subcategorization of V involves only frames that are dominated by the symbol VP, and there are also obvious restrictions, to which we return in section 4.2, involved in the use of selectional rules. Putting these aside for the moment, let us continue with the investigation of strict subcategorization rules. The symbol V is introduced by rules of the form VP middle dot, and it is frames dominated by VP that determine strict subcategorization of verbs. This suggests that we impose the following general condition on strict subcategorization rules. Each such rule must be of the form 47, a CS, where is a comma. Where, furthermore, is the category symbol that appears on the left in the rule middle dot that introduces a. Thus, 47, reformulated within the framework of the theory of grammatical transformations, would be what we have called a local transformation, cf. Note 18. The italicized condition guarantees that the transformation is, furthermore, strictly local in the sense of Note 108. Chapter 2. 18. If this condition of strict local subcategorization is adopted as a general condition on the form of grammar, then the strict subcategorization rules can simply be given in the form 48, a CS. The rest being supplied automatically by a convention. In other words, the only characteristic of these rules that must be explicitly indicated in the grammar is their position in the sequence of rules. This position fixes the set of frames that determines subcategorization. Suppose that the rule that introduces nouns into the grammar is, essentially, the following. 49, NP, D, NS. In this case, we should expect strict subcategorization of nouns into the categories D, S, and dash, continuing with the notational conventions for features introduced earlier. The category D, S is the category of nouns with sentential complements, such as the idea that he might succeed, the fact that he was guilty, the opportunity for him to leave, the habit of working hard, the latter involving a sentential complement with an obligatorily deleted subject. The category D is simply the category of common nouns. The category is the category of proper nouns, that is, nouns with no determiner, or, as in the case of the Hague, the Nile, with a fixed determiner that may just as well be taken as part of the noun itself, rather than as part of a freely and independently selected determiner system. 26. If this is correct, then the proper, common distinction is strict subcategorial, and does not fall together with the other features introduced in 20. The category S is not realized in so obvious a way as the others. Perhaps one should utilize this category to account for quotes contexts and, more importantly, for the impersonality of such sentences as it strikes. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 109. Me that he had no choice. It surprised me that he left. It is obvious that the attempt must fail, which derive from underlying strings with NPs of the form, its sentence, the sentence complement either being separated from it by a transformation, as in the examples cited, or substituting for it by a strictly local transformation in the manner described in Note 18. Returning, once again, to verb subcategorization, we note one further consequence of accepting the general condition suggested in connection with 47. It is well known that in verb prepositional phrase constructions one can distinguish various degrees of cohesion between the verb and the accompanying prepositional phrase. The point can be illustrated clearly by such ambiguous constructions as 50. He decided on the boat, which may mean he chose the boat or he made his decision while on the boat. Both kinds of phrase appear in 51. He decided on the boat on the train. That is, he chose the boat while on the train. Clearly, the second prepositional phrase in 51 is simply a place adverbial, which, like a time adverbial, has no particular connection with the verb, but in fact modifies the entire verb phrase or perhaps the entire sentence. It can, in fact, be optionally preposed to the sentence, although the first prepositional phrase of 51, which is in close construction to the verb, cannot, that is, the sentence on the train, he decided, is unambiguous. There are many other examples of the same kind. For example, he worked at the office versus he worked at the job. He laughed at 10 o'clock versus he laughed at the clown. He ran after dinner versus he ran after John. Clearly, time and place adverbials can occur quite freely with various types of verb phrase, on the one hand, whereas many types of prepositional phrase appear in much closer construction to 110. Chapter 2. Verbs. This observation suggests that we modify slightly the first several rules of the base, replacing them by 52. S&P predicate phrase. 2. Predicate phrase OVP, place, time. Be predicate. 3. VP. V. NP, adjective S. Prep phrase. Prep phrase. Manner. Like, predicate nominal. Direction. 4. Prep phrase punctuation. Frequency. Etc. VCS. The conventions governing complex symbols will interpret V as strictly subcategorizing verbs with respect to all contexts introduced in the second part of Rule 3 and in Rule 4. It will follow, then, that verbs are subcategorized with respect to the prepositional phrases introduced by 52, but not with respect to those introduced by 52 in, namely, the place and time adverbials that are associated with the full predicate phrase, and that might, in fact, be in part more closely associated with the auxiliary, cf. Note 23, or with sentence adverbials which form a pre-sentence unit in the underlying structure. Thus, verbs will be subcategorized with respect to verbal complements, but not with respect to verb phrase complements. That this is essentially the case is clear from the examples given. To illustrate, once again, in connection with the 4 types of adverbials listed in 52 of, we have such phrases as 53, but not 54, 27. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 111. 53, dash, into the room. V, direction, last, for 3 hours. V, duration, remain, in England. V, place, win, 3 times a week. V, frequency. 54, dash, in England last, 3 times a week. Remain, into the room, win, for 3 hours. Similarly, the italicized phrases in he argued with John about politics, he aimed the gun at John, he talked about Greece, he ran after John, he decided on a new course of action, and so on, are of types that induce a subcategorization of verbs, whereas the italicized phrases in John died in England, John played Othello in England, John always runs after dinner, and so on, do not play a role in verb subcategorization, since they are introduced by a rule, namely, 52, the left-hand symbol of which does not directly dominate V. Similarly, the other contexts introduced in 52 will play a role in strict subcategorization of verbs. In particular, the manner adverbial participates in verb subcategorization. Thus, verbs generally take manner adverbials freely, but there are some that do not. For example, resemble, have, marry, in the sense of John married Mary, not the preacher married John and Mary, which does take manner adverbials freely. Fit, in the sense of the suit fits me, not the tailor fitted me, which does take manner adverbials freely. Cost, weigh, in the sense of the car weighed 2 tons, not John weighed the letter, which does take manner adverbials freely, and so on. The verbs that do not take manner adverbials freely Lees has called middle verbs. Lees, 1960 A.P. 8, and he has also observed that these are, characteristically, the verbs with following NPs that do not undergo the passive transformation. Thus we do not have John is resembled by Bill. 112. Chapter 2. A good book is had by John. John was married by Mary. I am fitted by the suit. $10 is cost by this book. 2 tons is weighed by this car, and so on. although of course John was married by Mary is acceptable in the sense of John was married by the preacher, and we can have I was fitted by the tailor, the letter was weighed by John, etc. 28. These observations suggest that the manner adverbial should have as one of its realizations a dummy element signifying that the passive transformation must obligatorily apply. That is, we may have the rule, 55, as a rewriting rule of the base and may formulate the passive transformation so as to apply to strings of the form, 56, with an elementary transformation that substitutes the first NP for the dummy element passive and places the second NP in the position of the first NP. 55. Manner by passive. 56. NP, O, V dash middle dot dash NP dash middle dot dash by passive dash middle dot. Where the leftmost middle dot in 56 requires further specification. For example, it cannot contain an NP. This formulation has several advantages over that presented in earlier work on transformational grammar, such as Chomsky, 1957. First of all, it accounts automatically for the restriction of passivization to verbs that take manner adverbials freely. That is, a verb will appear in the frame, 56, and thus undergo the passive transformation only if it is positively specified in the lexicon for the strict subcategorization feature, NP manner, in which case it will also take manner adverbials freely. Second, with this formulation it is possible to account for the derived phrase marker of the passive by the rules for substitution transformations. This makes it possible to dispense entirely with an ad hoc rule of derived constituent structure that, in fact, was motivated solely by the passive construction, cf. Chomsky, 1957, pages 73 to 74. Third, it is now possible to account for categories and relations in syntactic theory. 113. Pseudo-passives, such as the proposal was vehemently argued against, the new course of action was agreed on, John is looked up to by everyone, by a slight generalization of the ordinary passive transformation. In fact, the schema, 56, already permits these passives. Thus everyone looks up to John by passive meets the condition, 56, with John as the second NP, and it will be converted into John is looked up to by everyone by the same elementary transformation that forms John was seen by everyone from everyone saw John. In the earlier formulation, cf. Chomsky, 1955, Chapter 9, it was necessary to treat pseudo-passives by a new transformation. The reason was that V of 56 had to be limited to transitive verbs for the ordinary passive transformation, so as to exclude the middle verbs have, resemble, etc. But if passivization is determined by a manner adverbial, as just suggested, then V in 56 can be quite free, and can be an intransitive as well as a transitive verb. Thus John is looked up to and John was seen are formed by the same rule, despite the fact that only in the latter case is John the direct object of the deep structure. Notice, however, that the adverbial introduced by 52 is not subject to the passive transformation as defined by 56, since it will follow the adverbial by passive. This accounts from the fact that we can have this job is being worked at quite seriously from unspecified a subject is working at this job quite seriously, or at this job is a verb complement introduced by 52, but not the office is being worked at from unspecified a subject is working at the office, where the phrase at the office is a VP complement introduced by 52, and therefore follows the manner adverbial. Similarly, we can have the boat was decided on in the sense of he chose the boat, but not in the sense of he decided while on the boat. Thus the passive sentence corresponding to 50 is unambiguous, though 50 itself is ambiguous. Many other facts can be explained in the same way. 114. Chapter 2. The fact that we are able, in this way, to account for the non-ambiguity of the boat was decided on by John as contrasted with the ambiguity of John decided on the boat, along with many similar examples, provides an indirect justification for the proposal, cf. p. 107, that strict subcategorization rules be limited to strictly local transformations. It is perhaps worthwhile to trace through the argument again to see why this is so. By the strictly local subcategorization principle we know that certain categories must be internal to the VP and others must be external to it. One of the elements that must be internal to the VP, in accordance with this principle, is the marker for passivization, since it plays a role in strict subcategorization of the verb. Furthermore, the marker for passivization is associated with the presence of the manner adverbial, which is internal to the VP by the strictly local subcategorization principle. Since the passive transformation must be formulated with a structure index 56, it follows that NPs in VP complements are not subject to pseudo-passivization while NPs in V complements may be subject to this operation. In particular, where on the boat is a V complement and John decided on the boat, meaning John chose the boat, it is subject to pseudo-passivization by the passive transformation, but where on the boat is a VP complement and John decided on the boat, meaning John decided while he was on the boat, equivalently, on the boat, John decided, it is not subject to pseudo-passivization since it does not meet the condition, 56. Therefore, observing that the boat was decided on by John is unambiguous and means only that John chose the boat, we conclude that the premise of this argument, namely the assumption that strict subcategorization is limited to strictly local transformations, has empirical support. The reanalysis, 52, requires that the definitions of functional notions proposed in section 2.2, cf. 11, be slightly altered. Thus we. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 115. Might perhaps define the notion predicative as, predicate phrase, s, rather than as, VP, s. This revised formulation of the rules, incidentally, illustrates another property of the traditional functional notions. We observed in section 2.2 that these notions are defined only for what we called major categories. Furthermore, it seems that they are defined only for those major categories A that appear in rules of the form X middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot B middle dot middle dot middle dot or X middle dot middle dot middle dot B middle dot middle dot middle dot to middle dot middle dot middle dot, where B is also a major category. This seems quite natural, considering the relational character of these notions. Section 3. An illustrative fragment of the base component. Let us now summarize this discussion by returning to the original problem, posed in section 1, of presenting structural information of the sort illustrated in 2 of section 1 in a set of rules that are designed to express precisely the basic linguistic processes involved. We may now consider a generative grammar with a base component containing, among many others, the rules and rule schemata, 57, and the lexicon, 58. 57. I, S and P predicate phrase, 2, predicate phrase OVP, place, time. Copula predicate. 3. VP. V. NP, S. Prep phrase. Prep phrase. Manner. Predicate. 4. Predicate. Adjective. Like, predicate nominal. V, prep phrase direction, duration, place, frequency, etc. Vi, VCS. 116. Chapter 2. 7, NP, D, N, S. 8, NCS. 9, plus dash, plus minus count. X, plus count, plus minus animate. 11, plus N, plus dash, plus minus animate. 12, plus animate, plus minus human. 13, count, plus minus abstract. 14 plus V, C, S, O, t, comma, where is an N and. 15, adjective CS is an N. 16, O tense, M, aspect. 17, d, pre-article of, article, post-article. 18, article, plus minus definite. 58, sincerity, plus N, plus dash, dash count, plus abstract, boy, plus N, plus dash, plus count, plus animate, plus human, frighten, plus V, plus NP, plus abstract, O, t, plus animate, plus object deletion. May, plus M. This system of rules will generate the phrase marker, 59. Adding the rules that realize definite as the and non-definite as. Now before a following non-count noun, we derive the sentence sincerity may frighten the boy of section 1, with the phrase marker, 59. Notice that this fragment of the base is sequential in the sense of section 2.1. We have only sketched the procedure for constructing a phrase marker of the required sort from a derivation. However, this is a relatively minor matter of appropriate formalization and involves nothing of principle. In particular, 59 represents not only all information involving the relation is A, holding between strings and the categories, many of them now represented by features to which they belong, but also the hierarchic relation among these categories that is provided by the rules and mirrored precisely in the derivation. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 117. 59. Hash s hash. NP. T. N. Article. F. Predicate phrase. O. VP. M. V. NP. Definite, F1 F2. May. G. T. N. F sincerity. G1 apostrophe G2. Article. H. Frighten, plus definite, H1 H2. H. Boy. F equals, plus t equals common. G equals, plus NP, equals transitive. H equals, plus t equals F. F1 equals, minus count. Dot. G1 equals, plus abstract O, t plus animate. G2 equals, plus object deletion. H1 equals, plus count, equals minus F1 dot. 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 F equals, plus abstract. Dot. H equals, plus animate. H equals, plus human. The phrase marker, 59, provides directly all information of the sort specified in 2I, and 2, and, as we have observed, functional information of the sort specified in 2 is derivable from this phrase marker as well. If the analysis that we have given is correct, then it is devices of the sort just exhibited that are implicit in the informal statements of traditional grammar summarized in 2, with one exception, to which we shall turn in the next section. Notice that neither the lexicon, 58, nor the phrase marker, 59, is fully specified. There are clearly other syntactic features that 118. Chapter 2 must be indicated, and we have given no semantic features in either 58 or 59. In part, it is clear how these gaps can be filled, but it would be a serious mistake, in this case, to suppose that this is in general merely a question of added detail. One final comment is necessary in connection with the lexicon, 58. Given the lexical entry, D, C, where D is a phonological feature matrix and C a complex symbol, the lexical rule, cf. pages 90 to 91, permits substitution of D for any complex symbol K that is not distinct from C. Consequently, lexical entries must be specified negatively for features corresponding to contexts in which they may not occur. Thus in 58, for example, boy must be specified as V, so as to exclude it from the position of the frighten. Insincerity may frighten the boy, and not only must frighten be specified as N, to exclude it from the position of boy in this sentence, but it must also be specified negatively for the feature, adjective, so as to exclude it from the position of turn in his hair turned grey, and so on. These negative specifications were not actually given in 58. We can deal with this matter by adopting several additional conventions governing the base component. First of all, we may assume that a base rule that analyzes the lexical category A into a complex symbol automatically includes the feature plus A as one of the elements of this complex symbol. See 20, section 2.3.2. Second, we may assume that each lexical entry automatically, by convention, contains the feature A for every lexical category A, unless it is explicitly provided with the feature plus A. Thus in 58, the entry for boy contains V, adjective, M, C, F. Note 9. 29 third. In the case of features introduced by strict subcategorization or selectional rules, what we have called the contextual features, we may adopt one of the following conventions. I. List in the lexicon only the features corresponding to frames in which the item and question cannot appear, rather than, as in 58, those corresponding to features in which it can appear. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 119. 2. List only the features corresponding to frames in which the item can appear, as in 58, in case I, or case 2. We add the further convention that an item is specified in the opposite way for every contextual feature not mentioned in its lexical entry. 3. Adopt I for the strict subcategorization features and 2 for the selectional features. 4. Adopt 2 for the strict subcategorization features and I for the selectional features. In any case, the distinctness requirement of the lexical rule will now exclude items from certain contexts, and permit them in others. These conventions embody alternative empirical hypotheses concerning valuation of grammar. Thus, I is correct if the most highly valued grammar is that in which the distribution of items is least constrained, and 2 is correct if the most highly valued grammar is that in which the distribution of items is most constrained. Similarly, 3 and 4. For the time being, I have no strong examples to support one nor another of these assumptions, and thus prefer to leave the question open. We shall return briefly to the problem in Chapter 4. Section 4. Types of base rules. Section 4.1. Summary. The fragment presented in Section 3 illustrates the kinds of rules that apparently are to be found in the base component. There is a fundamental distinction between the rewriting rules, 57, and the lexicon, 58. The lexical rule need not be stated in the grammar since it is universal and hence part of the theory of grammar. Its status is just like that of the principles that define derivation in terms of a system of rewriting rules. For example, it thus has the status of a convention determining the interpretation of the grammar. 120. Chapter 2. Rather than the status of a rule of the grammar. In terms of the framework of Section 6, Chapter 1, we may say that the lexical rule in fact constitutes part of the general, language-independent definition of the function f of 14 if, Section 6, Chapter 1. Among the rewriting rules of the base component we can distinguish branching rules, such as I, 2, 3, 4, v, 7, 16, 17, from subcategorization rules, such as all others of 57. All rewriting rules are of the form 60, z, x, w. The branching rules are those rules of the form 60, in which neither A nor Z involves any complex symbols. Thus, a branching rule analyzes a category symbol A into a string of one or more symbols, each of which is either a terminal symbol or a non-terminal category symbol. A subcategorization rule, on the other hand, introduces syntactic features, and thus forms or extends a complex symbol. We have, so far, restricted the subcategorization rules to lexical categories. In particular, we have not permitted rules of the form 60, in which A is a complex symbol and Z a terminal category symbol or a string of more than one symbol. This restriction may be a bit too severe, and we must apparently weaken it slightly. See Chapter 4, Section 2. Notice that these two sets of rules, branching and subcategorization, are not ordered with respect to one another, although once a subcategorization rule has been applied to a certain category symbol, no branching rule can be applied to any of the symbols that are derived from dot. Branching rules and subcategorization rules may be context-free, such as all of the branching rules of 57 and x, 11, 12, 13, 18, or context-sensitive, such as y, 8, 14, 15. Notice that 57 contains no context-sensitive branching rules. Moreover, the subcategorization rules that are context-sensitive are, in effect, strictly local transformational rules, cf. p. 107. These are important facts, to which we return in Chapter 3. Categories and Relations in Syntactic Theory. 121. Among the context-sensitive subcategorization rules we have, furthermore, distinguished two important subtypes, namely strict subcategorization rules, such as 57vi and 57vi, which subcategorize a lexical category in terms of the frame of category symbols in which it appears, and selectional rules, such as 57xif, 57xv, which subcategorize a lexical category in terms of syntactic features that appear in specified positions in the sentence. We noted that subcategorization rules may follow branching rules in the sequence of rules constituting the base, but that once a subcategorization rule has applied to form the complex symbol, no branching rule can later apply to, but cf. Chapter 4, Section 2. The same relation apparently holds between strict subcategorization rules and selectional rules. That is, these may be interspersed in the base, but once a selectional rule has applied to form the complex symbol, no strict subcategorization rule applies later to develop further. So, at least, it appears from the examples that I have considered. Perhaps this should be imposed as a general, additional condition on the base. Section 4.2. Selectional rules and grammatical relations. We shall say that a selectional rule, such as 57xif, 57xv, defines a selectional relation between two positions in a sentence. For example, in the case of 57xif, the position of the verb and that of the immediately preceding or immediately following noun. Such selectional relations determine grammatical relations, in one of the senses of this traditional term. We observed earlier that the notion of grammatical function defined in Section 2.2 did not yet account for the assignment of the subject-verb relation to the pair sincerity, frighten, and the verb-object relation to frighten. Boy in sincerity may frighten the boy, equals 1. The suggested definition of grammatical relation would account for these assertions, given the grammar, 57, 58. The same notion of grammatical relation could, in fact, have been defined in terms of the heads of major categories, cf. 122. Chapter 2. Section 2.2, but the definition in terms of selectional relations seems somewhat more natural and avoids the problem noted on pages 78 to 79. With this notion now defined, we have completed the analysis of the informal grammatical statement 2 of Section 1.30. Consider now the selectional rules 57xif, 57xv, which constrain the choice of verb and adjective in terms of a free choice of certain features of the noun, in this case, the subject and object. Suppose, instead, that we were to subcategorize the verb by a context-free rule, and then to use a selectional rule to determine the subcategorization of the subject and object. We might have, for the verb, such a rule as 61, V plus abstract subject plus animate object 31. Thus we might in particular form the complex symbol 62 plus V plus abstract subject plus animate object, which can be replaced by a lexical item such as frighten, lexically marked as allowing an abstract subject and an animate object. We must now give a context-sensitive selectional rule to determine the choice of subject and object, just as in 57, we gave such a rule to determine the choice of verb in terms of subject and object. Thus we would have such rules as 63. N. CS slash O plus t, comma, where is A, V. These rules would assign features of the verb to the subject and object, just as 57 xif assigned features of the subject and object to the verb. For example, if the verb is 62, the subject would be specified as having the features 64, pre plus abstract subject, pre plus animate object. Similarly, the object would have the features 65, post plus abstract subject, post plus animate object. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 123. But, clearly, the feature, pre plus animate object, is irrelevant to choice of subject noun, and the feature, post plus abstract subject, is irrelevant to choice of object noun. Much more serious than this, however, is the fact that a noun must be marked in the lexicon for the feature, pre-x subject, if and only if it is marked for the feature, post-x object, or x is any feature. That is, the choice of elements for the position subject of a verb with animate subject is the same as the choice of elements for the position object of a verb with animate object. Animate nouns appear in both positions, but the feature, animate, is no longer available for nouns, only the features, pre plus animate subject, and post plus animate object. Consequently, a mass of perfectly ad hoc rules must be added to the grammar to assign to nouns with the feature, pre-x subject, also the feature, post-x object, for each feature x, and conversely. Moreover, the features, pre-x subject, post-x object, for each x, are single symbols, and the fact that x occurs in both of them cannot be referred to by a rule of the grammar, unless we complicate the mechanism further by allowing features to have a feature composition themselves. In short, the decision to choose the complex symbol analysis of verbs independently and to select nouns by a selectional rule in terms of verbs leads to a quite considerable complication of the grammar. The problems are magnified when we bring into account the independent noun-adjective selectional rules. In much the same way we can rule out the possibility of allowing subject to select verb but verb to select object. We see, then, that within the framework so far developed, there is no alternative to selecting verbs in terms of nouns, and, by a similar argument, adjectives in terms of nouns, rather than conversely. Furthermore, this framework seems to be optimal, in that it involves no more mechanism than is actually forced by the linguistic facts. One would imagine that a similar argument can be given for any language. If this is true, it is possible to take another. 124. Chapter 2. Significant step toward a general characterization of the categories noun, verb, adjective, etc. See sections 2.1, 2.2. In section 2.2, I defined lexical category and major category, the latter being a lexical category or a category dominating a string containing a lexical category. Suppose that among the lexical categories, We label as noun the one that is selectionally dominant in the sense that its feature composition is determined by a context-free subcategorization rule, its features being carried over by selectional rules to other lexical categories. Among the major categories introduced in the analysis of sentence, we now designate as NP the one that is analyzed as N, a major category that directly dominates NP. We can designate VP, and one that directly dominates VP. We can designate predicate phrase. We can define V in various ways, for example, as the lexical category X that appears in a string, X.NP, or NP.X, directly dominated by VP, assuming that there can be only one such X, or as the lexical category that may obtain its features from selectional rules involving two or more N's. If transitivity is a category that is universally realized, one might now go on to attempt to characterize other lexical, major, and non-major categories in general terms. To the extent that we can do this, we shall have succeeded also in giving a substantive specification to the functional notions discussed in section 2.2. It will be obvious to the reader that this characterization is not intended as definitive in any sense. The reason has already been indicated in note 2. There is no problem in principle of sharpening or generalizing these definitions in one way or another, and there are many formal features of the grammar that can be brought into consideration in doing so. The problem is merely that for the moment there is no strong empirical motivation for one or another suggestion that might be made in these directions. This is a consequence of the fact that there are so few grammars that attempt to give an explicit characterization of the range of sentences and categories and relations in syntactic theory. 125. Structural descriptions, that is, so few generative grammars, even in a partial sketch. As explicit grammatical descriptions with this goal accumulate, it will no doubt be possible to give empirical justification for various refinements and revisions of such loosely sketched proposals as these, and perhaps to give a substantive characterization to the universal vocabulary from which grammatical descriptions are constructed. However, there is no reason to rule out, a priori, the traditional view that such substantive characterizations must ultimately refer to semantic concepts of one sort or another. Once again, as in sections 2.1 to 2.2, it is clear that this attempt to characterize universal categories depends essentially on the fact that the base of the syntactic component does not, in itself, explicitly characterize the full range of sentences, but only a highly restricted set of elementary structures from which actual sentences are constructed by transformational rules. 32. The base phrase markers may be regarded as the elementary content elements from which the semantic interpretations of actual sentences are constructed. 33. Therefore the observation that the semantically significant functional notions, grammatical relations, are directly represented in base structures, and only in these, should come as no surprise, and it is, furthermore, quite natural to suppose that formal properties of the base will provide the framework from the characterization of universal categories. To say that formal properties of the base will provide the framework from the characterization of universal categories is to assume that much of the structure of the base is common to all languages. This is a way of stating a traditional view, whose origins can again be traced back at least to the Grammaire Générale Étrusque, Lancelot et al., 1660. To the extent that relevant evidence is available today, it seems not unlikely that it is true. Insofar as aspects of the base structure are not specific to a particular language, they need not be stated in the grammar of this language. Instead, a. 126. Chapter 2. Are to be stated only in general linguistic theory, as part of the definition of the notion human language itself. In traditional terms, they pertain to the form of language in general rather than to the form of particular languages, and thus presumably reflect what the mind brings to the task of language acquisition rather than what it discovers. or invents, in the course of carrying out this task. Thus, to some extent the account of the base rules suggested here may not belong to the grammar of English any more than the definition of derivation of transformation belongs to the grammar of English. Cf. Sections 6 and 8, Chapter 1. It is commonly held that modern linguistic and anthropological investigations have conclusively refuted the doctrines of classical universal grammar, but this claim seems to me very much exaggerated. Modern work has, indeed, shown a great diversity in the surface structures of languages. However, since the study of deep structure has not been its concern, it has not attempted to show a corresponding diversity of underlying structures, and, in fact, the evidence that has been accumulated in modern study of language does not appear to suggest anything of this sort. The fact that languages may differ from one another quite significantly in surface structure would hardly have come as a surprise to the scholars who developed traditional universal grammar. Since the origins of this work in the Grammaire Générale Étrusque, it has been emphasized that the deep structures for which universality is claimed may be quite distinct from the surface structures of sentences as they actually appear. Consequently, there is no reason to expect uniformity of surface structures, and the findings of modern linguistics are thus not inconsistent with the hypotheses of universal grammarians. Insofar as attention is restricted to surface structures, the most that can be expected is the discovery of statistical tendencies, such as those presented by Greenberg, 1963. In connection with the selectional rule, 57 XIF, we have now conclusively ruled out one possibility, namely that the subject or categories and relations in syntactic theory. 127. Object may be selected in terms of an independent, or partially independent, choice of verb. Not quite so simple is the question of whether this rule, which I now repeat in less abbreviated form as 66, should be preferred to the alternative 67. 66. I, 2. Plus. V. CS slash. O, O. 67. I, 2. Plus. V. CS slash. O comment. In terms of evaluation measures that have so far been proposed, see, for example, Chomsky, 1955, Chapter 3, there is no way of choosing between these. In accordance with the usual conventions for obligatory application of rewriting rules, cf. Ibid, 66I, assign certain features to transitive verbs and 66 to intransitive verbs. On the other hand, 67I assigns a feature of subject selection to all verbs, and 67 assigns a feature of object selection to transitive verbs. If we choose 66, the lexical entry for frighten will be positively specified for the feature, plus abstract, o, d, plus animate. If we select 67, it will be positively specified for the two features, plus abstract, o dash, and d, plus animate. It may appear at first that this is little more than a terminological question, but, as in many such cases, this is not at all obvious. Thus consider the following contexts. 68. I, he dash, the platoon. 2. His decision to resign his commission dash, the platoon. 3. His decision to resign his commission dash, our respect. In 68I, we can have the verb command, I neglect, for simplicity of exposition, questions of choice of auxiliary. In 68 we can also have command, but in a different though not totally unrelated sense. In 68 we cannot have command, but we can have, for example, baffle, which can also appear in 68I, but not 68. If we select the alternative, 67, the verb command will be positively. 128. Chapter 2. Marked for the features, plus animate, o dash, d, plus animate, plus abstract, o dash, and d, plus abstract. That is, It will be marked in such a way as to permit it to have either an animate or an abstract noun as subject or object. But this specification fails to indicate the dependency between subject and object illustrated by the deviance of 68 when command appears in this context. If we select the alternative, 66, command will be positively marked for the features plus animate, o, d, plus animate, and plus abstract, o, d, plus abstract, but not plus abstract, o, d, plus animate. Thus command would be excluded from the context 66 as required. It is for such reasons that I selected the alternative 66 in the grammatical sketch. It should be noted, however, that the grounds for this decision are very weak, since a crucial question, namely, how to enter lexical items with a range of distinct but related syntactic and semantic features, is far from settled. I have so far not been able to find stronger examples. It seems at first as though a certain redundancy results from the decision to select 66 over 67 in the case of verbs for which choice of subject and object is independent. However, the same number of features must be indicated in the lexicon, even in this case. With the choice of 66, the features seem more complicated, in some sense, but this is a misinterpretation of the notational system. Recall that the notation, plus animate, o, d, plus abstract, for example, is a single symbol designating a particular lexical feature in a framework. Clearly, this comment does not exhaust the question, by any means. For some further related discussion, see chapters 3 and 4. Section 4.3. Further remarks on subcategorization rules. We have distinguished, in the base, between branching rules and subcategorization rules and between context-free and context-sensitive rules. The context-sensitive subcategorization rules are further subdivided into strict subcategorization rules and categories and relations in syntactic theory. 129. Selectional rules. These rules introduce contextual features, whereas the context-free subcategorization rules introduce inherent features. One might propose, alternatively, that the subcategorization rules be eliminated from the system of rewriting rules entirely and be assigned, in effect, to the lexicon. In fact, this is a perfectly feasible suggestion. Suppose, then, that the base is divided into two parts, a categorial component and a lexicon. The categorial component consists solely of branching rules, which are possibly all context-free, see chapter 3. In particular, the branching rules of 57 would constitute the categorial component of the base of this fragment of English grammar. The primary role of the categorial component is to define implicitly the basic grammatical relations that function in the deep structures of the language. It may well be that to a large extent the form of the categorial component is determined by the universal conditions that define human language. The subcategorization rules can be assigned to the lexical component of the base in the following way. First of all, the context-free subcategorization rules, such as 57x13, can be regarded as syntactic redundancy rules, and hence assigned to the lexicon. Consider, then, the rules that introduce contextual features. These rules select certain frames in which a symbol appears, and they assign corresponding contextual features. A lexical entry may be substituted in these positions if its contextual features match those of the symbol for which it is substituted. Obviously, the contextual features must appear in lexical items. But the rules that introduce contextual features into complex symbols can be eliminated by an appropriate reformulation of the lexical rule, that is, the rule that introduces lexical items into derivations, cf. pages 90 to 91. Instead of the formulating this as a context-free rule that operates by matching of complex symbols, we can convert it to a context-sensitive rule by conventions of the following sort. Suppose that we have a lexical entry, D, C, where D is a phonological feature matrix and C is a 130. Chapter 2. Complex symbol containing the feature plus X, Y. We stipulated previously that the lexical rule permits D to replace the symbol Q of the preterminal string Q provided that Q is not distinct from C. Suppose that we now require, in addition, that this occurrence of Q actually appear in the frame X, Y. That is, we require that Q equal 12Q12, where 2 is dominated by X and 1 by Y in the phrase marker of Q. This convention can be formulated precisely in terms of the notion analyzability on which the theory of transformations is based. We now eliminate all context-sensitive subcategorization rules from the grammar and rely on the formulation of lexical features, together with the principle just stated, to achieve their effect. Our earlier conditions on subcategorization rules, cf. Section 2.3.4, become conditions on the kinds of contextual features that may appear in lexical entries. Thus, strict subcategorization features for an item of the category A must involve branes that, together with A, form the single constituent B that immediately dominates A, and the selectional features must involve the lexical categories that are the heads of grammatically related phrases, in the sense outlined earlier. We now have no subcategorization rules in the categorial component of the base. A preterminal string is generated by the branching rules of the categorial component. Lexical entries substitute for the lexical categories of a preterminal string by the principle just stated. This formulation brings out very clearly the sense in which our utilization of the complex symbols was a device for introducing transformational rules into the base component. In fact, suppose that, for uniformity of specification of transformational rules, we add the convention that in the categorial component, there is a rule A for each lexical category A, or is a fixed dummy symbol. The rules of the categorial component will now generate phrase markers of strings consisting of various occurrences of marking the positions of lexical categories and grammatical formatives. A lexical entry is of the form D, C, where D is A. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 131. Phonological matrix and C a complex symbol. The complex symbol C contains inherent features and contextual features. We can restate this system of features C directly as the structure index I for a certain substitution transformation. This transformation substitutes D, C, now regarded as a complex terminal symbol, see note 15, for a certain occurrence of in the phrase marker K if K meets the condition I, which is a Boolean condition in terms of analyzability in the usual sense of transformational grammar. Where strict subcategorization is involved, the substitution transformation is, furthermore, strictly local in the sense of note 18. Thus, the categorial component may very well be a context-free constituent structure grammar, simple phrase structure grammar, with a reduced terminal vocabulary, that is, with all lexical items mapped into the single symbol dot. The lexicon consists of entries associated with certain substitution transformations that introduce lexical items into strings generated by the categorial component. All contextual restrictions in the base are provided by these transformational rules of the lexicon. The function of the categorial component is to define the system of grammatical relations and to determine the ordering of elements in deep structures. This way of developing the base component is not quite equivalent to that presented earlier. The earlier proposal was somewhat more restrictive in certain respects. In both formulations, the contextual features, structure indices of substitution transformations, that may appear in the lexicon are limited by the conditions on strict subcategorization and selection rules previously discussed. But in the earlier formulation, with subcategorization rules given as rewriting rules, there is a further restriction. The ordering of the rewriting rule ACS places an additional limitation on the class of contextual features that may be used. Similarly, The issue discussed in section 4.2 regarding examples 66-68 does not arise in the new formulation. Because of the greater flexibility that it allows, certain verbs can be restricted in terms of subject and object. 132. Chapter 2. Selection, some in terms of subject selection, and some in terms of object selection. It is an interesting question whether the greater flexibility permitted by the approach of this subsection is ever needed. If so, this must be the preferable formulation of the theory of the base. If not, then the other formulation, in terms of a lexical rule based on the distinctness condition, is to be preferred. We shall return to this question in Chapter 4. Section 4.4. The role of categorial rules. We have defined the categorial component as the system of rewriting rules of the base, that is, the system of base rules exclusive of the lexicon and the subcategorization rules that we, for the present, regard as belonging to the lexicon. The rules of the categorial component carry out two quite separate functions. They define the system of grammatical relations, and they determine the ordering of elements in deep structures. At least the first of these functions appears to be carried out in a very general and perhaps universal way by these rules. The transformational rules map deep structures into surface structures, perhaps reordering elements in various ways in the course of this operation. It has been suggested several times that these two functions of the categorial component be more sharply separated, and that the second, perhaps, be eliminated completely. Such is the import of the proposals regarding the nature of syntactic structure to be found in Curry, 1961, and Thornton and Sobolver, 1963. 34. They propose, in essence, that in place of such rules as 69, the categorial component should contain the corresponding rules, 70, where the element on the right is a set rather than a string. 69, SNP-VP-VP-VNP. 70, SNP-VP-VP-VNP. Categories and relations in syntactic theory. 133. In 70, no order is assigned to the elements on the right-hand side of the rule. Thus, NP, VP, equals, VP, NP, although NP, VP equals VP, NP. The rules, 70, can be used to define grammatical relations in exactly the way indicated for the rules, 69. The rules, 69, convey more information than the corresponding rules, 70, since they not only define an abstract system of grammatical relations but also assign an abstract underlying order to the elements. The phrase marker generated by such rules as 69 will be representable as a tree diagram with labeled nodes and labeled lines. The phrase marker generated by such rules as 70 will be representable as a tree diagram with labeled nodes and unlabeled lines. Proponents of such systems such as 70 have argued that such systems are more abstract than concatenation systems such as 69 and can lead to a study of grammatical relations that is independent of order, this being a phenomenon that belongs only to surface structure. The greater abstractness of such systems, so far as grammatical relations are concerned, is a myth. Thus the grammatical relations defined by 70 are neither more nor less abstract or order independent than those defined by 69. In fact, the systems of grammatical relations defined in the two cases are identical. A priori, there is no way of determining which theory is correct. It is an entirely empirical question, and the evidence presently available is overwhelmingly in favor of concatenation systems over set systems, for the theory of the categorial component. In fact, no proponent of a set system has given any indication of how the abstract underlying unordered structures are converted into actual strings with surface structures. Hence, the problem of giving empirical support to this theory has not yet been faced. Presumably, The proposal that the categorial component should be a set system entails that in a set of syntactically related structures with a single network of grammatical relations, for example, for us to please John is difficult, it is difficult for us to please. 134. Chapter 2. John, to please John is difficult for us, or John is difficult for us to please. Each member is directly related to the underlying abstract representation, and there is no internal organization, that is, no order of derivation, within the set of structures. But, in fact, whenever an attempt to account for such structures has actually been undertaken, it has invariably been found that there are strong reasons to assign an internal organization and an inherent order of derivation among the items constituting such a set. Furthermore, it has invariably been found that different sets in a single language lead to the same decision as to the abstract underlying order of elements. Hence, it seems that a set system such as SEMT must be supplemented by two sets of rules. The first set will assign an intrinsic order to the elements of the underlying unordered phrase markers, that is, it will label the lines of the tree diagrams representing these structures. The second set of rules will be grammatical transformations applying in sequence to generate surface structures in the familiar way. The first set of rules simply converts a set system into a concatenation system. It provides the base phrase markers required for the application of the sequences of transformations that ultimately form surface structures. There is no evidence at all to suggest that either of these steps can be omitted in the case of natural languages. Consequently, there is no reason to consider the set system, for the time being, as a possible theory of grammatical structure. The phenomenon of so-called free word order is sometimes mentioned as relevant to this issue, but, so far as I can see, it has no bearing on it at all. Suppose that for some language each permutation of the words of each sentence were to give a grammatical sentence that, in fact, is a paraphrase of the original. In this case, the set system would be much superior for the categorial component of the grammar of this language. No grammatical transformations would be needed, and the rule for realizing underlying abstract representations would be extremely simple. But there is no known categories and relations in syntactic theory. 135. Language that remotely resembles this description. In every known language the restrictions on order are quite severe, and therefore rules of realization of abstract structures are necessary. Until some account of such rules is suggested, the set system simply cannot be considered seriously as a theory of grammar. Nevertheless, the free word order phenomenon is an interesting and important one, and much too little attention has been given to it. First of all, it should be emphasized that grammatical transformations do not seem to be an appropriate device for expressing the full range of possibilities for stylistic inversion. It seems, rather, that there are several underlying generalizations that determine when such a reordering is permissible, and what its semantic functions are. For one thing, richly inflected languages tolerate stylistic reordering much more extensively than languages that are poor in inflection, for obvious reasons. Second, even richly inflected languages do not seem to tolerate reordering when it leads to ambiguity. Thus, in a German sentence such as Die Mutter sei et die Tochter, in which the inflections do not suffice to indicate grammatical function, it seems that the interpretation will invariably be that Die Mutter is the subject, unless it has contrastive stress, in which case it may be taken to be the subject or the object. The same seems to be true in other languages as diverse as Russian, cf. Peshkovsky, 1956, p. 42, and Mohawk. In the latter, the verb contains affixes designating the subject and object, but where the reference is ambiguous, the initial NP is taken to be the subject. Under normal intonation, I am indebted to Paul Postel for this information. If this is universal, it suggests the generalization that in any language, stylistic inversion of major constituents, in some sense to be defined, is tolerated up to ambiguity, that is, up to the point where a structure is produced that might have been generated independently by the grammatical rules. As a special case of this, then, it will follow that inflected languages will tolerate reordering much more freely than uninflected ones, something of this sort. 136. Chapter 2 seems to be true, and it is not statable in terms of the theory of transformations. In general, the rules of stylistic reordering are very different from the grammatical transformations, which are much more deeply embedded in the grammatical system. 35 It might, in fact, be argued that the former are not so much rules of grammar as rules of performance, cf. sections 1, 2, of chapter 1. In any event, though this is surely an interesting phenomenon, it is one that has no apparent bearing, for the moment, on the theory of grammatical structure. 3. Deep structures and grammatical transformations. Let us adopt, tentatively, the theory of the base components sketched in section 4.3 of chapter 2, and continue to use the fragment of section 3, chapter 2, appropriately modified to exclude subcategorization rules from the categorial component of the base, as an illustrative example of a grammar. The base will now generate base phrase markers. In section 1, chapter 1, we defined the basis of a sentence as the sequence of base phrase markers that underlies it. The basis of a sentence is mapped into the sentence by the transformational rules, which, furthermore, automatically assign to the sentence a derived phrase marker, ultimately, a surface structure, in the process. For concreteness, consider a base component which generates the phrase markers 1-3. 1. The base phrase marker 3, with a different choice of auxiliary, would be the basis for the sentence John was examined by a specialist. The phrase marker 1 would be the basis for the sentence the man was fired, were we to modify it by deleting s from the determiner associated with man. In this case, the passive transformation is followed by the deletion of unspecified agent. As it stands, however, to form the basis for some sentence, the base phrase marker 1 must be supplemented by another phrase marker, a transform of which will fill the position of s in 1, and thus serve as a relative clause qualifying man. Similarly, 2 alone cannot serve as a basis for a sentence because the s appearing in the verbal complement must be replaced by 138. 1 #s#. Chapter 3. NP. Predicate phrase. O. VP. Past. V. NP. Manner. Fired. N. Bipassive. The S-man. 2. #s#. NP. Predicate phrase. NO. VP. The man past. The NP prep phrase. Persuade N of NP. John. NS. Deep structures and grammatical transformations. 139. 3. #s#. NP. Predicate phrase. NO. VP. A. Specialist non. V. NP. Manner. Examine N. Bipassive. John the transform of some other phrase marker. In fact, however, the sequence of base phrase markers 1, 2, 3 is the basis for the well-formed sentence. 4. The man who persuaded John to be examined by a specialist was fired. The transformational history of 4, by which it is derived from its basis, might be represented, informally, by the diagram 5. 5, 1. TR, TP, dad. 2. TH, TD, Joe. 3. TP. 140. Chapter 3. We interpret this as follows. First, apply the passive transformation TP to the base phrase marker. 3. Embed the result in the base phrase marker. 2. in place of s, by a generalized, double base, substitution transformation, giving a phrase marker for the man persuaded John of John nom be examined by a specialist. To this apply first td, which deletes the repeated np John, and then to, which replaces of nom by to, giving a phrase marker for the man persuaded John to be examined by a specialist. Next embed this in the position of s in 1 byte. To this apply the relative transformation tr, which permutes the embedded sentence with the following n and replaces the repeated phrase the man by who, giving a phrase marker for fired the man who persuaded John to be examined by a specialist by passive. To this phrase marker apply the passive transformation and agent deletion, dad, giving, for. I have left out of this description quite a few transformations that are necessary to give the correct form of for, as well as other details, but these are, by and large, well known, and introduction of them changes nothing relevant to this discussion. The diagram 5 is an informal representation of what we may call a transformation marker. It represents the transformational structure of the utterance 5. Very much in the way a phrase marker represents the phrase structure of a terminal string. In fact, a transformation marker may be formally represented as a set of strings in an alphabet consisting of base phrase markers and transformations as its elements, just as a phrase marker may be formally represented as a set of strings in an alphabet consisting of terminal symbols, category symbols, and with the developments of the preceding sections, specified features. 2. The deep structure of an utterance is given completely by its transformation marker, which contains its basis. The surface structure of the sentence is the derived phrase marker given as the output of the operations represented in the transformation marker. Deep structures and grammatical transformations. 141. The basis of the sentence is the sequence of base phrase markers that constitute the terminal points of the tree diagram, the left-hand nodes, in 5. When transformation markers are represented as in 5, the branching points correspond to generalized transformations that embed a constituent sentence, the lower branch, in a designated position in a matrix sentence, the upper branch. A theoretical apparatus of this sort, in its essentials, is what underlies the work in transformational generative grammar that has appeared in the last 10 years. However, in the course of this work, several important points have gradually emerged which suggest that a somewhat more restricted and conceptually simpler theory of transformations may be adequate. First, it has been shown that many of the optional singulary transformations of Chomsky, 1955, 1957, 1962, must be reformulated as obligatory transformations, whose applicability to a string is determined by presence or absence of a certain marker in the string. This was pointed out by Lees, 1960a, for the negation transformation, and by Clymer, personal communication, for the question transformation, at about the same time. In fact, it is also true for the passive transformation, as noted in section 2.3.4 of chapter 2. Katz and Postel, 1964, have extended these observations and formulated them in terms of a general principle, namely that the only contribution of transformations to semantic interpretation is that they interrelate phrase markers, that is, combine semantic interpretations of already interpreted phrase markers in a fixed way. 3. It follows, then, that transformations cannot introduce meaning-bearing elements, nor can they delete lexical items unrecoverably, by the condition mentioned in Note 1. Generalizing these remarks to embedding transformations, they conclude also that a sentence transform embedded in a matrix sentence must replace a dummy symbol of dot in the foregoing discussion. Adopting this suggestion, we have used S as the dummy symbol. This assumption is also implicit in Fillmore, 1963. 142. Chapter 3. Katz and Postel point out that the principle just stated greatly simplifies the theory of the semantic component, since semantic interpretation will now be independent of all aspects of the transformation marker except insofar as this indicates how base structures are interrelated. They have also succeeded in showing that in a large variety of cases, where this general principle has not been met in syntactic description, the description was in fact incorrect on internal syntactic grounds. The principle, then, seems very plausible. Second, notice that the theory of transformation markers permits a great deal of latitude so far as ordering of transformations is concerned. Thus the grammar, in this view, must contain rules generating the possible transformation markers by stating conditions that these objects must meet for well-formedness. What Lees, 1960a, calls traffic rules. For these rules may state the ordering of transformations relative to one another, and may designate certain transformations as obligatory, or obligatory relative to certain contexts, by requiring that they appear in specified positions in transformation markers. However, only some of the possibilities permitted by this general theory have been realized convincingly with actual linguistic material. In particular, there are no known cases of ordering among generalized embedding transformations, although such ordering is permitted by the theory of transformation markers. Furthermore, there are no really convincing cases of singulary transformations that must apply to a matrix sentence before a sentence transform is embedded in it, though this too is a possibility, according to the theory. 5. On the other hand, there are many examples of ordering of singulary transformations, and many examples of singulary transformations that must apply to a constituent sentence before it is embedded, or that must apply to a matrix sentence after embedding of a constituent structure in it. Thus the diagram 5 is typical of the kind of structure that has actually been discovered in transformation markers. Deep structures and grammatical transformations. 143. In brief, presently available descriptive studies suggest the following restrictions on ordering of transformations. The singulary transformations are linearly ordered, perhaps only partially ordered. They may apply to a constituent structure before it is embedded, or to a matrix structure, and the constituent structure embedded in it, after this constituent structure is embedded. There is no reason for imposing an extrinsic order on the generalized transformations. 6. These observations suggest a possible simplification of the theory of transformational grammar. Suppose that we eliminate the notions generalized transformation and transformation marker altogether. 7. In the rewriting rules of the base, in fact, in its categorial component, the string #s# is introduced in the positions where in the illustrative example we introduced the symbol s. That is, wherever a base phrase marker contains a position in which a sentence transform is to be introduced, we fill this position with a string #s#, which initiates derivations. We now allow the rules of the base to apply cyclically, preserving their linear order. Thus, for example, after having generated 1 with #s# in place of s, they reapply to the new occurrence of #s# in the terminal line of the derivation represented by 1. From this occurrence of #s#, the rules of the base can generate the derivation represented by 2, with #s# in place of the occurrence of s in 2. From the latter occurrence of #s#, the same base rules can reapply to form the derivation represented by 3. In this way, the base rules will generate the generalized phrase marker formed from 1, 2, 3, by replacing s in 1 by 2, and replacing s in 2 by 3. We have thus revised the theory of the base by allowing #s# to appear on the right in certain branching rules, where previously the dummy symbol s had appeared, and by allowing the rules to reapply, preserving their order, to these newly introduced occurrences of #s#. A generalized phrase marker formed in this way contains all of the base phrase markers that constitute the basis of 144. Chapter 3. A sentence, but it contains more information than a basis in the old sense, since it also indicates explicitly how these base phrase markers are embedded in one another. That is, the generalized phrase marker contains all of the information contained in the basis, as well as the information provided by the generalized embedding transformations. 8. In addition to the rules of the base, so modified, the grammar contains a linear sequence of singulary transformations. These apply to generalized phrase markers cyclically, in the following manner. First, the sequence of transformational rules applies to the most deeply embedded base phrase marker. For example, it applies to 3 in the generalized phrase marker formed by embedding 3 in 2 and the result in 1, as described earlier. Having applied to all such base phrase markers, the sequence of rules reapplies to a configuration dominated by S in which these base phrase markers are embedded, 2 in the same example, and so on, until finally the sequence of rules applies to the configuration dominated by the initial symbol S of the entire generalized phrase marker, 2, 1, in our example. Notice that in the case of 1-3, the effect of this convention is precisely what is described in the transformation marker, 5. That is, singulary transformations are applied to constituent sentences before they are embedded, and to matrix sentences after embedding has taken place. The embedding itself is now provided by the branching rules of the base rather than by generalized transformations. We have, in effect, converted the specific properties of the transformation marker, 5, into general properties of any possible transformational derivation. The grammar now consists of a base and a linear sequence of singulary transformations. These apply in the manner just described. The ordering possibilities that are permitted by the theory of transformation markers but apparently never put to use are now excluded in principle. The notion of transformation marker disappears, as does the notion of generalized transformation. The base rules form deep structures and grammatical transformations. 145. Generalized phrase markers that contain just the information contained in the basis and the generalized transformations of the earlier version. But observe that in accordance with the Katz-Postel principle discussed earlier, pages 141 to 142, it is precisely this information that should be relevant to semantic interpretation. Consequently, we may take a generalized phrase marker, in the sense just defined, to be the deep structure generated by the syntactic component. Thus, the syntactic component consists of a base that generates deep structures and a transformational part that maps them into surface structures. The deep structure of a sentence is submitted to the semantic component for semantic interpretation, and its surface structure enters the phonological component and undergoes phonetic interpretation. The final effect of a grammar, then, is to relate a semantic interpretation to a phonetic representation, that is, to state how a sentence is interpreted. This relation is mediated by the syntactic component of the grammar, which constitutes its sole creative part. The branching rules of the base, that is, its categorial component, define grammatical functions and grammatical relations and determine an abstract underlying order, cf. Section 4.4, Chapter 2. The lexicon characterizes the individual properties of particular lexical items that are inserted in specified positions in base phrase markers. Thus, when we define deep structures as structures generated by the base component, we are, in effect, assuming that the semantic interpretation of a sentence depends only on its lexical items and the grammatical functions and relations represented in the underlying structures in which they appear. 9. This is the basic idea that has motivated the theory of transformational grammar since its inception, cf. Note 33, Chapter 2. Its first relatively clear formulation is in Katz and Fodor, 1963, and an improved version is given in Katz and Postel, 1964. in terms of the modification of syntactic theory proposed there and briefly discussed earlier. The formulation just suggested sharpens this idea still. 146. Chapter 3. Further. In fact, it permits a further simplification of the theory of semantic interpretation presented in Katz and Postel, 1964, since transformation markers and generalized transformations, as well as projection rules to deal with them, need no longer be considered at all. This formulation seems to be a natural extension and summary of the developments of the past few years that have just been summarized. Notice that in this view one major function of the transformational rules is to convert an abstract deep structure that expresses the content of a sentence into a fairly concrete surface structure that indicates its form. 10 Some possible reasons for such an organization of grammar, in terms of perceptual mechanisms, are suggested in Miller and Chomsky, 1963, section 2.2. It is interesting to note, in this connection, that the grammars of the artificial languages of logic or theory of programming are, apparently without exception, simple phrase structure grammars in most significant respects. Looking more closely at the recursive property of the grammar, we have now suggested the following modification of transformational theory. In the earlier version of the theory, the recursive property was assigned to the transformational component, in particular, to the generalized transformations and the rules for forming transformation markers. Now the recursive property is a feature of the base component, in particular, of the rules that introduce the initial symbol S in designated positions in strings of category symbols. There are, apparently, no other recursive rules in the base. 11 The transformational component is solely interpretive. It is worth mentioning that with this formulation of the theory of transformational grammar, we have returned to a conception of linguistic structure that marked the origins of modern syntactic theory, namely that presented in the Grammaire Generale Lettres 12. Deep structures and grammatical transformations. 147. One additional point must be emphasized in connection with the notion deep structure. When the base rules generate a phrase marker from an occurrence of S that is embedded in an already generated phrase marker, they cannot take account of the context in which this occurrence of S appears. For example, instead of the generalized phrase marker M consisting of 1-3, with 3 embedded in 2, and the result embedded in 1, we might just as well have constructed a generalized phrase marker M formed from 1, K, and 3, where K is a phrase marker differing from 2, only in that manner 2 is replaced by boy in K. But now, at the stage of derivation at which the relative clause transformation, TR of 5, is applied to K with 3 embedded within it, we shall have not the string 6, but rather 7. 6. Fired the man. The man persuaded John to be examined by a specialist. By passive. 7. Fired the man. The boy persuaded John to be examined by a specialist. By passive. The string 6, with its phrase marker, is of the form that permits the relative clause transformation to apply, replacing the man by who, since the condition of identity of the two nouns is met and we thus have a recoverable deletion, cf. Note 1. But in the case of 7, the transformation will block. Thus the phrase the boy cannot be deleted from 7, because of the general condition that only recoverable deletions are permitted, that is, the identity condition of the transformation is not be satisfied. 13. This is precisely what we want, for obviously the generalized phrase marker formed from 1, K, 3, does not provide the semantic interpretation of 4, as it would if application of the relative clause transformation were permitted in this case. In fact, the generalized phrase marker formed from 1, K, and 3, although generated by the base rules, is not the deep structure underlying any surface structure. 148. Chapter 3. We can make this observation precise, in this case, by defining the relative clause transformation in such a way that it deletes the boundary symbol hash when it applies. Thus, if its application is blocked, this symbol will remain in the string. We can then establish the convention that a well-formed surface structure cannot contain internal occurrences of hash. Such occurrences will indicate that certain transformations that should have applied were blocked. The same, or similar, formal devices can be used in a variety of other cases. Putting aside questions of formalization, we can see that not all generalized phrase markers generated by the base will underlie actual sentences and thus qualify as deep structures. What, then, is the test that determines whether a generalized phrase marker is the deep structure of some sentence? The answer is very simple. The transformational rules provide exactly such a test, and there is, in general, no simpler test. A generalized phrase marker MD is the deep structure underlying the sentence S, with a surface structure MS, just in case the transformational rules generate MS from MD. The surface structure MS of S is well formed just in case S contains no symbols indicating the blocking of obligatory transformations. A deep structure is a generalized phrase marker underlying some well-formed surface structure. Thus, the basic notion defined by a transformational grammar is, deep structure MD underlies well-formed surface structure MS. The notion deep structure itself is derivative from this. The transformational rules act as a filter that permits only certain generalized phrase markers to qualify as deep structures. Notice that this filtering function of the transformational component is not an entirely new feature specific to the version of transformational grammar that we are developing now. In fact, it was also true of the earlier version, though this fact was never discussed in exposition. Thus, a sequence of base phrase markers might have been selected that could not serve as the basis of deep structures and grammatical transformations. 149. Any sentence, furthermore, any system of rules for generating transformation markers would certainly permit certain structures that do not qualify as transformation markers because of inconsistencies and blocks arising in the course of carrying out the instructions that they represent. In the present version, this filtering function is simply brought out more clearly. In section 4.3 of chapter 2 we suggested A. That the distributional restrictions of lexical items be determined by contextual features listed in lexical entries, and B. That these contextual features be regarded as defining certain substitution transformations. Thus, strict subcategorial and selectional restrictions of lexical items are defined by transformational rules associated with these items. We have now observed that the transformational rules must also carry the burden of determining the distributional restrictions on base phrase markers. Thus, the categorial rules that generate the infinite set of generalized phrase markers can apparently be context-free, with all distributional restrictions, whether of base phrase markers or lexical entries, being determined by the singularly transformations. Such a description of the form of the syntactic component may seem strange if one considers the generative rules as a model for the actual construction of a sentence by a speaker. Thus it seems absurd to suppose that the speaker first forms a generalized phrase marker by base rules and then tests it for well-formedness by applying transformational rules to see if it gives, finally, a well-formed sentence. But this absurdity is simply a corollary to the deeper absurdity of regarding the system of generative rules as a point-by-point model for the actual construction of a sentence by a speaker. Consider the simpler case of a phrase structured grammar with no transformations, for example, the grammar of a programming language, or elementary arithmetic, or some small part of English that might be described in these terms. It would clearly be absurd to suppose that the speaker of such a 150. Chapter 3. Language, in formulating an utterance, first selects the major categories, then the categories into which these are analyzed, and so forth. Finally, at the end of the process, selecting the words or symbols that he is going to use, deciding what he is going to talk about. To think of a generative grammar in these terms is to take it to be a model of performance rather than a model of competence, thus totally misconceiving its nature. One can study models of performance that incorporate generative grammars, and some results have been achieved in such studies. 14 But a generative grammar as it stands is no more a model of the speaker than it is a model of the hearer. Rather, as has been repeatedly emphasized, it can be regarded only as a characterization of the intrinsic tacit knowledge or competence that underlies actual performance. The base rules and the transformational rules set certain conditions that must be met for a structure to qualify as the deep structure expressing the semantic content of some well-formed sentence. Given a grammar containing a base component and a transformational component, one can develop innumerable procedures for actually constructing deep structures. These will vary in exhaustiveness and efficiency, and in the extent to which they can be adapted to the problems of producing or understanding speech. One such constructive procedure is to run through the base rules, observing order, so as to form a generalized phrase marker M, and then through the transformational rules, observing order, so as to form a surface structure M from M. If M is well formed, then M was a deep structure, otherwise, it was not. All deep structures can be enumerated in this way, just as they can all be enumerated in many other ways, given the grammar. As noted earlier, the grammar defines the relation the deep structure M underlies the well-formed surface structure M of the sentence S and, derivatively, it defines the notions M is a deep structure, M is a well-formed surface structure, S is a well-formed sentence, and many others, such deep structures and grammatical transformations. 151. As S is structurally ambiguous, S and S are paraphrases. S is the deviant sentence formed by violating rule R or condition C. The grammar does not, in itself, provide any sensible procedure for finding the deep structure of a given sentence, or for producing a given sentence, just as it provides no sensible procedure for finding a paraphrase to a given sentence. It merely defines these tasks in a precise way. A performance model must certainly incorporate a grammar. It is not to be confused with a grammar. Once this point is clear, the fact that transformations act as a kind of filter will occasion no surprise or uneasiness. To summarize, we have now suggested that the form of grammar may be as follows. A grammar contains a syntactic component, a semantic component, and a phonological component. The latter two are purely interpretive, they play no part in the recursive generation of sentence structures. The syntactic component consists of a base and a transformational component. The base, in turn, consists of a categorial subcomponent and a lexicon. The base generates deep structures. A deep structure enters the semantic component and receives a semantic interpretation. It is mapped by the transformational rules into a surface structure, which is then given a phonetic interpretation by the rules of the phonological component. Thus the grammar assigns semantic interpretations to signals, this association being mediated by the recursive rules of the syntactic component. The categorial subcomponent of the base consists of a sequence of context-free rewriting rules. The function of these rules is, in essence, to define a certain system of grammatical relations that determine semantic interpretation, and to specify an abstract underlying order of elements that makes possible the functioning of the transformational rules. To a large extent, the rules of the base may be universal, and thus not, strictly speaking, part of particular grammars, or it may be that, although free in part, the choice of base rules is constrained by a universal condition on the 152. Chapter 3. Grammatical functions that are defined. Similarly, the category symbols appearing in base rules are selected from a fixed universal alphabet. In fact, The choice of symbol may be largely or perhaps completely determined by the formal role the symbol plays in the system of base rules. The infinite generative capacity of the grammar arises from a particular formal property of these categorial rules, namely that they may introduce the initial symbol s into a line of a derivation. In this way, the rewriting rules can, in effect, insert base phrase markers into other base phrase markers, this process being iterable without limit. The lexicon consists of an unordered set of lexical entries and certain redundancy rules. Each lexical entry is a set of features, but see note 15 of chapter 2. Some of these are phonological features, drawn from a particular universal set of phonological features, the distinctive feature system. The set of phonological features in a lexical entry can be extracted and represented as a phonological matrix that bears the relation is that each of the specified syntactic features belonging to the lexical entry. Some of the features are semantic features. These, too, are presumably drawn from a universal alphabet, but little is known about this today, and nothing has been said about it here. We call a feature semantic if it is not mentioned in any syntactic rule, thus begging the question of whether semantics is involved in syntax. 15 The redundancy rules of the lexicon add and specify features wherever this can be predicted by general rule. Thus the lexical entries constitute the full set of irregularities of the language. We may construct a derivation of a generalized phrase marker by applying the categorial rules in the specified order, beginning with s, reapplying them to each new occurrence of s introduced in the course of the derivation. In this way, we derive a pre-terminal string, which becomes a generalized phrase marker when lexical entries are inserted in accordance with the transformational rules specified by the contextual features that belong to these lexical deep structures and grammatical transformations. 153. Entries. The base of the syntactic component thus generates an infinite set of generalized phrase markers. The transformational subcomponent consists of a sequence of singularly transformations. Each transformation is fully defined by a structure index, which is a Boolean condition on analyzability, and a sequence of elementary transformations. The notion analyzable is determined in terms of the is-a relation, which, in turn, is defined by the rewriting rules of the base and by the lexicon. Thus transformations may refer to specified syntactic features as if they were categories. In fact, transformations must also be designed so that they can specify and add syntactic features, but we shall not go into this modification of the theory of transformational grammar here. See chapter 4, section 2. Given a generalized phrase marker, we construct a transformational derivation by applying the sequence of transformational rules sequentially, from the bottom up, that is, applying the sequence of rules to a given configuration only if we have already applied it to all base phrase markers embedded in this configuration. If none of the transformations blocks, we derive in this way a well-formed surface structure. In this and only this case, the generalized phrase marker to which the transformations were originally applied constitutes a deep structure, namely the deep structure of the sentence S, which is the terminal string of the derived surface structure. This deep structure expresses the semantic content of S, whereas the surface